Chapter 515. Sure, I'll help you register. How many soul-sealing crystals do you want to buy? The old man asked. The soul-sealing crystal was able to seal souls. As long as one killed the martial artists of the Heavenly Corpse sect and sealed their souls in the soul-sealing crystal, bringing it back to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, they would naturally know how many corpse guards they had killed. Moreover, some inscription masters could also use the souls of martial artists to refine some strange things. Normally, they were not allowed to kill other martial artists, seal their souls, and use them for cultivation. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was an enemy of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, and they also cultivated evil martial arts. Naturally, there was no problem. I want to buy 100 soul-sealing crystals, Lu Ming said after pondering for a while. 100 pieces? Little guy, your appetite is not small. The old man was slightly shocked and looked at Lu Ming a few more times in surprise. I'm just buying a few more in case I need them. Lu Ming smiled. Alright. Soul-sealing crystals, 10 supreme-grade spirit crystals each. 100 pieces, a total of 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. As the old man spoke, he took out a box. Inside the box were pieces of dark red crystals with distinct edges and corners. These were soul-sealing crystals. Lu Ming also took out 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the old man. Then he kept the soul-sealing crystals and walked out. After a while, Lu Ming left Tianxian City and turned into a bolt of lightning heading north. The entrance to the scaled demon plain was 5 million miles north of Tianxian City. Even with Lu Ming's speed, it would take him a few days. In Tianxian City, in Shengyu's courtyard, someone was reporting to Shengyu. Lu Ming has already accepted the mission of the scaled demon plane in the mission hall. A young man reported to Shengyu. Sheng Jiang and a few other experts were also at the side. As I expected, Lu Ming has indeed accepted the mission of the scaled demon plane. Now the news has spread. Also, it's time for us to set off. Shengyu said as killing intent flickered in his eyes. It's finally here. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you this time. Not only do I want you to die, but I also want your reputation to be ruined. Shen Kong gnashed his teeth. Within the Sheng family, if one were to ask who hated Lu Ming the most, it would definitely be him. He had already been abused by Lu Ming twice. In addition, Sheng Feng was in a similar situation. His entire fortune had been taken away by Lu Ming, so how could he not hate him? Lu Ming, how dare you steal my storage ring? I'll make you spit it out 10 times over. Sheng Feng roared inwardly. 3 days later, Lu Ming crossed 5 million miles and appeared in a small city. The entrance to the scaled demon plane was in this small city. It was obvious that this small city was newly built. It was built because of the scaled demon plane's entrance. It had only been a few months. Lu Ming walked into the small city and headed towards a huge palace in the center of the city. The entrance of the palace was guarded by the experts of the Emperor Heavenly Deity Palace. It wasn't just the entrance. Some experts were stationed in the surrounding stone houses to prevent the Heavenly Corpse sect from launching a sneak attack. Halt! If you want to enter the scaled demon plane, verify your identity first. At the entrance, a burly man blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming took out the Divine Guard token and handed it to the burly man. After the burly man checked it, he nodded and said, "You can go in now." Lu Ming put away the Divine Guard token and walked into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was very spacious. There was only a black vortex with inscriptions shining around it. This was the entrance to the scaled demon plane. Lu Ming stepped in without hesitation. Heaven and earth spun. The next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a huge square. A burst of noise entered Lu Ming's ears. Only then did Lu Ming discover that there were many people in the square. All of them were young men and women below the age of 30. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Some were chatting with each other. Some were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Lu Ming glanced around and discovered that there were no less than a few hundred people. In front of the square, there was a majestic high wall. It was 300 meters tall and surrounded the entire square. This high wall was built to defend against the attacks of the scaled demon race. This was because this was the place where the Detian Divine Guard set out. It was also the place where they rested and gathered. To the scaled demon race, they were outsiders and invaders. Naturally, the scaled demon race hated them and would attack them. Come, come, come. Our team is still short of one person. Who is willing to join our team? Once your cultivation has reached the second martial king realm, we will set off immediately. Come, our team is short of a martial artist who has comprehended the concept of wood. As long as you know a few healing techniques, you can join us. Our team is short of a martial artist who has comprehended the concept of earth and is good at defense. Who wants to join us? At this moment, shouts entered Lu Ming's ears. This was the Dtion Divine Guards forming a team to hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect and search for treasures. The concept of each element was good at different aspects. For example, the wind was good at speed. For example, the fire was good at explosive power. For example, the concept of wood was good at healing and healing. As for the concepts of earth and mountain, they were good at defense. Only when many people were in a team and their concepts complemented each other, could they unleash the strongest power. After all, it was too dangerous to go alone. Brother, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time entering the scaled demon race? At this moment, 4 young men and women walked towards Lu Ming. 3 men and 1 woman. Walking at the front was a burly young man. He looked simple and honest, and there was a sincere smile on his face as he looked at Lu Ming. The one who spoke just now was this young man. Yes, it is my first time here. Lu Ming said. Oh, I am Han Man. How should I address you? Han Man cupped his fists and said with a smile. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. So it's Brother Lu. Brother Lu, our team just happens to be short of one person. I wonder if Brother Lu can join us to hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect? Han Man said with a sincere look in his eyes. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and was a little hesitant. Brother Lu, this is Yao Xian. She has just joined our team. Now our team is short of one person. After all, the strength of 4 people is too weak. With Brother Lu we can set off. Han Man pointed at the woman and said. The woman looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. She had a petite figure and an extremely delicate appearance. At this moment, she was looking at Lu Ming with a timid look. At this moment Han Man continued. Moreover, this is Brother Lu's first time in the scaled demon race. You might not be familiar with everything. If you join our team, we can discuss with each other. Okay, I'll join. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, as Han Man said, this was his first time in the scaled demon race. There were many things that he didn't understand. He was even more clueless about the geography of the scaled demon race. It was necessary to first join a team and familiarize himself with it. Chapter 5:16. Moreover, Han Man and the others seemed to be sincere. They should be willing to cooperate with him, so Lu Ming agreed. Seeing Lu Ming agree, Han Man was overjoyed and said, That's great. Brother Lu, let me introduce you. Han Man immediately introduced them. Han Man's cultivation was at the late 3rd layer martial king realm. Yao Xian's cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd layer martial king realm. The other 2 young men were a pair of brothers named Mu Lin and Mu Senator. One of them was at the early 3rd layer martial king realm, while the other was at the peak of the 2nd layer martial king realm. Each of them was good at different intents. Some were good at defense, while others were good at attacking. All right, since everyone is here, let's go. Han Man said. Immediately, the 5 of them walked toward the giant wall. There was a giant stone door at the bottom of the wall. The 5 of them walked out of the stone door. Outside the wall was a boundless mountain range. The area around the rendezvous point has been explored. Treasures and power Upanishad crystals have been taken. We have to go to a wider area to find more opportunities and treasures. However, the wider the area, the more treasures there are, the more dangerous it is because there are many scaled demons there. What do you think? Han Man asked the others. We have no objections. Mu Lin and Mu Sin nodded. I have no objections either. Yao Xian said timidly. I have no objections either. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, let's go. It's best if we can find a small tribe of scaled demons. Then we'll be rich. Han Man's eyes glittered. According to their experience, there would be an ultimacy crystal pit in a tribe of scaled demons. They could dig out ultimacy crystals from there. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 of them flew into the sky and headed toward the depths of the scaled demon plane. The scaled demon plane was extremely huge. It was definitely one of the top small planes. It could even be considered a middle-sized plane. The area was so vast that it could be described as boundless. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had discovered the scaled demon plane for a few months, but they had yet to explore its borders. The 5 of them continued to fly. A day later, they had already flown nearly 1,000,000 miles. When they arrived at this place, their speed slowed down. This was because the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace did not send many people to scout this place. Hence, the danger level was correspondingly higher. Look, that's black forest grass. Suddenly, Mulin pointed at a mountain peak in front of them and shouted. Lu Ming looked over and sure enough, on the cliff of the mountain peak, he saw a patch of black spiritual grass. There were about a dozen of them, and they looked like black jade, flickering with a luster. That was the black forest grass, a level 5 middle-grade spirit grass. Its price was extremely high. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs as soon as we came in. Our luck is really good. Han Man smiled. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. As expected of a newly discovered plane, its resources were abundant. If it was outside, level 5 spiritual herbs would be extremely rare. It was basically very difficult to find level 5 spiritual herbs in the wild. They had long been plucked clean. Most of them were cultivated artificially, or they could only appear in some remote mountains, great swamps, or some dangerous places. There were also some mystic realms and plains. Let's pluck them and divide them equally, Han Man said. The 5 of them flew towards the cliff, and with a sweep of their inner yuan, they plucked the black forest grass from its roots. Our luck is really good. There are exactly 15 of them. We'll each take 5. Han Man grinned. Then each of them received 5 stalks, and a smile appeared on their faces. Let's take a look around and see if there are any other spiritual herbs. Han Man suggested. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement, and began to search the nearby mountain peaks. Lu Ming also dashed into a mountain peak alone, scanning the area with his gaze. Could this be a 1,000-year-old purple mushroom? Lu Ming found a purple mushroom under an ancient tree. Rich spiritual essence emanated from this mushroom. The spiritual essence was even stronger than the black forest grass from before. This was an upper-level level 5 spiritual herb, 1 level higher than the black forest grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept it. Lu Ming's current physical body had reached complete level 6. If he wanted to break through, level 5 spiritual herbs would be useless. He needed level 6 spiritual herbs. Although level 5 spiritual herbs could not help Lu Ming break through, they could be sold for a high price. The more of such things, the better. Lu Ming was excited, and was about to continue his search. Boom! On a mountain peak not far away, there was a sudden explosion. Scaled Demon Tribe. A loud roar was heard. It was Mulin's voice. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he dashed in that direction. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from a mountain peak, looking very pathetic. Behind him, more than 10 burly figures of more than 2 meters tall chased after him. These figures looked very strange. Their facial features and body shapes were similar to humans, but their bodies were covered in pitch-black scales that covered their bodies like armor. This was the Scaled Demon Tribe. Wah! Wah! These scaled devils roared wildly, but no one could understand what they were saying. They brandished their battle axes and iron rods, attacking Mulin. 1 was equivalent to peak level 2 Martial King, 3 were equivalent to early level 2 Martial King, 2 were equivalent to level 1 Martial King, and the rest were half king. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Mulin had to run away. His cultivation was only at peak level 2 Martial King. Facing so many scaled demons, he was no match. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed forward. Wah! An early-stage second-level Martial King scaled demon roared, and charged toward Lu Ming with a battle axe in his hand. The battle axe was swung with a terrifying force. This kind of scaled demon tribe had a terrifying physical strength, and a strange power similar to true Yuan, but not the same. Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear shook and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Poochie! The scaled demon's forehead was penetrated. The scaled demon roared and fell to the ground. Such tough scales. Lu Ming mumbled. Even the scaled demon tribe's face was covered with tough scales. Lu Ming felt a great resistance when he thrust his spear downward. Meanwhile, Han Man, Mu Sun, and Yao Xian had arrived and attacked the scaled demons. Han Man's cultivation was at the peak level 3 Martial King realm. Thus his strength was extremely powerful. The scaled demon tribe was completely suppressed by him, and was slain in just a few moves. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, which turned into rays of spear light. Puff! Puff! 5 or 6 scaled demons were penetrated by the spear light and fell to the ground. Not long after, these scaled demons were all killed. Based on past experience, these scaled demons should be a hunting group from a scaled demon tribe. They were out hunting and happened to stumble into us. Chapter 517. A hunting squad from the scaled demon race? If that's the case, then there might be a scaled demon tribe nearby. Mu Sen's eyes lit up. If there was a scaled demon race tribe, it meant that there was a profound crystal pit nearby. The others' eyes lit up as well. The Ultimacy Crystal was an irresistible temptation for warriors above the Martial King realm, as it could greatly speed up their cultivation. I just don't know how big this tribe is, and how strong is it? Mulin said. They had to consider this point. If it was a small tribe, they could consider it. If it was a bigger tribe, they could only give up. Disregarding everything else, if there was an existence equivalent to a king in this tribe, they would be dead for sure. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. How about this? It's not easy to find a scaled demon race tribe in the vast mountains. Let's find this tribe first and check out its strength before making a decision. How about that? Han Man suggested. Okay, I have no objections. The others nodded. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't object. Lu Ming was also very eager for profound crystals. Immediately, the 5 of them split up and searched the nearby area. A few hours later, they found something. There was a scaled demon race tribe more than 30,000 li away. The scaled demons from before must have come from this tribe. The group carefully approached and observed from a mountain peak not far away. There was a simple stone house in front of them. The scaled demons lived in the stone house. Around this stone house, there were tall stone walls. There are about 100 stone houses. The number of scaled demons shouldn't exceed 500. This is a small tribe. Han Man said in a low voice. Generally speaking, a small scaled demon race tribe shouldn't have too many experts, and there shouldn't be an existence equivalent to a king. We should be able to deal with it. Mu Sun said. That's right. When the time comes, as long as we kill the strongest scaled demons in the tribe, the others won't be a threat. We can then start digging for the profound crystal pit. Han Man nodded. Lu Ming and Yao Xian didn't say anything. It was their first time coming to the scaled demon plane. They lacked experience and naturally wouldn't speak. Brother Lu, Miss Yao, what do you think? Han Man looked at Lu Ming and Yao Xian. I have no objections. I'll just follow your arrangements. Yao Xian whispered. I have no objections either. Lu Ming smiled. All right, then we'll wait until it's dark and rush in. Han Man said. Then everyone waited quietly. Time flew by, and night soon arrived. The scaled demon tribe was plunged into darkness. Let's go. Han Man said. Wait. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke, and his voice was extremely low. What happened? Han Man and the others were puzzled, but in the next moment, their expressions changed slightly. Huff huff. Suddenly 5 pitch-black coffins broke through the dark night sky and flew towards the tribe. People from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Yao Xian let out a low cry. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had met someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect since entering the scaled demon plane. It seems that the Heavenly Corpse sect has also set their sights on this tribe. What should we do? Mulin asked. Let's wait and see. This is a good opportunity for the Heavenly Corpse sect to test the strength of this tribe. Han Man said. Han Man looked simple and honest, but in fact he was very smart and had a strong cultivation. Mulin and Mu Sun both followed his lead. In the blink of an eye, the 5 coffins flew into the tribe. Wah wah wah. At this moment, the scaled demons in the tribe had also noticed the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and they roared loudly. Then, tall figures rushed out from the stone houses. Each of them was covered in black scales, and they held battle axes and iron rods in their hands. They rushed towards the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Crack, crack. The 5 coffins opened, and 2 refined corpses flew out from each coffin. Swoosh, swoosh. The iron chains flew across the sky and stabbed towards the scaled demons. In an instant, some of the weaker scaled demons were stabbed to death. Wah wah wah. The scaled demon who flew in the front was the tallest, almost 3 meters tall. His aura was also the strongest, peak LV3 Martial King realm. Obviously, this scaled demon was the leader of this tribe. He shouted a few times, and some of the scaled demons below the Martial King realm retreated. Only the scaled demons above the Martial King realm continued to attack the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. 2 peak LV3 Martial King realm refined corpses, and 5 middle and early LV3 Martial King realm refined corpses. Hanman whispered. His voice was full of fear. The strength of the Heavenly Corpse sect surpassed them and the scaled demon tribe in all aspects. Although the scaled demon tribe had the advantage in numbers, it was still one-sided after the battle broke out. The scaled demons were killed one by one. Other than the tallest scaled demon, there were 2 other scaled demons who had reached LV3 Martial King realm. The gap between them and the Heavenly Corpse sect was too big. The gap between their high-level combat strength was too big. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously. The scaled demons below the Martial King realm also let out miserable shrieks. In the end, regardless of the difference in strength, they rushed towards the refined corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A bunch of uncivilized animals. How dare you resist? You're courting death. A cold voice came from one of the coffins. Then a young man with a pale face walked out of the coffin. Hee hee, but these animals have good bodies. It's not bad to refine them into refined corpses. Another young man with a pale face walked out of another coffin. They were the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. 5 young zombie guards walked out of the 5 coffins one after another. Hee hee, die animals. The 5 corpse guards sneered. Then, they moved and pounced on the scaled demons below the Martial King realm. Corpse chi surged. Claw radiance slashed out, killing the scaled demons one by one. Wah wah. The leader of the scaled demons roared loudly, as if he was incomparably angry. The scaled demons below the Martial King realm also roared when they heard the leader's roar. Then they turned around and fled from the tribe. Trying to escape? Die. The 5 corpse guards waved their claws and killed the scaled demons one by one. At the same time, they controlled the refined corpses to kill the scaled demons. Under the siege of 2 refined corpses of the same level, the leader of the scaled demons was finally defeated. His scales were pierced and torn, and he was killed in the end. After a while, the higher-ups of the scaled demons were all killed. Other than a few who escaped, the rest of the scaled demons were all dead, leaving a ground full of corpses. Hee hee, this trip was worth it. Not only did I get some good corpses, but I also got profound crystals. A corpse guard sneered and walked towards the depths of the tribe. What should we do? Chapter 5:18. Seeing that the fat meat in their mouths was about to fly away, they were unwilling to give up. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was too strong, far above them. If they rushed forward, they would only end up like the scaled demon tribe. Forget it, let's retreat. The Heavenly Corpse sect is too strong. Hanman said with a frown. The Heavenly Corpse sect had 2 corpses at the peak of the LV3 Martial King realm, and 5 more corpses at the same level. They were too strong, and they were no match for them, not including the 5 corpse guards. The 5 zombie guards were also a strong force. It's not easy to find such a place. How can we miss it so easily? At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Hanman, Mu Lin, and the others were stunned. Then they looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? You can't be thinking of killing them, right? That's a dead end. Mu Sun said. How do you know it's a dead end if we haven't fought? Lu Ming smiled and rose to his feet. He stepped into the air and headed toward the scaled demon clan's tribe. Lu Ming! Yao Xian cried out. She wanted to follow Lu Ming, but she didn't dare to. She was hesitating. Hanman, Mu Sun, and Mu Lin looked at each other and didn't follow. Instead, a sinister look flashed in their eyes. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. In a few steps, he appeared in the sky above the scaled demon tribe. Who is it? A zombie guard yelled and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. The other 4 zombie guards also looked at Lu Ming. The person who will kill you, Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was calm, but there was a cold killing intent in his calm voice. Kill us. Haha, with just you? What a joke. A zombie guard laughed, full of disdain. Kid, you're a Detion Divine Guard, right? Hee hee. A Detion Divine Guard dares to appear after seeing us. You're courting death. Kill. One of the zombie guards yelled. Whoosh. A refined corpse with a cultivation of the middle stage 3rd layer martial emperor realm waved its arms, causing chains to wrap around Lu Ming like poisonous snakes. Boom. Lu Ming burst out with his aura and brandished his spear. Several iron chains were sent flying by Lu Ming. A mere cultivation of the peak 2nd layer martial emperor realm dares to resist. You're courting death. The zombie guard yelled as he controlled the corpse with the cultivation of the peak 3rd layer martial emperor realm to lunge at Lu Ming. As for the other 4 zombie guards, they stood to the side and didn't make a move. It was as if they were watching a good show. I can't be bothered to play with you. Die. Lu Ming coldly shouted. The concept of thunder soared into the sky, combining with Lu Ming's spear style. Whoosh. The spear pierced out, turning into a lightning spear light that pierced through everything. Refined corpses were naturally afraid of lightning. Moreover, Lu Ming's thunder concept had already reached the middle stage of level 1 lesser completion. With a bang, the refined corpse was struck by the lightning spear and turned into charcoal. Lesser completion of thunder concept. The zombie guard yelled in shock. Die. A cold voice was heard from Lu Ming's mouth. Another lightning spear light was thrust out. The zombie guard was terrified and wanted to retreat, but how could it? The lightning spear light struck him directly, leaving a huge hole in his chest. Corpse chi was emitted from his body, and he was no longer breathing. Damn it, let's attack together and kill him. The other 4 zombie guards were furious. They yelled and controlled the refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. There were 9 refined corpses in total. 6 of them were above the 3rd layer martial emperor realm, while the remaining 3 were at the 2nd layer martial emperor realm. A bunch of trash that likes to play with other people's corpses. Die. Boom. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand. The spear light extended to 1,000 meters long and lashed out in all directions with a destructive force. Bang. 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 The 9 refined corpses were like 9 broken gunny sacks. They were sent flying by Lu Ming one by one. Unable to resist at all. How is this possible? The 4 zombie guards were tongue-tied. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming, a mere 2nd layer martial emperor realm cultivator. How terrifying is his strength? Shit, fall back. One of the zombie guards yelled in shock. Without the protection of the zombie guards, their strength would be greatly reduced. It's too late to back off now. Extreme Dao Strike. Shush. Lu Ming merged with his spear and transformed into a beam of light piercing through the air. Puff. A zombie guard with a cultivation of the 3rd layer martial emperor realm was pierced through his forehead, dying a horrible death on the spot. H. The other 3 zombie guards screamed in terror and fled in all directions. Not far away on the mountain peak, Han Man and the others were also dumbfounded. Attack, help Lu Ming. Han Man's eyes flickered with a hint of darkness as he uttered a groan and dashed forward. Following this, Mulin, Musun, and Yao Xian also dashed toward one of the zombie guards. Shush. Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he appeared behind one of the zombie guards and killed it with a thrust of his spear. Following this, his figure dashed toward the next zombie guard. When Lu Ming killed the 4th zombie guard, Han Man and the others had also killed the 5th zombie guard. After the zombie guard died, the refined corpses remained motionless in the air. Brother Lu, you're really good at hiding your true strength. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I'm impressed. Han Man and the others flew toward Lu Ming with astonishment. Han Man was the first to bring his fists together. Since when did a genius like Brother Lu appear in the Emperor God Palace? We didn't even know about it beforehand. It seems like our information is too outdated. Musun also brought his fists together and said with a smile. As for Yao Xian, her gaze toward Lu Ming was filled with curiosity and admiration. Lu Ming had killed the 5 powerful zombie guards with just a few moves. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have been unbelievable. "You're welcome. Now seal your souls," Lu Ming said. After speaking, Lu Ming took out a soul-sealing crystal and started to seal the souls of the zombie guards. Normally, a cultivator's soul wouldn't dissipate for 10 minutes after their death. However, after 10 minutes, the soul would dissipate and be difficult to seal. Lu Ming took out a soul-sealing crystal and placed it on top of a zombie guard's corpse. Then he injected his quintessential essence into it. Complex inscriptions appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal. Then it produced a suction force and pulled out a black mist from the zombie guard's corpse. This mist kept twisting and turning, and its shape was very similar to that zombie guard. This was the zombie guard's soul. The zombie guard's soul flew into the soul-sealing crystal. A layer of black mist appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal. The seal was successful. Lu Ming put it away. On the other side, Han Man and the others only sealed the soul of the zombie guard they had killed. They didn't touch the other zombie guards that Lu Ming had killed. The soul belonged to whoever killed the zombie guard. This was the rule. Lu Ming didn't stand on ceremony and sealed the souls of the remaining 3 zombie guards. "Alright. Now let's go and take a look at the profound crystal pit." A look of anticipation flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The power Upanishad crystals were what he wanted. Chapter 519. In the depths of the scaled demon tribe, there were 7 stone altars. The 7 altars formed a circle, surrounding a large pit in the middle. When Lu Ming and the others approached, they discovered that a mysterious aura was constantly emitting from the pit. This was the aura of the concept of heaven and earth. This big pit was the so-called profound meaning crystal pit. Concept of earth. Lu Ming's heart shook, and he was somewhat disappointed. The profound crystal pit emitting the aura of the concept of earth meant that this pit contained profound crystals of the earth attribute. He couldn't directly use the profound crystals of the earth attribute, so he could only exchange them. "Let's start digging," Lu Ming said. He directly walked into the pit, took out a large knife, and started digging. Clang! The large knife chopped down, producing a clanging sound. The stones in the pit were actually incomparably hard. However, under Lu Ming's powerful True Yuan, they were still shaved off piece by piece. "Let's work together," Han Man called out. Mu Sun and the others walked into the pit together, took out various weapons and started digging. The 5 of them worked together, and their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they had dug out a 3-meter wide and 10-meter deep pit. At this time, the concept of earth beneath their feet became even denser. The 5 of them were shaken, and they dug even harder. Soon, the pit was 20 meters deep. "There's a profound crystal here." A crisp voice sounding somewhat excited. It was Yao Xian. Unexpectedly, Yao Xian was the first to dig out a profound crystal. Everyone looked over and saw an earthy yellow profound crystal embedded in the stone wall in front of Yao Xian. It emitted a strong concept of earth aura. "Miss Yao, put it away first," Han Man said. Yao Xian nodded and carefully dug out the profound crystal. She put it in a jade box and put it away. Then everyone started digging even harder. Following Yao Xian's good start, everyone's harvest came. More and more profound crystals were dug out. These profound crystals were buried deep in the earth, and they were condensed after countless years. The 5 of them kept digging, and they found more and more profound crystals. 2 hours later, the pit was 10 meters wide and 50 meters deep, and they found a total of 26 profound crystals of the earth attribute. "Haha, I didn't expect there to be more than 20 profound crystals in this profound crystal pit. It's already not bad." Han Man grinned. Until now, there was no longer any trace of the concept of earth in the deep pit. This meant that they had already dug out all the profound crystals in this pit. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt that there was a stone under his feet. It was extremely special. This rock was the size of a human head. Lu Ming had dug it out earlier and placed it aside casually. But now that he looked at it, he realized that the color of this rock was somewhat different from the surrounding rocks. This piece of rock had a crystalline feel to it. On its surface, it emitted a faint fluorescent light. Lu Ming casually slashed the stone with his saber. When the saber slashed down, Sparks flew in all directions. Lu Ming's saber bounced back. Lu Ming was shocked. The saber in his hand was a high-grade LV4 spirit weapon. It was incomparably sharp. With a casual chop, even a mountain would be chopped in half. Yet this rock was not chopped in half. Only a mark was left on it. Han Man and the others looked over curiously. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the true yuan in his body surged toward the saber. At the same time, the three intents were integrated into the saber. Then he slashed at the stone. A loud sound of friction rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. That piece of rock still wasn't cut open, but it cracked open. At the same time, an unbelievably strong earth intent spread out from the stone. This intent, how can it be so strong? Lu Ming was shocked. Han Man and the others also opened their eyes wide in shock. This earth intent was too strong. The other profound crystals of the earth attribute were like trash in front of this earth intent. Lu Ming felt his heart beat faster. Lu Ming moved his hand, and the saber in his hand disappeared, and a sledgehammer appeared. Wang. The sledgehammer smashed down on the stone. Bang. Gravel flew. The stone finally cracked, and the thing inside was revealed. A piece of crystal, a piece of glistening yellow crystal. This crystal emitted a fierce intent domain of heaven and earth. Everybody could see wisps of power Upanishad drifting in the air. Is this a mid-grade earth attribute profound crystal? Han Man roared, his voice trembling. His eyes burned with passion. A mid-grade profound crystal? The others were also very surprised. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the crystal. A mid-grade profound crystal? Lu Ming was also shocked. Then his true yuan burst out, and he grabbed the profound crystal in his hand. The rest of the people focused their gazes on Lu Ming's palm. Okay, now let's divide the profound crystals. Lu Ming said indifferently. Han Man, Mu Sun, and Mu Lin looked at each other. Then their eyes flashed. How about this? This time we were able to enter this place because of Brother Lu. If Brother Lu didn't kill the Heavenly Corpse Sex Corpse Guard, we would have to retreat. We wouldn't have the chance to dig out the profound crystals. So I suggest that the mid-grade profound crystal belongs to Brother Lu, and the other low-grade profound crystals will be divided equally. What do you think? Han Man suggested. Okay, I have no objection. I have no objection either. Mu Sun and Mu Lin spoke one after the other. They were very straightforward. Only Yao Xian looked at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze. She was reluctant to part with the crystal. After all, a mid-grade profound crystal was too precious. In the end, Yao Xian gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, I have no objection either. Then many thanks to everyone. Lu Ming cupped his fists and took the middle-grade profound crystal for himself without hesitation. Then the low-grade profound crystals were divided. There were a total of 26 high-grade profound crystals, 5 for each person. Han Man took out 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals to buy the extra high-grade profound crystal, and then divided it equally. Lu Ming didn't care, and casually put away the profound crystals and high-grade spirit crystals. Let's destroy those refined corpses. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Corpse Sex people find them and take them back, they will be a disaster. Han Man suggested. Everyone nodded. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the lightning intent turned into spear lights that flew out, turning the refined corpses into charcoal. After dealing with the corpses, the 5 of them soared into the sky and left. In the next 2 days, the 5 of them searched for the scaled devil tribe within 100,000 li radius. They came across another scaled devil tribe, but this tribe was too big. There were more than 10,000 of them. Chapter 520. They took a detour and searched in other places. This plain was indeed a newly discovered plain. It was rich in resources. In the past few days, they had found about 50 level 5 spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and some level 5 refining materials. All of them added up to a high value. However, they did not encounter anyone from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hey, what's that? Mu Sun suddenly pointed to a valley in front of them. The valley was not big, and there were red lights shining in the valley. Let's go take a look. The 5 of them flew towards the valley. When they got closer to take a look, they were immediately shocked. There was a large field of red spiritual flowers. Every spiritual flower was fiery red, like a burning flame, and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. This is a level 4 spiritual flower, fire cage flower. Han Man exclaimed. Level 4 spiritual flowers were not enough to surprise them, but there were too many of them. They were densely packed, covering more than half of the valley. There should be more than 1,000 of them. It was unbelievable that a small valley could produce so many fire cage flowers. It was not normal. Fire concept. There is a faint fire concept here that is covered by the fire cage flowers. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Among the 5 of them, he was the only one who cultivated the fire concept. Although the fire concept was faint, Lu Ming could still feel it. Fire concept? Han Man and the others frowned, and then their eyes lit up. It's very likely that there is a profound crystal pit below, which contains fire attribute profound crystals. That's why there are so many fire cage flowers. Han Man said in surprise. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same guess. Immediately, the 5 of them plucked all the fire cage flowers. There were about 1,200 flowers in total. The 5 of them divided it equally, and each of them had more than 200 flowers. After the fire cage flowers were plucked, the scarlet ground was revealed. An intense fire concept filled the air, and it was incomparably dense. It's really a profound crystal pit. Haha, we're so lucky. Mulin laughed. Let's start digging. Lu Ming also smiled. Then the 5 of them started digging. Indeed, not long after that, Han Man was the first one to find a fire Upanishad crystal. Of course, it was a low-grade one. The 5 of them dug even harder. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the sky. 3 figures were flying in their direction. The next moment, they appeared in the sky. The faces of the 3 young men were filled with arrogance. The 3 of them swept their gazes downwards and revealed excited smiles. Haha, we're so lucky. There's a power Upanishad crystal pit here. We can make a fortune again. One of the young men laughed. Then he looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others and berated, "Get out of here. This place belongs to us now." Ha ha ha, what a joke. The 3 of you. We were the ones who discovered this place first. Han Man laughed. So what if you found out? If I say it's ours now, it's ours. A purple-robed youth sneered. On what basis? Mu Sun was furious. Why? Because we're the lineal disciples of the Sheng family. Kid, look carefully. The purple-robed youth waved his hand and a shiny token appeared. There were 2 big words on the token, Sheng Tian. Sheng Tian token. Mu Sun, Mu Lin and the others exclaimed. They were indeed the lineal disciples of the Sheng family. Now you can get out of here. The purple-robed youth sneered. Damn it. Mu Sun growled. So what if you're the lineal disciples of the Sheng family? We found this place first. According to the rules, it belongs to us. The 3 of you, please leave. Han Man took a step forward and said in a sonorous voice. Kid, how dare you defy the Sheng family? You're courting death. The purple-robed youth shouted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful auras burst out from the 3 Sheng family youths. The purple-robed youth was at the peak of LV3 Martial King realm. The other 2 youths were at the early stage of LV3 Martial King realm. The 3 of them released powerful auras toward Han Man. You've gone too far. Han Man shouted and a powerful aura burst out from his body. At the same time, Mu Sun and Mu Lin also released powerful auras and joined Han Man to resist the Sheng family youths. This? Yao Xian hesitated. She glanced at Lu Ming and bit her lips. She also released her aura. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then a powerful aura burst out from his body. The 5 of them joined forces, and their auras were no weaker than the Sheng family youths. How dare you? You still dare to resist? How dare you? The purple-robed youth shouted and a cold killing intent appeared on his face. Let's fight. I'm not afraid. Even if the palace master finds out, we're in the right. Han Man shouted and did not back down. Good, good, very good. The purple-robed youth was so angry that he laughed and said a few words. However, there was hesitation in his eyes. After a while, the purple-robed youth said coldly, I'll remember you. Today, I'll let you go. Let's go. Then he waved his hand and flew away with the other two youths. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Let's continue to dig. We have to be quick. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if the Sheng family comes again. Han Man said. Okay. Mu Sun and the others responded and dug harder. No one noticed that the inexplicable smile on Lu Ming's face became wider. Half an hour later, half of the valley was dug out by them. This time, they dug out a total of 30 fire attribute profound crystals. Unfortunately, the 5 of them didn't find any mid-grade profound crystals, even after searching everywhere. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If he had a middle-grade fire attribute profound meaning crystal, he would be able to condense the fire concept rune with the help of the fire attribute middle-grade fire attribute profound meaning crystal. It seemed like he could only go to the mystical treasure house in Tianxian City and see if he could exchange a mid-grade earth attribute profound crystal for a mid-grade fire attribute profound crystal. Moreover, even if he could exchange it, the handling fee would definitely be high. Let's leave this place quickly, Han Man said. Then they divided the 30 fire attribute profound crystals equally and soared into the sky, leaving this place. A few hours later, the 5 of them were already 100,000 miles away. At this time night had fallen. The 5 of them lit a bonfire and hunted several demonic beasts in the nearby forest, and began to roast them. This plain also had demonic beasts, but their levels were not very high. Soon, the demonic beast meat was roasted golden and a fragrant smell assailed their nostrils. Haha, come, I brought some fruit wine from my hometown. This fruit wine is a specialty of my hometown, and is extremely famous. It's brewed with 108 kinds of spiritual fruits. Try it. Chapter 521. Lu Ming received the jug and opened it. In an instant, a rich fragrance assailed his nostrils. Good wine indeed. Lu Ming laughed. Haha, of course it's good wine. Come drink. Han Man laughed heartily. He lifted the jug and gulped down several mouthfuls. Come. Mu Sun and Mu Lin also lifted the jug and drank several mouthfuls. Lu Ming smiled and also lifted the jug, taking several mouthfuls. Feeling the rich wine fragrance, he couldn't help but exclaim. Good wine indeed. On the side, Yao Xian also drank several mouthfuls. Her cheeks were flushed red. Then everyone tore off the roasted beast meat and mixed it with the fruit wine, eating and drinking in big mouthfuls. Not long after, the jug of wine was emptied. Even Yao Xian drank half a jug of wine. Her face was bright red, looking extremely cute. Han Man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A fiery light flickered in his eyes, and he quickly turned his head away. You guys, when do you plan to make your move? At this time, Lu Ming put down the jug and suddenly asked. The people he asked were Han Man, Mu Sun, and Mu Lin. Several people were taken aback, revealing a doubtful expression. What move? What does Brother Lu mean? Of course it's to make a move on me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Han Man and the others' faces changed drastically. A trace of panic flashed across their eyes. Brother Lu, you're really good at joking. Why would we make a move on you? Han Man revealed a simple and honest smile. On the side, Yao Xian also revealed a doubtful expression, blinking her big eyes as she looked at Lu Ming. Until now you still want to pretend? You think it's flawless, but you don't know there are flaws everywhere. Lu Ming's voice slowly turned cold. Brother Lu, did you misunderstand? Han Man's face turned ugly. Misunderstood? Hee, from the moment I entered the scaled demon world. You guys came looking for me and invited me to join your team. This is really a coincidence, ah. Lu Ming said nonchalantly. Brother Lu, this is really a coincidence. At that time, we had just invited Miss Yao Xian to join our team, and we were missing one person. Coincidentally, we saw Brother Lu coming in, and invited Brother Lu. Han Man explained. Alright, that's reasonable. However, you guys were too generous when we found the mid-rank profound crystal. How precious is a mid-rank profound crystal? One of them is equal to 1,000 low-rank profound crystals. However, you guys are so generous, giving it to me without even thinking. Ordinary people would be reluctant to give it to me, but you guys don't. This is abnormal. It's simple, you just want to gain my trust. Also, you guys were only putting on a show with the help of the Sheng clan previously. Those from the Sheng clan have always been lofty and arrogant. How could they possibly back off just because of a few words from you guys? Ordinary people wouldn't dare to go against the Sheng family. Yet you guys did it, displaying a fearless appearance. Yet the people of the Sheng family retreated. Hee, you guys are just trying to lower my guard and gain my trust. Unfortunately, you guys are too good at acting. Lu Ming explained calmly. Han Man, Mu Sun, and Mu Lin's faces turned ugly. Suddenly, Yao Xian's body trembled and her face turned pale. She seemed to have lost all her strength and fell to the ground. What's going on? Why do I feel so weak all of a sudden? I can't even circulate my Zhen Yuan. Yao Xian cried out in a panic. At this time Lu Ming's face also changed and turned pale. His body leaned back slightly and he roared. You guys, you poisoned the wine. Poisoned? No, brother Lu, don't talk nonsense. Han Man denied. You're still denying it? My body is weak now and I can't circulate my Zhen Yuan. This is clearly poison. Lu Ming roared. I'm poisoned too. Why are you guys fine? Yao Xian looked at the three of them in a panic. Han Man and the other two were indeed completely fine. Han Man looked at Lu Ming carefully, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Then he laughed complacently. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're really poisoned. You've been poisoned by the 10 fragrance tendon weakening powder. Your body is weak and you can't circulate your Zhen Yuan. Now you're a fish on the chopping block. You guys really poisoned me? Why? Yao Xian cried out in disbelief. Why? Isn't it because this kid overestimated himself and even dared to offend the Saint clan? Isn't he courting death? You're just a tool for us to use. Han Man glanced at Yao Xian and his face was gloomy. The honest look from before was nowhere to be seen. Mu Sun and Mu Lin's expressions were similar. You guys dragged Yao Xian in to lower my guard. However, there's one thing that I can't figure out. Lu Ming said. Oh, what is it? I don't mind explaining it to you. Han Man smiled complacently. He wasn't afraid of Lu Ming stalling for time, because the longer the effect of the 10 fragrance tendon weakening powder was, the stronger it would be. If the Saint clan wants to deal with me, they can just send experts to kill me. Why would they send you guys to approach me and poison me secretly? My cultivation isn't strong enough for the Saint clan to send people to assassinate me. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, it's easy for the Saint clan to kill you. However, wouldn't it be letting you off too easily if they just killed you like that? What the Saint clan wants is for you to lose your reputation and go down in history and infamy. Let's say you did something inappropriate to Yao Xian and killed her after that. At that time, we just happen to arrive and take you down. In that case, how do you think the upper echelons of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and Miss Mulin's would look at you? Han Man sneered. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It turned out that this was the motive of the Sheng family. They wanted to ruin his reputation. They were really vicious. Yao Xian's face was incomparably pale. Fear flashed in her eyes as her body trembled nonstop. She cried out, I don't know anything. I beg you, let me go. Let you go? How is that possible? If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Han Man sneered. His gaze swept over Yao Xian's body, revealing a blazing light. He said, Lu Ming, I'll help you with the matter of helping this chick. Huh? Han Man smiled lecherously and walked towards Yao Xian. No, don't come over, you beast. Yao Xian's body trembled even more violently as tears streamed down her face. She had never thought that Han Man, who looked so honest and kind, would be such a beast in human face. Yao Xian, it's a pity for a beauty like you to die. Before you die, let me give you a good time. Han Man smiled lecherously. At the side, Mu Sun and Mu Lin revealed an envious expression. Scum like you. Who knows how many people have been deceived by you? Living in this world is simply a waste of air. At this time Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you're about to die, yet you're still talking nonsense. You're asking for a beating. Chapter 522. Pa. In the next moment, a crisp slap was heard. With a blood-curdling scream, Mu Lin's body was sent flying far away. He crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Han Man's foot stopped in midair. His face was filled with shock, and his entire body stiffened. Mu Sen's face was also filled with shock. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up slowly. His originally pale face had turned rosy. His body was filled with vital essence and a powerful aura was exuded from him. Han Man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "How is this possible? You drank a jar of wine and were poisoned by the 10 fragrant tendon weakening powder. Even a greater mastery king would feel weak after eating it. How are you fine?" Han Man screamed in disbelief. "I forgot to tell you that poison doesn't work on me," Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was cold. He had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Any poison that entered his body would be devoured. The 10 fragrant tendon weakening powder was colorless and odorless. However, when Lu Ming drank the first mouthful of wine, the 9 dragons' bloodline detected it and devoured it. Lu Ming pretended not to know and drank the entire jar of wine on purpose. He wanted to see what Han Man and the others were up to. Han Man and Mu Sen's bodies trembled slightly. They had seen Lu Ming's battle prowess against the Heavenly Corpse sect. It wasn't something they could resist. Go inform the Sheng family." Han Man roared, and at the same time, he quickly retreated. On the other side, Mu Sen also retreated quickly. As for Mu Lin, they couldn't care less. "You want to leave? It's not that easy. Die." Whoosh! A thunder spear radiance instantly traversed a distance of 10 miles and pierced through Mu Sen's chest. He was killed in one move. Whoosh! Then Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and chased after Han Man. No. Han Man's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand, and a beam of light shot into the sky. It was a signal. "Help, help!" Han Man screamed as he ran. At this time he was almost scared out of his wits. Usually, he relied on his simple and honest appearance to gain the trust of many people and secretly harm many people. Seeing those who had begun to trust him die in front of him, he felt incomparably refreshed. Now, when he saw that Mu Sen had been killed, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was terrified beyond compare. Die. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was extremely fast. In an instant he caught up with Han Man. "No, don't kill me, help." Han Man roared hysterically as he ran for his life. But it was all in vain. The terrifying lightning spear projection pierced through the void and blasted a large hole in Han Man's chest. No, I don't want to die. Save me. Looking at the big hole in his chest, Han Man didn't die yet. He screamed in terror. His eyes were filled with incomparable regret. If he had known earlier, he would never have agreed to the Sheng clan's request to deal with Lu Ming. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lu Ming looked at him indifferently. "Haha, Lu Ming, since you've offended the Sheng clan, you won't be able to live either. You'll have to accompany me sooner or later. I'll wait for you below." Seeing that he couldn't live, Han Man cursed crazily. Then his vitality dissipated, and his corpse fell down without a trace. Lu Ming's Zhenyuan swept up Han Man's storage ring. Then his devouring power erupted and devoured Han Man's blood essence. His figure flashed and appeared beside Mu Lin. As Mu Lin screamed in terror, he stabbed him to death with a single spear. Rumble. At this moment, a violent rumbling sound came from afar. It was the sound of a martial artist flying too fast. Someone had arrived, and there were quite a few of them. There were dozens of them. All of them were experts. There were 5 or 6 auras that were unfathomable and incomparably dense. The Sheng clan's people are quite fast. Moreover, there are 5 kings in the initial stage. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His figure flashed as he took Mu Sen's blood essence and storage ring. Save me. Yao Xian called out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He appeared beside Yao Xian and hugged her waist. Then his figure soared into the sky and flew away at extreme speed. Yao Xian was involved because of him. If he left her alone, it wouldn't be Lu Ming's style. Damn it, it's Lu Ming and Han Man. Those trash can't even do such a thing. Chase after him and kill him. A furious roar rang out. Chase. Swish. Swish. The sound of air being torn rang out continuously. At least 20 people chased after Lu Ming at extreme speed. Sheng Kong, Sheng Wei, Sheng Feng and Sheng Jiang. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. I won't play with you guys now. When my cultivation increases, I won't let any of you off. Lu Ming snorted coldly and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was unbelievably fast. He could fly 100 miles in an instant. After a while, the people of the Sheng family had been left behind by Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to fly 100,000 miles before he found an extremely hidden underground cave, and went in. 100,000 miles away from Lu Ming, the people of the Sheng family stopped. The leader was Sheng Yu. At this moment, Sheng Yu's face was extremely ugly as he roared, "Search! We must find that bastard Lu Ming." Yes. Immediately the 20 or so Sheng family geniuses were divided into 5 teams. Each team was led by an early-stage king. They spread out and continued to pursue. Lu Ming carried Yao Xian into an underground cave. "Put me down," Yao Xian called softly. At this moment, her little face was so red that it was about to bleed. She was very cute. Just now, she had been in Lu Ming's arms. Feeling the masculine aura of Lu Ming, her heart raced and her body heated up. "Oh." Lu Ming nodded and gently put Yao Xian down. There was a look of reluctance on his face. Yao Xian's face became even redder. "Ahem, Miss Yao Xian, the 10 fragrant tendon weakening powder will wear off in 3 days. You can stay here for a while and leave after 3 days." Lu Ming said. "You? Where are you going?" Yao Xian asked. "Me? Of course I'm going to find the bastard of the Sheng family." Lu Ming smiled coldly. "Find the Sheng family?" Yao Xian exclaimed. Lu Ming still dared to find the Sheng family? Shouldn't he be avoiding the Sheng family now? She couldn't figure it out. "Miss Yao, goodbye." Lu Ming cupped his fists and then left the underground cave. He appeared on an ancient tree. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon with a thought. "I wonder how many supreme-grade spiritual crystals there are. It should be enough for me to break through to the 3rd-level Martial King realm." Chapter 524. Following this, Lu Ming immersed his mind into the storage rings. Lu Ming did not pay attention to the other things. He first took out all the supreme spiritual crystals. Han Man, Mu Sun, and Mu Lin had around 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals in total. In addition to the 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals that Lu Ming had, Lu Ming now had a total of 160,000 supreme spiritual crystals. 160,000 supreme spiritual crystals is enough for me to break through to the 3rd-layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then waved his hand and 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals floated in the air. Bang! 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 The 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals all exploded. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the spiritual qi in the crystals, and began to break through to the 3rd-layer Martial King realm. Soon the 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals were all refined. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Another 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Very soon, Lu Ming had refined a total of 120,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Break. The 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals had turned into true force, which was extremely powerful. The ferocious true qi continued to surge toward the 3rd-layer Martial Emperor Realm Cultivator. Boom. After a short while, Lu Ming's aura rose rapidly with a loud explosion. He had broken through to the 3rd-layer Martial King realm. After consuming 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had finally broken through to the 3rd-layer Martial King realm, greatly increasing his strength. Continue. Lu Ming took out the last 40,000 supreme spiritual crystals and devoured them all to increase his cultivation. Soon, the last 40,000 supreme spiritual crystals had all been converted into Lu Ming's true force. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of the 3rd-layer Martial King realm. He had not broken through to the mid-stage of the 3rd-layer Martial King realm. After reaching the 3rd-layer Martial King realm, the amount of supreme spiritual crystals needed to break through had increased again. I wonder how the early stage of the 3rd-layer Martial King realm will fare against a Martial King realm minor success? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The next moment he left the Temple of Paragon and flew up into the sky. Soon he had traveled tens of thousands of miles. Suddenly Lu Ming stopped in his tracks. Up ahead there were 6 figures flying at high speed. Suddenly, Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is in front. Speed up. Don't let him escape. Several loud roars rang out as 6 figures charged towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. These 6 people were none other than the 6 youths from the Sheng family. Lu Ming stood motionless in the void. The space trembled as 6 sacred family youths flew over and surrounded Lu Ming. A surging aura gushed out from the young man from the Sheng family, without any concealment. 1 mid-4th level martial king, 3 3rd-level martial kings, and 2 2nd-level martial kings. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the 6 youths of the Sheng family, and was well aware of their cultivation level. Haha, this fellow actually isn't running. Could it be that he's scared silly? No matter what. This credit belongs to us. The youths from the Sheng family laughed and looked at Lu Ming mockingly, as if Lu Ming could be easily manipulated by them. Be careful later. This fellow is not simple. The lower-level martial king frowned. With Brother Chang here, this fellow won't be able to do anything. Another young man laughed. Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, but there was still a gap between him and a lower-level martial king. Thus, they were not worried. Are you done talking nonsense? If you're done, you can die now. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth. What? The 6 youths from the Sheng family were slightly stunned. Boom. Lu Ming's cultivation erupted as a huge spear light swept out. The spear light swept out in all directions. Not good. The 6 youths' faces changed drastically. The lower-level martial king in the lead unleashed a terrifying aura, as he slashed out with his lower-level One Earth concept. The other 5 youths also unleashed their full strength. This was because they felt danger from Lu Ming's spear. Boom. 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 After 6 consecutive booms, the 5 youths from the Sheng family were pushed back like cannonballs. Even Sheng Chang's body trembled as he took 9 steps back in the air before he could stop. How is this possible with your battle strength? Sheng Chang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming could push him back with 1 spear strike? How was this possible? He was a lower-level martial king. Lower-level martial king is just kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly as he took a step forward. With this step, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. He did not attack Sheng Chang but the other 5 youths. Not good. Retreat. You guys retreat. Sheng Chang's face changed drastically as he roared and chased after Lu Ming at the same time. Whoosh. Whoosh. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of 2 3rd-level martial king youths. 2 extremely sharp spear lights pierced towards the 2 youths. Ah. Ah. The 2 youths screamed in horror as they tried to use all their strength to block the attack. However, now that Lu Ming had reached the 3rd-level martial king realm, how could they block him? The gap was too big. Puff. Puff. 2 spear lights pierced through the 2 youths' throats. Blood gushed out of the 2 youths, and they died immediately. Devouring power burst out, and devoured the blood essence of the 2 youths. At the same time, Lu Ming's true ether swept their storage rings into the Temple of Paragon. Then his body flashed as he charged towards the remaining 3 youths. The 3 youths were terrified and ran for their lives. However, Lu Ming's 9-dragon sky-stomping steps was too fast for them to escape. After 3 consecutive screams, the remaining 3 youths from the Sheng family were all killed by Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming would not let go of the storage rings and blood essence. Damn it, damn it. You actually dared to kill the hero of the Sheng family. Lu Ming, no one can save you from heaven or earth. Sheng Chang watched helplessly as the 5 Sheng family youths were killed. He screamed hysterically. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at Sheng Chang. Haha, you still want to kill me? I admit that your combat strength is indeed powerful and has surpassed mine, but only by a little. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Lu Ming, wait for the revenge of the Sheng family. Sheng Chang let out a sinister laugh. His body then flashed, intending to retreat. Die. Extreme Dao blow. Lu Ming's body swayed like a dragon. He and the spear became one and turned into a shocking blow. This blow pierced through the void and appeared in front of Sheng Chang in an instant. Sheng Chang's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a fatal threat from Lu Ming's blow. Block it, block it. Sheng Chang roared in his heart. His first-level initial earth essence was activated to the extreme. The earth's spiritual power between heaven and earth gathered madly, forming stone tablets in front of him. In an instant, Sheng Chang set up 99 stone tablets. The concept of Earth was most adept at defense. But bang, bang, bang. These stone tablets, under Lu Ming's spear radiance, were like paper. In an instant, 99 explosions sounded and 99 stone tablets were pierced through, leaving a hole in the front and back. Puff! Chapter 525. Sheng Chang's eyes widened like a dead fish, filled with disbelief. He had never expected that the defense that he was most proud of would be so weak and vulnerable in the face of Lu Ming's attack. Whoosh! Suemo withdrew his spear and Sheng Chang died. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me, Lu Ming murmured. After devouring Sheng Chang's essence blood and taking the storage ring, Lu Ming left the place. After a while, Lu Ming appeared tens of thousands of miles away and entered the Temple of Paragon. He sat down cross-legged and started to refine the essence blood. During this period, Lu Ming had used all the essence blood he had devoured to improve the Nine Dragons bloodline. This was because given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, the blood essence of martial artists whose cultivation level was lower or similar to his would not be of much help to him in increasing his cultivation level. He might as well try his best to increase his bloodline level. The essence blood he had refined was also used to improve his bloodline. The Nine Dragons bloodline was suspended above Lu Ming's head. There was a sanguine glow on its meandering body. The 6 silver chakras were shining brightly. Half an hour later, the power of the blood essence had been completely refined. Unfortunately, the Nine Dragons bloodline was still at LV6 King Realm. Almost there. I feel like I'm almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt that the Nine Dragons bloodline was so close to being upgraded. Let's see how many spiritual crystals I have. Then, Lu Ming took out the storage rings of Sheng Chang and the other young men from the Sheng family, and put all the supreme spiritual crystals together. 180,000 spiritual crystals. There were 180,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the storage rings of the 6 young men from the Sheng family. Great, continue to improve my cultivation. Then, Lu Ming started to refine the supreme spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. After reaching LV3 Martial King Realm, he needed more energy to improve his cultivation. Lu Ming refined 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation from early LV3 Martial King Realm to middle LV3 Martial King Realm. He refined another 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals to late LV3 Martial King Realm. He only had 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals left. Sacred Clan, continue. After that, Lu Ming left the Supreme Divine Palace and flew in the sky, planning to continue hunting the people of the Sheng family. Since the Sheng family was hunting him, he would hunt them back. 2 hours later, in a mountain forest, 5 Sacred Clan youths were killed by Lu Ming. One of them was a late-stage Martial King LV4 Martial King Realm warrior. This time, Lu Ming got 150,000 pieces of top-grade equipment. After finding a place, Lu Ming continued to refine the top-grade spirit crystals. Not long after Lu Ming left, a dozen figures appeared in the air above the forest. It was Sheng Yu and the others. At this moment, Sheng Yu's eyes were incomparably cold. The dense murderous intent had almost materialized. Damn it, could it be that Lu Ming, that little bastard, did it? Damn it! A cold voice came from Sheng Yu's mouth. No matter who did it, they must die. Now call a group of people to act as bait and lure them out. You guys follow me and lie in ambush. Sheng Yu immediately gave the order. Then the group of people scattered and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to refine the top-grade spirit crystals. Not long after, another 80,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the peak of LV3 Martial King Realm. Then, Lu Ming refined the remaining 70,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and raised his cultivation to the peak of LV3 Martial King Realm. Next, he would be able to break through to LV4 Martial King Realm. Once he reached LV4 Martial King Realm, he would be a Lower King Realm warrior. However, if he wanted to break through to Lower King Realm, he had no idea how many top-grade spirit crystals he would need. Sacred Clan, you will be responsible for all the top-grade spirit crystals I need. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he left the Supreme Divine Palace and flew in the sky to look for the Sacred Clan. Half an hour later. The sacred clan. Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, 5 youths of the sacred clan were flying in the sky. Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming. Surround him, don't let him escape. The 5 youths of the sacred clan surrounded Lu Ming. The leader of the group was Sheng Jiang, Lu Ming's acquaintance. Lu Ming, let's see where you can run to now. Sheng Jiang's face darkened. Run. Why should I run? Why should I run when you're giving me spiritual crystals? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. What do you mean? Sheng Jiang's eyes turned cold and murderous. He shouted. Were you the one who killed those 2 groups of people? Lu Ming smiled but did not say a word. It was a silent admission. Damn it, Lu Ming. You must have eaten a dragon's gallbladder to kill so many of the sacred clan's elites. Let me tell you, no one can save you. Even the palace master will kill you. Sheng Jiang roared in shock and anger. Humph, the sacred clan wants to kill me. Can't I fight back and wait for you to kill me? What a joke. If I kill all of you, who will know it's me? Lu Ming harumphed as his eyes flickered with murderous intent. Lu Ming, who can you kill? At that moment, a furious roar could be heard in the sky. In the clouds high up in the sky, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and 12 figures appeared. The one leading them was Sheng Yu. Beside him was a lesser king, a peak 4th-layer martial emperor. Behind them were Sheng Kong, Sheng Wei and Sheng Feng. They were scattered in all directions, blocking Lu Ming's escape routes. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he said, So you're trying to lure me out? It's too late now. I won't let you escape this time. Sheng Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as a terrifying aura spread out from his body. 5th-layer martial emperor realm. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. There was a small gap between the 3rd-layer martial emperor realm and the 4th-layer martial emperor realm. Although there was only a 1-layer difference in cultivation, there was at least a 2-layer difference in battle strength. The peak of the 5th-layer martial emperor realm was undoubtedly more powerful. Lu Ming was definitely no match for him. You guys set up a formation to prevent him from escaping. I'll kill him. You're courting death. Sheng Yu had just given the order, but before he could finish he roared. This was because Lu Ming had suddenly attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! A dozen spear lights pierced through the air and pierced toward the sacred clan's young men. With Lu Ming's cultivation at the peak of the 3rd-layer martial emperor realm, his attacks were fierce. Those below the lesser martial emperor realm had no way to block them. Even if the sacred clan's young men were prepared to defend themselves, it was still not enough. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as screams rang out. In an instant, 10 sacred clan's young men were pierced through by the spear lights and fell to the ground. Sheng Feng and Sheng Wei were among them. On the other hand, Sheng Kong, who had been standing at the back due to his weak cultivation, had managed to escape. But now his face was pale and his body was trembling non-stop. Seeing 10 sacred clan's young men who were stronger than him being killed, Sheng Kong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He frantically retreated. Damn it, Dai. Sheng Yu let out a hysterical roar as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. A crystal-clear saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming blocked with his long spear, but his body was shaken by the saber light. Kill! Sheng Yu's saber light gained the upper hand. The saber light behind him swept toward Lu Ming like a storm, completely drowning Lu Ming. Chapter 526. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming lashed out with his spear, summoning a 3-colored dragon, but it was instantly shattered by Sheng Yu's saber glow. Sheng Yu was a genius to begin with, and his strength of the 5th-layer martial emperor realm was 3 layers higher than the 3rd-layer martial emperor realm. Lu Ming had no chance of winning against him. Kill! Sheng Jiang and another expert at the peak of the 4th level of the martial king realm surrounded Lu Ming. Both of them were peak 4th-layer martial emperor realm geniuses. Their strength was extremely terrifying when they unleashed their full strength, posing a deadly threat to Lu Ming. With the 3 teaming up, Lu Ming was completely overwhelmed by the storm-like attacks. 9 Dragons Bloodline Devour. 2nd Bloodline Erupt. Lu Ming went all out, executing all his moves. Roar! The 9 Dragons Bloodline uttered a roar as its devouring force exploded, causing Sheng Yu and the others to be startled. as they could feel the force of their blood becoming unstable. As a result, their strength was slightly weakened. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not be able to resist their attacks. What should I do? I can't let this go on. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At that moment, if Lu Ming were to execute his extreme attack, he would have the confidence to kill one of the two fourth-layer martial Emperor realm experts. However, the extreme attack would require him to unleash most of his strength, resulting in a brief moment of weakness. It might only last for a few breaths' time, but it would still be fatal. A person like Sheng Yu would not let go of any chance to kill him. On the other hand, if Lu Ming were to execute his extreme attack, he would not have the confidence to kill Sheng Yu. After all, the difference between their strength was too great. Die Lu Ming die. Sheng Kong let out a roar with a satisfied expression. Even if he was a genius, he would still die after offending the sacred clan. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming tried his best to resist the attacks. His body shuddered violently as his qi and blood became restless. In a moment of carelessness, he was slashed on his back, causing blood to flow out. Dandan smash. Lu Ming suddenly slapped Dandan. Whoosh! The Dandan shone brightly and rapidly grew in size. It flew towards the sacred jade and smashed head-on. Sheng Yu's complexion changed drastically. He waved his hand, and a big net appeared out of thin air. It shone brightly, and covered the sky as it moved towards Dandan. Obviously, Dandan didn't expect the other party to suddenly throw out such a large net. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He was directly caught in the net. Dandan rushed here and there, but for a moment he couldn't get out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to take out such a large net, and Dandan happened to be restrained by this kind of net. Dandan wasn't afraid of anything that was energy, but if it was something substantial, Dandan wouldn't be able to rush through it. Haha, let's see what other tricks you have. Die. Sheng Yu laughed wildly. In fact, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Lu Ming was actually able to withstand so many moves under the siege of the three of them. It was simply inconceivable. The one who was most shocked was Sheng Jiang. Previously, when Lu Ming had just arrived in Tianxian City, he had attacked Lu Ming. At that time, although Lu Ming wasn't weak, compared to him, there was still a big gap. But now Lu Ming's combat strength had already surpassed him. How was this possible? How long had it been? This was too terrifying. Kill! I must kill this little bastard, this monster. Sheng Jiang roared in his heart, and his attacks became more violent. Puff! Lu Ming's chest was hit by a palm, and blood spurted out. Want to kill me? Dream on. Lu Ming roared, and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook, and all of his strength rushed towards the long spear. His body twisted, and his spine was like a dragon driving the long spear, turning into a spear light that pierced towards Sheng Jiang. Extreme Dao Strike. Now he could only go all out. Whoosh! Extreme Dao Strike pierced through everything. Sheng Jiang instantly felt cold all over, and his hair stood on end, as if the god of death was approaching him. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Sheng Jiang roared, and retreated desperately. He knew that if he didn't retreat he would die. But in the next moment, he found that retreating was useless because Lu Ming's spear light was too fast, and it caught up with him in an instant. No! Sheng Jiang roared crazily, and his eyes were about to bleed. But in the next moment, Puchi! The peerlessly sharp spear light pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Sheng Jiang was dead. But at this moment Lu Ming, because of using the extreme Dao strike, had extracted a large amount of true yuan, and his body felt weak. Although Lu Ming could quickly recover a part of his true yuan, it was too late. Die, die, die. Sheng Yu attacked Lu Ming as if she had gone mad. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split everything. Block it. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He gathered his remaining true yuan, and combined it with the will of the heavens and earth to form layers of defense in front of him. At the same time, the devouring force of the 9 dragons' bloodline spread out in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Ming was still sent flying, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. A deep wound appeared on his chest, so deep that his bones were visible. Lu Ming's heart had almost been split open. The terrifying blade light madly penetrated Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming frantically executed the true skill of the battle dragon to resist it with his true yuan. But in the end, Lu Ming spat out mouthfuls of blood continuously, and his face turned pale. He had suffered a serious injury from the previous attack. Lu Ming, I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Xingyu roared. The other young man with a cultivation of the peak fourth layer martial emperor realm turned pale, and fear flashed across his face. If the spear had been aimed at him, he would have been the one to die. At the thought of this, he felt a lingering fear. Haha, bastards of the Sheng family, it's not that easy to kill me. Come on, I'll kill you next. Lu Ming laughed and pointed his long spear at the other young man with a cultivation of the peak fourth layer martial emperor realm. This made his face turn even paler, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. Not far away, there were 4 other young men of the Sheng family. At this time, their faces were also pale, and they looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. This time, the Sheng family was in a miserable state. When they entered the scaled demon plane, there were a total of 28 people, all of whom were geniuses and elites of the Sheng family. They had spent countless resources to cultivate them, but now, only 6 of them were left. It was too miserable. Even if they could kill Lu Ming, they would suffer a great loss. If the higher-ups of the Sheng family knew about this, they would all be punished. No wonder Sheng Yu was furious. Little bastard, you can't kill any of us. Sky-breaking saber art. Sheng Yu roared, and his body emitted a terrifying saber light. At the same time, his body shriveled, as if all his essence, blood, and chi had been sucked away. As his body shriveled, the saber light on his body became even more terrifying, as if it could break the sky. His aura was twice as strong as before. Secret skill, what a powerful secret skill. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Sheng Yu was using a secret skill. Chapter 527. Retreat, retreat. Lu Ming frantically retreated. He felt a fatal crisis. At this moment, with his injured body, even if he used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, it would be impossible. He was afraid that if Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the terrifying pressure between heaven and earth would crush his heart. That was because the wound was so deep that his heart was almost exposed. He could only retreat. Kill. Xing Yu roared. He and his saber seemed to have become one, turning into a terrifying saber light that pierced through the layers of the void, appearing in front of Lu Ming and chopping down on Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming blocked with his spear. Clang. The demon-suppressing spear started to vibrate rapidly. Lu Ming could feel a terrifying force hitting the demon-suppressing spear, causing it to vibrate rapidly. The terrifying force caused Lu Ming's arms to go numb. He actually couldn't hold onto the demon-suppressing spear. Whoosh! The demon-banishing spear was sent flying. Sheng Yu's saber light continued to chop down on Lu Ming's head. Block! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he erupted his strength to the extreme. His left hand contained the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline, and his right hand contained the power of the second bloodline. At the same time, the 3 intents merged into his hands. Bang! Lu Ming clasped his hands together and clamped Xing Yu's saber. Boom! The terrifying force made Lu Ming fall directly to the ground. Boom! Lu Ming stepped on the ground, and the earth let out a violent roar. The ground was like a ripple, violently shaking. Within a radius of 5 miles, it was swept away by a storm of energy and flattened. Lu Ming's hand was still clamping down on Sheng Yu's saber. Die! Xing Yu roared. The saber light surged, and the saber carried a terrifying force as it chopped down on Lu Ming. Sizzle! Lu Ming's hands clamped down on the saber, and there were sizzling sounds and sparks. Unfortunately, he couldn't clamp down on it, and the saber was still chopping down on Lu Ming's head. Am I going to die here? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. No, I cannot die. Lu Ming roared in his heart. At this moment, rays of light suddenly shone from between Lu Ming's eyebrows, and there were also traces of lightning swimming around. This is the lightning cauldron. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Ever since Lu Ming obtained the lightning cauldron, it had been lying dormant in his sea of consciousness without any movement. Now, as Lu Ming faced a life or death situation, the thunder cauldron finally moved. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be able to communicate with the thunder furnace. A wisp of his mind seemed to be connected with the thunder furnace. He could control the thunder furnace at any time to launch a fatal strike. Kill. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron and blasted it out. Wang. In his sea of consciousness, the thunder cauldron let out a sound as if it was the beginning of the world. Then it flew out. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from the thunder cauldron. At this moment, Lu Ming's true yuan and essence qi were all absorbed by the thunder cauldron. In addition to true yuan and essence qi, Lu Ming even felt that a part of his life essence qi had been absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Life essence qi represented lifespan. In other words, Lu Ming's lifespan had been absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Boom. After absorbing Lu Ming's true yuan, essence qi, and life essence qi, the thunder cauldron flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Clang. Sheng Yu's battle saber was directly turned into ashes by the thunder cauldron. Sheng Yu's body shook violently, and blood spurted out of his mouth as he was sent flying thousands of meters away. Wang. The thunder cauldron flew into the sky and became as big as a mountain. Thunder rumbled like the might of the heavens. Then the thunder cauldron pressed down. An endless lightning enveloped all the sacred family disciples present. Run, run, run. Sheng Yu roared as he desperately tried to escape. Run, run. Sheng Kong and the others did the same as they desperately tried to escape. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. They never dreamed that such a terrifying thunder cauldron would suddenly appear in Lu Ming's body. They felt that they were ants in front of this thunder cauldron. No, they weren't even ants. They were dust. They were incomparably tiny. At this moment, they were extremely frightened. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to escape. In the next moment, the thunder cauldron pressed down, and thick lightning bolts swam freely. Whoosh! After a breath, the thunder cauldron shrank rapidly and flew back to between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. At this moment, Lu Ming felt extremely weak. His body was empty, and there wasn't even a trace of true yuan. He had lost a lot of his essence qi, and his body was extremely weak. He couldn't even fly, and he collapsed to the ground. This thunder cauldron is too terrifying. Not only does it absorb true yuan and ordinary essence qi, but it also absorbs life essence qi. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. King Realm cultivators had a lifespan of 1,000 years, but Lu Ming felt that he had lost 50 years of his lifespan. 50 years of his lifespan was too great a loss. A strand of my consciousness seems to be able to connect with the thunder cauldron. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that a strand of his consciousness could connect with the thunder cauldron. In other words, as long as Lu Ming wanted to, he could control the thunder cauldron and launch an attack. But in the next moment, Lu Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Controlling the thunder cauldron to attack? What a joke! Not to mention that one attack from the thunder cauldron could suck out all of his true yuan and essence qi. He would be completely weak, and he would be at the mercy of others. Also losing 50 years of his lifespan at once. Even if Lu Ming was a King Realm cultivator, he wouldn't be able to use it many times before his lifespan ran out and he died. This thunder cauldron can't be used unless it's absolutely necessary. However, it can be considered as one more life-saving method. Lu Ming thought to himself. Chua. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and Dandan flew back. Dandan was indeed magical. Just now he was also covered by the thunder cauldron, but he was completely fine. Dandan, bring me to see if the people of the Sheng clan are dead, Lu Ming said. At this moment he was so weak that he couldn't even walk. Dandan's body emitted a faint light, and it trembled slightly. Then it rapidly grew to the size of a water tank. Lu Ming lay on top of Dandan, and Dandan flew around with Lu Ming. Within a 10-mile radius, it was a mess. There were traces of being struck by lightning everywhere. On the messy ground, there were corpses lying on the ground. It seemed that the remaining youths of the Sheng clan were all killed by the thunder cauldron. In one place, Lu Ming saw Sheng Kong's corpse. Lu Ming suddenly saw a figure crawling forward at the edge of the area covered by the lightning. This figure was in tatters, and his hair was all cut off by the lightning. However, Lu Ming could still tell at a glance that it was Sheng Yu. When the thunder cauldron flew out from Lu Ming's forehead, Shengyu was sent flying a few thousand meters away. Then he fled frantically and almost escaped the area covered by the Thunder Cauldron. Chapter 528. Let's go. Lu Ming patted Dandan, and Dandan flew towards Shengyu. Seeing Lu Ming flying towards him, Shengyu was terrified. He kept screaming and crawling forward. Shengyu, who's the dead one now? Lu Ming laid on Dandan's body and flew above Shengyu, looking down at him coldly. Lu Ming, you've killed so many of my Sheng family's people. You have to die too. Shengyu roared. Hee hee, I don't know how many times your Sheng family's people have said this. I'm tired of hearing it. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Wait a minute, Lu Ming, I beg you, don't kill me. I can swear a blood oath, that I won't say a word about today's matter. I beg you, spare me this time. Seeing Lu Ming's killing intent, Shengyu was scared and began to beg for mercy. I still trust the dead more. Lu Ming was unmoved. No, don't, Lu Ming. I know there's a profound crystal mine in the scaled demon plane. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the mine. Shengyu shouted. Power Upanishad crystal lode? Lu Ming's heart shook, and his eyes lit up. A profound crystal mine was different from a profound crystal pit. A profound crystal pit could only produce a few pieces, and at most dozens of profound crystals. However, the veins of the Power Upanishad crystal were different. Even the smallest one could produce more than 100 Power Upanishad crystal. And this was the smallest. If there were more, there would be nothing left. This was a huge temptation for anyone. Tell me, where is the profound crystal lode? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. As long as you promise me not to kill me, I'll tell you. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't tell you. Shengyu shouted. You. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as if he was hesitating. Shengyu was on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. Hesitating for a while, Lu Ming said, All right, I agree. I won't kill you. Tell me, where is the lode of the Power Upanishad crystal? Swear. I'll only believe you if you swear a blood oath. Shengyu called out. You talk too much. Since you don't believe me, then die. Lu Ming's killing intent exploded. Wait a minute, I'll talk. There's a blue jade medallion in my ring of holding that records the exact location of that crystal vein. Shengyu shouted loudly. Then he looked at Lu Ming expectantly and said, I've already said it. You only need to take out the jade tablet and you'll know. Oh. Lu Ming nodded, then patted Dandan and said, Go ahead. Wah. Dandan shook and smashed toward Shengyu's head. Lu Ming, you said you wouldn't kill me. Shengyu shouted, but before he could finish, Dandan smashed his head. His head exploded like a watermelon. I said I wouldn't kill you, but it doesn't mean that other things can't kill you. Lu Ming whispered. Dandan, can you take off those storage rings? Lu Ming patted Dandan again. Dandan's body shook, and a ray of light spread out. It rolled up Shengyu's storage ring, and Shengyu's storage ring flew into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then he did the same thing and took the storage rings of the other young men of the Sheng family. Unfortunately, their blood essence was all gone because of the Thunder Cauldron, so he couldn't devour it. Then Lu Ming found the demon-suppressing spear in a pile of stones. Dandan, let's get out of here. Lu Ming said. Just now, the commotion here was too great. It might have attracted other creatures over. Right now Lu Ming was in such a weak state. Any scaled demon, DT on Divine Guard, or Zombie Guard would definitely kill him. Dandan immediately carried Lu Ming and flew away. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming found a remote place and entered the Temple of Paragon. In the Supreme Divine Palace, there were many bottles and jars filled with higher-grade pills, all of which were obtained from other warriors. Lu Ming picked up the first-grade healing elixir, and swallowed the entire bottle of elixir in one gulp. There was a total of 9 elixirs. He began to heal himself. Lu Ming's body was at the peak of the 6th grade, and he was slowly recovering. The medicinal power spread throughout his body, greatly increasing his recovery speed. Lu Ming's muscles squirmed slowly. The muscles on the wound on his chest squirmed and new muscles slowly grew, covering the wound and finally covering his heart. Otherwise, one would be able to see his beating heart from the outside. It was terrifying. After the medicinal power of the healing pills was used up, Lu Ming took out another bottle and swallowed it. An hour later, Lu Ming let out a long breath. His injuries were finally stabilized. This time, it was really dangerous. Lu Ming sighed. To be honest, this time, it was out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to wait until he had obtained more top-grade spiritual crystals and reached the 4th level of the Martial King realm before killing Shengyu. He didn't expect to be ambushed by Shengyu. Most importantly, Shengyu happened to be carrying a net-like mystical weapon, which perfectly countered the dandan, causing the dandan to lose its effect. Otherwise, with the dandan around, Lu Ming would be able to break through the encirclement. Therefore, Lu Ming was placed in a dangerous situation like never before, and was almost slashed in half by Shengyu's saber. If it weren't for the lightning cauldron, he would have died. Lu Ming guessed that the lightning cauldron was treating him as a temporary shelter. It didn't want him to die, which was why it gave Lu Ming a hand at the crucial moment. I should be more careful in the future. I shouldn't be careless and shouldn't underestimate others. Lu Ming thought to himself. Following this, he began to circulate the true skill of the battle dragon to recover. Currently, Lu Ming's body was completely empty, without a single trace of true qi. The vortex in his dantian had completely stopped spinning. Lu Ming continued to execute the true skill of the battle dragon, but the vortex still remained motionless. However, Lu Ming did not stop, and continued to execute the true skill of the battle dragon. An hour later, under Lu Ming's persistent efforts, the vortex finally moved, and began to spin slowly. Slowly, a trace of true qi was born from the vortex, flowing through Lu Ming's body along his meridians. Nice! With a trace of true qi, things would be easier. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a pile of supreme spiritual crystals and began to absorb their qi to speed up his recovery. In this way, Lu Ming recovered his true qi while healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak condition. The injuries on his body had also fully recovered. Of course, the 50 years of life that he had lost could not be recovered. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, playing with a blue jade token in his hand, deep in thought. This jade token was the one that Shengyu had mentioned, the one that recorded the location of the profound crystal vein. Lu Ming had already taken a look at it earlier. There was indeed a map inside, and the location of the profound crystal vein was marked. However, Lu Ming did not rush over immediately. Is Shengyu really so kind as to tell me the location of the profound crystal vein? Even if it's for the sake of my life, I have to be careful of any traps. Chapter 529. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Could it be a trap? However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. It was a load of Power Upanishad crystal, which contained at least 100 pieces of Power Upanishad crystals. 100 ultimacy crystals were only worth a little more than 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Although it was not very valuable, the value of ultimacy crystals could not be measured by price. In the market, even if you had 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals, you might not be able to buy 100 ultimacy crystals. There was a price but no market. Moreover, there was a great possibility that there would be middle-grade ultimacy crystals in the ultimacy crystal load. Lu Ming did not want to miss this opportunity. Forget it. I should improve my cultivation first. When I reach the 4th level of the Martial King realm and enter the Lesser King realm, there won't be many people in the Lesser King realm who can kill me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then he took out the storage rings of the 17 young men of the sacred family, arranged the supreme spiritual crystals in them, and counted them. 820,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. In total, there were 820,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the storage rings of the 17 young men of the sacred family. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was the first time that he had so many supreme spiritual crystals. Saint Jades alone had contributed 210,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming put away the supreme spiritual crystals happily. Lu Ming did not count the other things for the time being. Good. Now let's break through to the 4th level of the Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals appeared. Bang, bang, bang. 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals all exploded. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth was all devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. The endless spiritual chi turned into genuine essence. Lu Ming began to break through to the 4th level of the Martial King realm. There was a watershed between the 3rd level of the Martial King realm and the 4th level of the Martial King realm. Breaking through would greatly improve one's strength, but it was also very difficult. 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals were not enough, so Lu Ming took out another 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In this way, 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals followed by 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming had devoured 250,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Boom, boom. At this time, Lu Ming's body constantly emitted rumbling sounds. The cyclone in his dantian crazily spun. His rich and condensed true essence was like a great river, roiling and rumbling. 2 hours later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. 2 spear lights shot out from his eyes. 4th layer Martial King realm, I've finally broken through. Lu Ming came out. With a thought, he left the Temple of Paragon and appeared on a mountain peak. Boom. Lu Ming revolved his true essence and suddenly stamped his foot. His feet, which were covered with Zhen Yuan, stepped on the mountain peak. The mountain peak seemed to have been struck by millions of pounds of heavy objects. It emitted a violent rumbling sound, and then suddenly exploded. Gravel flew everywhere and dust filled the air. It was as if doomsday had arrived. With a single step, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain shattered. It was a horrifying sight. Lu Ming floated in the air, carefully feeling the true essence in his body. 4th layer Martial King realm is indeed powerful. The strength of my true yuan is 7 times stronger than that of the 3rd layer Martial King realm. However, my battle strength did not increase that much. Lu Ming muttered. Normally, a 4th layer Martial King realm lesser success King realm cultivator's battle strength was 2 levels stronger than a 3rd layer Martial King realm cultivator. For example, Sheng Jiang, who was at the peak of the 4th layer Martial King realm, was 2 levels stronger than a 3rd layer Martial King realm cultivator. However, Lu Ming's battle strength did not increase by 2 levels after breaking through to the 4th layer Martial King realm. 4th layer Martial King realm cultivators were so strong because their true essence was much more condensed and abundant, and also because of their intent realm. A lesser success King realm cultivators' intent realm of the heavens and earth had entered the 1st layer lesser success King realm, which greatly increased their battle strength. However, Lu Ming's intent realm had already entered the 1st layer lesser success King realm. Now that he had reached the 4th layer Martial King realm, his intent realm did not increase. Therefore, Lu Ming's battle strength did not increase by 2 levels, but more than 1. Lu Ming estimated that if he fought with his full strength, he would not be weaker than an early-stage 6th layer Martial King realm cultivator. Facing a peak 6th layer Martial King realm cultivator, it should not be a problem for him to escape. When my fire intent is condensed into the intent rune, my battle strength will increase significantly. Lu Ming pondered. There are still 570,000 spiritual crystals left. I'll keep them for now. I'll need them for a lot of things after I get out of here. Now let's go check out the Ultimacy Crystal Vein. With a flicker, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and flew toward the location marked on the jade badge at an extremely fast speed. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, he was surrounded by boundless mountains, where many tribes of scaled demons resided. However, the tribes of scaled demons here were all large tribes with more than 10,000 people. There were many powerful cultivators among them. Lu Ming did not dare to target such a large tribe of scaled demons by himself. If a scaled demon of the Greater Success King realm appeared, he would be dead for sure. It's around here. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. According to the mark on the map, it should be around here. Lu Ming flew into the sky and hid in a cloud. He restrained his aura and merged with the cloud. Then his true yuan gushed out and the cloud slowly flew forward. Lu Ming scanned the area below. After a while, there it is. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Among the mountains below, there was a small mountain peak that was very strange. The other mountain peaks were covered in lush green grass and trees. However, all the plants on this small mountain peak were fiery red, as if the entire mountain was wrapped in flames. This small mountain peak was the ultimacy crystal vein that Shengyu had mentioned. Lu Ming did not rush out immediately. Instead, he continued to hide in the cloud and float while observing the surroundings. After a while, he found something. On a nearby mountain peak, Lu Ming saw a figure flash by. Then Lu Ming carefully sensed the aura of a large number of martial artists on the surrounding mountains. There were at least 100 of them. These people had restrained their aura. If not for Lu Ming carefully sensing, he would not have been able to sense them. There is indeed a trap. These people are most likely from the Sheng family. That Xingyu did not have good intentions. He tricked me into coming here. If I rush out like this, I will definitely be blasted to pieces. However, these people from the Sheng family are lying in ambush on the surrounding mountains. What are they trying to do? Who are they waiting for? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as various thoughts flashed through his mind. Immediately, he restrained his aura and tried his best not to let out a trace of it to avoid being discovered by the people from the Sheng family. Lu Ming controlled the cloud and circled it in the sky of this area, waiting for it to arrive. On one of the mountain peaks, under an ancient tree, there were several young figures sitting cross-legged. What the hell? Why is that guy Xingyu not here yet? It's already past the appointed time. One of the tall young men said in a bad mood. I have received news that guy is chasing after a guy called Lu Ming. He is trying to make a contribution in front of the young master of Star Palace. Another young man with a pale face sneered. That guy Xingyu only thinks about flattering the young master of Star Palace every day. Forget it, it doesn't matter if he comes or not. The tall young man snorted. Chapter 530. Time flew by quickly, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. There was no movement at all. When night fell on the second day, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. That's the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There were at least 50 coffins flying over from afar. It seems like the Sheng family is here to ambush the Heavenly Corpse sect. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Swoosh. Swoosh. More than 50 coffins flew towards the vein of profound sense crystals. In the next moment, they were all suspended above the profound crystal vein. Ka-ka. A bush opened, and several zombie guards in black robes walked out. Hee, it seems like the news is correct. There is indeed a profound crystal vein here. A zombie guard let out a cold laugh. Let's start digging. Another zombie guard said. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Inscriptions emerged around the lode of power Upanishad crystal, sparkling with dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, a huge light shield was formed, enveloping the Heavenly Corpse sect. Not good, it's an inscription array. Retreat. A zombie guard shouted, controlling the refined corpse to rush out. Swoosh. Swoosh. Light swords suddenly appeared on the light shield, stabbing toward the zombie guards and refined corpses. Boom. Boom. With a loud explosion, the zombie guards and refined corpses were sent flying. Swoosh. 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 At this moment, figures rushed out from the surrounding forest. More than 100 figures surrounded the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Dtion Divine Guards. Damn it, are you from the Sheng family? We've been tricked. A zombie guard shouted. It's too late to know now. Trash of the Heavenly Corpse sect, be obedient and become my reward. The tall youth from the Sheng family laughed. Obviously they were the leaders of the Sheng family. Charge out. A zombie guard yelled. Ka-ka. More than 50 refined corpses appeared from the 50 coffins. Iron chains flew across the sky, attacking the light shield in all directions. Control the array and kill the trash of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The pale-faced young man from the Saint clan ordered. Immediately, 36 people flew to all directions of the inscription array. Their true essence gushed out as they controlled the inscription array to attack. As the inscriptions fought, the light became even more dazzling. Streaks of sword chi formed and pierced toward the Heavenly Corpse sect and the many refined corpses. Boom. Boom. For a time, the rumbling sounds continued. Something's wrong. At this moment, the young man with a slightly pale face spoke. What's wrong? The tall young man asked. There's something wrong with the number of corpse guards. There are only over 20 corpse guards in the formation. Although there are 50 coffins, Only one refined corpse appeared in each coffin. The pale-faced young man frowned. Then his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Oh no! Only a part of the heavenly corpse sex people went in." "What?" The tall young man was taken aback. "Hee, Sacred Eagle, your brain is still so nimble." At this moment, a sinister laugh suddenly came from the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air breaking came from all directions. Corpse guards in black robes appeared one by one. There were at least 30 corpse guards in all directions. Each corpse guard was followed by 2 or even 3 refined corpses. They surrounded the Sheng family's people in the middle. The Sheng family's people turned pale. A corpse guard with a black mole between his eyebrows sneered. He looked at the Sheng family's people and said, "When I received the news, I felt that it was a little strange. Just in case, I asked a part of us to go in first. Sure enough, this is a trap set by the Sheng family. It won't be that easy to kill us." So what if you know? A part of you is trapped in the formation. If you lose a part of your people, you will still die. The pale-faced young man, Sacred Eagle, said coldly. "Is that so? Today it's you who will die. Kill." The corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows roared. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness and murderous intent. "Kill! Kill!" The corpse guards roared. The refined corpses waved their iron chains and charged toward the Sheng family's people. "Kill!" Sacred Eagle also roared. His body emitted a violent aura. He shook his arms and charged toward the corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows like a goshawk. He displayed his powerful strength. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of LV6 Martial King realm. "Kill!" The corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows roared. Beside him, 2 refined corpses charged toward Sacred Eagle. These 2 refined corpses were at the mid-stage of LV6 Martial King realm. At the same time, the young man with a mole between his eyebrows also charged toward Sacred Eagle. His strength was also at the mid-stage of LV6 Martial King realm. Boom! Boom! After a few explosions, Sacred Eagle fought against 2 refined corpses, and a corpse guard at the same level. He was not at a disadvantage. In terms of combat strength, the Sheng family's geniuses had the upper hand. The heavenly corpse sex advantage was their refined corpses. They had a large number of refined corpses and were invulnerable. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously as the 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. The corpse guards in the inscription formation also controlled the refined corpses to attack the inscription formation. However, the inscription formation was very sturdy and could not be broken in a short time. I didn't expect to see such a big battle. Lu Ming withdrew his aura and stood still, watching quietly. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the ground around the profound crystal mine began to undulate. Black demonic beasts that looked like black leopards crawled out from the ground. These demonic beasts waved their claws, causing the ground to crack. "Oh no, these demonic corpses are going to destroy the formation base." Sacred Eagle shouted. "Attack those demonic corpses." The tall young man from the Sheng family shouted. The 36 young men from the Sheng family who were controlling the inscription formation also attacked the demonic corpses. However, as part of the formation base was destroyed, the power of the inscription formation was greatly weakened. In the inscription formation, the refined corpses attacked even more crazily. The inscription formation shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. "Damn it!" Sacred Eagle roared. "Die!" The corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows controlled the refined corpses to attack Sacred Eagle. 2 corpse guards blocked in front of him and attacked without fear of death. Sacred Eagle's attacks landed on the refined corpses and only left slight wounds. As for the corpse guards, they hid behind the corpses and attacked. Ah! At this moment, someone screamed. Someone from the Sheng family was killed. Attack those corpse guards. Don't fight with the refined corpses. Sacred Eagle shouted. Boom! At this moment, the inscription formation below completely collapsed. The corpse guards and refined corpses in the inscription formation rushed out crazily and joined the battle. For a moment, the Sheng family was completely at a disadvantage. From time to time, experts from the Sheng family were killed. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect did not have it easy either. Chapter 531. Once the zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect died, the refined corpses he controlled would become useless. Therefore, the people of the Sheng family attacked the zombie guards with all their might. Kill! 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 Both sides were in a frenzy. Energy exploded, iron chains flew across the sky, and blood filled the air. People were constantly killed and fell to the ground. But overall, the people of the Sheng family were completely at a disadvantage. Soon dozens of people were killed. The Sheng family only had a little over 100 people. Although the Heavenly Corpse sect only had a little over 50 zombie guards, each zombie guard had 2 to 3 refined corpses. In total, there were close to 200 of them. Kill. Sheng Ying was wearing a pair of spirit weapon gloves. His claws were shocking, and he kept slashing out as if he could tear everything apart. But the 2 refined corpses kept him busy. Behind him, the zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows kept launching sneak attacks. Damn it! Sheng Ying's eyes were red. He looked up to the sky and roared. He ignored the iron chains that were attacking him and rushed over. Poochie! A chain pierced through his shoulder. Sheng Ying roared and took this opportunity to rush over. He finally avoided the 2 refined corpses and rushed toward the zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows. Die! Sheng Ying's body was as fast as lightning. His claws pierced through the void and grabbed at the zombie guard's heart. The zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows was shocked. He slashed out with his saber, trying his best to block Sheng Ying's attack. As long as he could block one of Sheng Ying's attacks, the 2 refined corpses would arrive. But the combat strength of zombie guards wasn't high to begin with. How could they compare to a genius like Sheng Ying? The zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows tried his best, but he still couldn't block Sheng Ying's attack. Blood splattered everywhere. One of his arms was torn off by Sheng Ying. At this moment, the 2 refined corpses arrived. Kill, kill, kill him! The zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows roared. The 2 zombie guards charged towards the sacred eagle without fear of death. Sheng Ying's shoulder had been pierced through by the iron chain, so his strength was weakened. He could only try his best to block. At this moment, a shocking scream was heard. Sheng Chong! Sheng Ying roared. This time, there were a total of 3 people in the Sheng family who had reached the 6th layer Martial King realm. Sheng Ying the tall youth and Sheng Chong. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect also had 3 zombie guards who had reached the 6th layer Martial King realm, and 7 refined corpses. At this moment, Sheng Chong was besieged by 3 refined corpses of LV6 Martial King realm. In the end, he was defeated and pierced through by the iron chains. With the death of a 6th layer Martial King, the morale of the Sheng family members was greatly reduced. More and more people were killed. From start to finish, more than 50 people had died on the spot. Retreat, retreat! Sheng Ying roared. If this went on, the entire Sheng family would be annihilated. You want to leave? Not so easy. The zombie guard with the mole on its forehead was furious. The zombie guards continued to control the refined corpses to kill the members of the Sheng family. As for the remaining 50+ members of the Sheng family, they gathered together and rushed towards a single direction. The members of the Sheng family gathered together and were determined to retreat. The people of the Heavenly Corpse sect couldn't stop them. After leaving behind a few more corpses, they successfully broke out of the encirclement and sped off into the distance. Scum of the Heavenly Corpse sect, I, Sacred Eagle, will remember this debt. The voice came, but the person had already disappeared. Humph, you're lucky to escape fast. The eyes of the zombie guard with the mole on its forehead were full of fire. He continued, quickly collect the corpses of the Sheng family and bring them back to refine them into refined corpses. Also, hurry up and dig out the profound crystals in this mountain. The young man with the mole on his forehead ordered loudly. When the members of the Sheng family returned, they would definitely send reinforcements. Now they had to hurry up. The remaining zombie guards quickly took action. The zombie guard with the mole on his forehead stood in the air and operated his cultivation method to heal his injuries. His arm had just been torn off by Sheng Ying and his vitality was greatly damaged. He didn't even notice that a cloud was slowly floating above his head. Lu Ming was hiding in the cloud. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Yes, he was going to make a move. Among these zombie guards, only a few of the 6th layer Martial King were dangerous to him. As long as he killed a few of the sixth-layer Martial King zombie guards, the rest of the zombie guards were nothing to be afraid of. In particular, there was such a good opportunity now. How could Lu Ming miss it? Silently, the demon-suppressing spear appeared in his hand. The next moment, extreme Dao strike. Lu Ming turned into a ray of spearlight and stabbed toward the zombie guard with the mole on his forehead from the cloud. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Not good. The zombie guard with the mole on his forehead suddenly panicked, but it was too late. Poochie. The head of the zombie guard with the mole on his forehead directly exploded. He was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Not good. Enemy attack. The other zombie guards reacted and roared in anger. They controlled the refined corpses and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and rushed into the sky. With a wave of his hand, thunder and lightning gathered in the sky. Die for me. Lu Ming struck his palm downward, and the thunderbolts in the sky struck the zombie guards below. Whether it was the zombie guards or the refined corpses, they were all very afraid of thunder and lightning. Sizzle. The zombie guards below the low-level Martial King realm were struck by the thunder and screamed miserably. A large amount of corpse chi was released from their bodies, and they fell to the ground killed. As for the zombie guards above the low-level Martial King realm, although they were not killed, they were injured to varying degrees. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear and charged into the group of zombie guards. He deliberately avoided the 2 zombie guards and their refined corpses, and focused on the zombie guards of the 4th and 5th level Martial King realm. Puff. Puff. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and his speed was too fast. He easily avoided the refined corpses and charged toward the zombie guards. This made the refined corpses of the zombie guards useless. Damn it, damn it. The 2 zombie guards of the 6th level Martial King realm were furious. Bastards of the Heavenly Corpse sect, die. Lu Ming's eyes were full of killing intent. He thought of Elder Zhuang and the 49 people who came with him from the east. He had sworn to avenge them. Whoosh. Whoosh. The spear light pierced out and killed 2 more people. Back off, we'll kill him. A zombie guard of the 6th level Martial King realm yelled. The 2 zombie guards of the 6th level Martial King realm controlled 5 refined corpses and surrounded Lu Ming. They waved the iron chains and tried to block Lu Ming's way of retreat. The other 3 zombie guards of the low-level Martial King realm retreated quickly. As for the zombie guards below the low-level Martial King realm, they were all dead. In the battle with the Sheng family, the Heavenly Corpse sect only lost a dozen zombie guards. There were still more than 30 people left. But now, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had killed only 5 of them. Lu Ming was their nemesis. The main reason was that the zombie guard with the mole in between his eyebrows had been killed by Lu Ming in one fell swoop. No one could restrain Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to kill so many people as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming stared at the 2 zombie guards of the 6th level Martial King realm. He swept out the long spear and broke the iron chains around him. Dandan smash. In the next moment, Lu Ming patted Dandan. Whoosh. Chapter 532. Bang. That zombie guard was accurately hit in the face by Dandan. Instantly, that pale face was completely deformed and twisted together. The zombie guard was unable to focus in such a miserable state. The 2 refined corpses paused for a moment like 2 pieces of wood. Just this one time was enough. Lu Ming's figure dashed past and dashed toward the zombie guard. Ah! The zombie guard screamed as it sensed danger approaching. It tried to control the refined corpses to help while retreating at the same time. However, it was too late. Puff. Lu Ming's spear penetrated the zombie guard's heart. An early-stage 6th-layer Martial King zombie guard was dead. As soon as it died, the 2 refined corpses stopped in the air. The remaining 6th-layer Martial King zombie guard wanted to help, but it quickly retreated upon seeing this. He controlled the 3 zombie guards to surround him tightly. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not chase after it. Zombie guards were difficult to kill once they controlled the refined corpses to defend themselves. Only like just now with the momentum of a thunderbolt, and catching them off guard, could they easily kill those corpse guards. The 4 zombie guards fled with the 9 refined corpses, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The final winner of this battle was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only able to do this because he had broken through to the Lesser Success King realm. It was impossible for him to do this before. Seal the souls of the zombie guards first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and dozens of soul-sealing crystals appeared. Lu Ming controlled them with his true yuan, and flew toward the corpses of the zombie guards. Then Lu Ming channeled his true yuan into the soul-sealing crystals. The soul-sealing crystals glowed and sealed the souls of the zombie guards in them. After that, Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the soul-sealing crystals flew back to Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The souls of the zombie guards in the soul-sealing crystals alone would be a great reward. Then Lu Ming's figure flickered as he took the storage rings of the Sheng family and the zombie guards. Of course, he also devoured the blood essence of the members of the Sheng family. There are so many storage rings. How many spirit crystals are there? Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. The profound crystal lode hadn't been excavated yet. Lu Ming didn't have much time left. Regardless of whether it was the Sheng family or the Heavenly Corpse sect, there was a possibility that they would bring people back. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a huge battle axe and chopped down at the small mountain. Bang! Gravel flew everywhere, and a large piece of the small mountain peak was chopped off. This was a profound crystal lode, so the ground here was exceptionally hard. If it were an ordinary mountain, Lu Ming's axe could have easily chopped it in half. But now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly, the digging was also very fast. Lu Ming brandished his battle axe, constantly chopping down. Soon large chunks of stone were sent flying. The world was filled with an intense concept of fire. Concept of fire. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking profound crystals of fire attribute. If he could find a piece of fire attribute mid-grade profound crystal, his concept of fire would be able to break through. One piece. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a piece of fiery red profound crystal embedded in the rock below. Lu Ming put away the fire attribute profound meaning crystal happily, and continued to dig with all his might. Next, more and more profound crystals were dug out. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces, 20 pieces. The profound crystal lode was indeed worthy of being called a lode. There were so many profound crystals that the profound crystal pit couldn't compare to. 2 hours later, the entire mountain peak had disappeared, and Lu Ming had already dug out 300 profound crystals. Yes, a total of 300 fire attribute profound crystals. Rich, Lu Ming felt rich. However, he still hadn't found any mid-grade profound crystals, which was Lu Ming's goal. Lu Ming continued to dig, digging a few meters down the entire mountain peak. However, he still did not find anything. He did not even see a single low-grade profound crystal. Is there really nothing? It can't be, right? Although this profound crystal lode is very small, it should be able to condense mid-grade profound crystals, right? Lu Ming was unwilling to give up, and continued to dig. Dang. Suddenly Lu Ming's battle axe chopped down on a hard rock, but it didn't split. This is... Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Below, a head-sized rock was revealed. This rock's color was somewhat different from the other rocks. It was deeper and more fiery red. Lu Ming immediately thought of the earth attribute mid-grade profound crystal. Didn't he also find it in a special rock? Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He raised his battle axe, and Zhen Yuan burst out, chopping down on this rock. Dang. Cracks appeared on this rock. Immediately, Lu Ming switched to the back of his axe and struck the rock. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the rock like a spider web covering the entire rock. More and more cracks appeared, and finally the entire rock cracked open. An incomparably intense fire heaven and earth concept spread out. A fiery red crystal lay quietly in the middle of the rock. It was sparkling, translucent, and extremely dazzling. A mid-grade fire attribute profound crystal. Lu Ming revealed an excited expression. Zhen Yuan swept out, and this profound crystal flew into his hand. He then put it away in a jade box. This time's harvest is not bad, not bad. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied. Now let's find a place to condense the fire concept rune, and then return to Profound Heaven City to submit the mission. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and then swept his gaze over. With a wave of his hand, The power of thunder spread out, turning those motionless refined corpses into charcoal. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left. 1,000,000 miles away, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and sat down cross-legged. Beside him was the Enlightenment ancient tree's bud. During this period, the clear spring water in the jade box had decreased by a lot, and only a small layer was left. The Enlightenment ancient tree's bud was even more lustrous, and the aura it emitted was even more mysterious. As for the other branch, there was no movement. Lu Ming reckoned that the branch had most likely withered completely. It was impossible for it to live anymore. Moreover, there was a rumor that the same Enlightenment ancient tree could only exist in the world. It was impossible for two identical Enlightenment ancient trees to exist. This was the law of heaven and earth. Looks like I have to find some spiritual liquid after I go out. Otherwise, the Enlightenment ancient tree won't be able to grow. It'll be good if it doesn't wither. Lu Ming thought. Then his hand moved, and the mid-grade fire attribute profound crystal appeared in his hand. A mid-grade profound crystal with the Enlightenment ancient tree should be able to condense successfully. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he squeezed hard. Gotcha! The mid-grade profound crystal exploded, and an extremely strong fire concept of heaven and earth filled the area. Lu Ming could even see dense strands of concept floating around him. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and focused on comprehending. Chapter 533. On the side, the Enlightenment ancient tree emitted a mysterious aura that pushed Lu Ming's state to its peak. His mind was empty, and his mind was clear. His comprehension speed was 10 times faster than usual. The faster he comprehended, the more intent threads he could absorb. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of fire intent had reached a limit. Condense. With a low shout, a strong intent of fire exploded from his body, making Lu Ming look like a burning man. In the next moment, the intent of fire converged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and started to condense crazily. At this moment, the lightning rune and wind rune in his sea of consciousness vibrated slightly, emitting a force that prevented Lu Ming from condensing the intent of fire rune. Nothing can stop me. Condense. Lu Ming roared. With the help of the mid-grade profound crystal and the Enlightenment ancient tree, the intent of fire rune started to condense in his sea of consciousness with an unstoppable force. After a while, an inch-long intent rune turned fiery red and sparkled, floating in his sea of consciousness. The intent of fire rune was formed. However, it didn't stop. The intent of heaven and earth contained within the mid-grade profound crystal was too dense and intense. The price of a medium-grade profound crystal was 1,000 times higher than that of a low-grade one. It was easy to see the difference between the two. At this moment, there were still many intent threads being absorbed by Lu Ming. The intent of fire rune in his sea of consciousness was slowly growing. 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, 2 inches. When the fire attribute mid-grade profound crystal was completely consumed, Lu Ming's intent of fire rune actually reached 2 inches in length. First level intent small success. Lu Ming had actually cultivated the concept of fire to the level of initial success in one go. This was all thanks to the Enlightenment ancient tree. If it were someone else, even if they had a mid-grade profound crystal, they wouldn't have such an effect. First level small success fire intent. Let's go see its effects. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. After leaving the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming flew into the sky. Wang. As soon as the intent of fire was displayed, endless flames appeared in the sky and crazily gathered in Lu Ming's palm. A ball of fire appeared in Lu Ming's palm. It was so hot that it distorted the space around it. With a wave of his hand, the fireball flew out and exploded. Blazing flames engulfed everything within a radius of 10 li. It was as if a sun had exploded. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Now that the 3 intents have condensed into intent runes, how strong will the fusion of the 3 intents be? Thinking up to this point, Lu Ming's heart was burning. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in his hand, and piercing the spear, and piercing towards a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. The 3 intents, the intent of the spear, pierced the mountain poo. Lu Ming only heard a soft sound. Then he saw that there was a big hole on the mountainside of the 10,000 feet mountain peak that was penetrating from the front to the back. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain was pierced through by Lu Ming's casual spear. Lu Ming didn't use any true yuan in this spear. It was purely based on intent. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming realized that the fusion of the three intents was terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming estimated that it was even stronger than cultivating a single intent to the first level large success stage. It was close to the first level perfection stage. In other words, the pure power of Lu Ming's current concept was already slightly stronger than that of an ordinary phenomenal king. It seems that the fusion of the three intents is indeed terrifying. If I'm not wrong, the fusion of two first-level entry intents is comparable to a first-level small success stage. And the fusion of three first-level entry intents is comparable to a first-level large success stage. As for me, I already have two intents at the first-level small success stage. If I fuse the three intents together, it will be comparable to a first-level small success stage. When my wind intent stage breaks through to the first-level small success stage, the fusion of the three intents will be comparable to a first-level small success stage. Lu Ming speculated in his mind. With the breakthrough of the fire intent stage, Lu Ming's battle strength had doubled. Now Lu Ming was confident that he could kill a martial artist at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial king realm in one move without using the extreme move. Even if he was facing a peak 6th level martial king realm warrior, Lu Ming could easily defeat and kill him. Of course, those peerless geniuses who could fight above their level were another matter. Now Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone below the king realm. Now let's go back to Tianxian City. Whoosh. With a flash, he flew toward the exit of the scaled demon plane. Half a day later, Lu Ming returned to the high wall and walked toward the exit. 2 days later, Lu Ming returned to Tianxian City. Then Lu Ming came to the third area and walked into a huge mansion. Young master, do you want to rent a house? It costs 100 extreme spiritual crystals a day. An old man asked. I'll rent it for a month. Lu Ming nodded and took out 3,000 extreme spiritual crystals and gave them to the old man. Okay. With a smile on his face, the elder gave Lu Ming a jade token. Lu Ming took the jade badge and walked into the room according to the number on it. After closing the door, Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. As expected of a room that costs 100 extreme spiritual crystals, the intense stage of the heavens and earth is extremely strong. Lu Ming thought as he sensed the environment. He found that although the intense stage of the heavens and earth here was not as strong as the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the east, it was not too far off. Furthermore, the spiritual qi here was extremely rich, a few times richer than the East Sky Courtyard where he lived. Lu Ming exclaimed in his mind. The experts of the ancient times were indeed extraordinary. They were able to build a sacred place for cultivation in this city. How terrifying. Now let's count them first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and more than 100 storage rings appeared on the ground. They were all left behind by the geniuses of the Sheng family and the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was already quite experienced in counting the spoils of war, and was very interested in it. He immediately counted them one by one. Top-grade spirit crystals, spirit grass and spirit flowers, weapon refining materials and spirit weapons, and cultivation method manuals were all placed in one piece. Also, there's a soul sealing crystal. Finally, all the extreme spiritual crystals were counted. 66 million extreme spiritual crystals. A total of 66 million extreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air, and was overjoyed. 66 million extreme spiritual crystals. Even a king in the greater success stage did not have so much wealth. It was probably comparable to the wealth of a pinnacle king. In addition, various materials, spiritual weapons and spiritual grass were also worth a lot of extreme spiritual crystals. It was a pity that Lu Ming did not find a suitable long spear among the spirit weapons. Now, ordinary level 5 spears were no longer suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to find an upper level 5 spear to use first, but unfortunately he did not have one. There were very few people who used spears. If I have time, I'll buy one. Lu Ming thought, and then looked at the pile of soul-sealing crystals. There were more than 50 soul-sealing crystals here. They were Lu Ming's own. Chapter 534. There were a total of 110 pieces, all of which were sealed with the souls of the Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse guards. Among them, there were 55 pieces of LV1 Martial King Realm, 30 pieces of LV2 Martial King Realm, 19 pieces of LV3 Martial King Realm, 10 pieces of LV4 Martial King Realm, 3 pieces of LV5 Martial King Realm, 2 pieces of LV6 Martial King Realm, 2,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV1 Martial King Realm, 5,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV2 Martial King Realm, 10,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV3 Martial King Realm, 20,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV4 Martial King Realm, 50,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV5 Martial King Realm, 100,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV6 Martial King Realm. In total, the soul sealing crystals were worth 800,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals. It was a big harvest, an absolutely big harvest. This time, Lu Ming's gains added up to more than 10 million Supreme-grade Spirit Crystals. This was a Supreme-grade Spiritual Crystal, not a low-grade one. This was not counting the Power Upanishad crystals. He was rich. This time, Lu Ming was really rich. It's a pity that my comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is not deep enough. Otherwise, with so many resources, my cultivation would be greatly improved. Lu Ming felt it was a pity. Next, I need to focus on comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth, the 3 skills of the Dragon God, and the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Lu Ming decided on the direction of his cultivation. The 9 dragons sky-stomping steps was a god-level martial skill with both offensive and movement power. Lu Ming would not slack off, and would comprehend it when he had time. As for the 3 skills of the Dragon God, as Lu Ming's main offensive means, Lu Ming would not slack off. Now I'd better go to the mission hall and hand in the mission. Lu Ming tidied up and walked to the mission hall. The mission hall was still crowded with people coming and going. Lu Ming found that most people came to the Scale Demon Plane. Lu Ming was about to walk to the counter for the Scale Demon Plane mission, when a cold shout was heard. Lu Ming, it's you. Lu Ming was taken aback. He turned around and his eyes turned cold. 3 figures walked towards Lu Ming. The person leading the group was an old man. Sheng Yao was the Peak King who had gone to the Eastern Branch Palace. Behind Sheng Yao were 2 young men. One of them was Sheng Wushuang, and the other looked to be in his late 20s. Lu Ming did not recognize him. The voice just now had come from Sheng Wushuang. Lu Ming, you're still alive? When Sheng Yao saw Lu Ming, there was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Sheng Yao knew that Sheng Yu and the others wanted to kill Lu Ming in the Scaled Demon Plane. Originally, he thought that Lu Ming was already dead by now. Now Lu Ming actually appeared in front of him lively. One could imagine the shock in his heart. Could it be that this little bastard didn't go to the Scaled Demon Plane? Or maybe Sheng Yu and the others didn't find him? Sheng Yao's mind spun rapidly. As for Sheng Yu and the others being killed by Lu Ming, he did not even think about it because it was impossible. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he looked at Sheng Yao and sneered. As an elder of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, you're actually looking forward to my death. Haha, what a joke. Unfortunately, I've disappointed you. Lu Ming's voice spread far and wide, attracting the attention of a group of people. How dare you? Kid, what's with your attitude? How dare you speak to Elder Sheng Yao like that? You're being disrespectful. Behind Sheng Yao, the unfamiliar young man shouted with an arrogant look on his face. Disrespectful? Respect my ass. This old man wants me dead the moment he sees me. Why should I respect him? Are you fucking crazy? Lu Ming scolded loudly and looked at the young man from the corner of his eyes. The young man was so angry that he was trembling all over. How dare you? Sheng Yao shouted. His expression was extremely ugly. If this wasn't a public place, he would have slapped Lu Ming to death. However, there were so many people here. With his identity, what he said just now was indeed inappropriate. Since Lu Ming was holding on tightly, he could not find a reason to attack. Lu Ming sneered and ignored them. He walked toward the mission counter. Whoosh! At this moment, the young man behind Sheng Yao caught up with Lu Ming and appeared in front of the mission counter before Lu Ming. He then looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression and said, Kid, so you're also here to submit the mission of the Scaled Demon Plane. Haha, what a coincidence. I entered the scaled demon plane some time ago, and am here to submit the mission. Having said that, he looked at Lu Ming contemptuously and continued, It's not that I want to say this, but this mission is totally suitable for a rookie from the East like you. In my opinion, you're already very lucky to be able to seal the souls of 1 or 2 first-level Martial King zombie guards. Which I of yours saw that I've only sealed 1 or 2 souls of first-layer Martial King zombie guards. Lu Ming looked at the young man in amusement. Oh, not just 1 or 2. 2 or 3. Haha. The young man laughed contemptuously. Who is that? Look at his attitude. Sheng Chuan is going to humiliate him. That's right. This kid is quite bold. He dares to talk to Elder Sheng Yao like that. It's normal for Sheng Chuan to take the opportunity to humiliate him. But I see that he's quite calm. Maybe he has something? What kind of thing is he? He's just pretending. Around them, some people saw that there was something interesting to watch and gathered around, whispering. Lu Ming also heard that the young man was called Sheng Chuan. On the side, Sheng Yao and Sheng Wushuang looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Although they could not kill Lu Ming, it was good to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. Lu Ming looked at Sheng Chuan indifferently and said slowly, Since you've said so, you must have gained a lot? So, but more than you. There's no doubt about it. Sheng Chuan sneered. Oh, if that's the case, hand in the task first and let me see. Lu Ming said indifferently. All right. I'll let you see. Sheng Chuan smiled proudly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a pile of soul-sealing crystals appeared on the counter. Each soul-sealing crystal was covered with a layer of faint black light. At a glance, one could tell that all of them were sealed with souls. So many, there are more than 20 of them. More than 20 of them means that more than 20 zombie guards have died in Sheng Chuan's hands. How terrifying. It seems that Sheng Chuan's cultivation has improved again. As soon as Sheng Chuan took out the soul-sealing crystals, the crowd burst into discussions. Check them for me, Sheng Chuan said proudly to an old man on the counter. On the mission counter, the old man picked up the soul-sealing crystals and carefully examined them one by one. A moment later, he finished checking them all. There are a total of 21 soul-sealing crystals, all of which are sealed with the souls of the zombie guards. Among them, 13 are first-layer Martial King Realm, 5 are second-layer Martial King Realm, 2 are third-layer Martial King Realm, and 1 is fourth-layer Martial King Realm. The old man announced. What? There's even a fourth-layer Martial King Lesser Success King? Even a Lesser Success King zombie guard was killed by Sheng Chuan. How terrifying. Zombie guards are hard to kill, but Sheng Chuan managed to kill them with the help of the refined corpse. His cultivation should have reached the 5th-layer Martial King Realm. Chapter 535. Normally, a 4th-layer Martial King zombie guard would have 2 or 3 4th-layer Martial King corpses protecting him at all times. It would be impossible to kill a 4th-layer Martial King zombie guard, unless he was caught off guard and launched a sneak attack. However, it would not be easy to launch a sneak attack as zombie guards would spend most of their time hiding in their coffins. Also, it was the suppression of strength. He could kill the other party with his overwhelming strength. Sheng Chuan's face was filled with pride. A total of 91,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Here are the spiritual crystals, please count them. The old man on the counter took out a jade box and handed it to Sheng Chuan. The surrounding people were even more envious. 90,000 extreme-grade spirit crystals was definitely a huge amount for a low-level king warrior. It was only a mission, but he could actually earn 90,000 extreme-grade spirit crystals. How frightening. No need to count. Sheng Chuan was very generous. He took the jade box and kept it in his storage ring. Immediately after, he looked at Lu Ming proudly and said loudly, Did you see that? This is my reward. I have sealed the souls of 21 zombie guards. Actually, this is not considered a lot. I believe that I will definitely have a bigger reward next time. However, to you this is an unattainable height. Sheng Chuan looked at Lu Ming with contempt. Sheng Yao and Sheng Wushuang looked at Lu Ming with sneers. They were very happy to see Lu Ming being humiliated in front of everyone. You have the nerve to take out such a small amount to make a fool of yourself? Get out of the way and let me do it. Lu Ming looked calm. He glanced at Sheng Chuan and said indifferently. The disdain in his tone was very obvious. What did you say? I made a fool of myself? Damn it, can you take out more soul-sealing crystals? Sheng Chuan's eyes were burning with anger as he shouted. The surrounding people looked at Lu Ming curiously. What made Lu Ming so confident? Could it be that Lu Ming's reward was bigger than Sheng Chuan's? Take it out, quickly take it out. If you can't take it out today, I will make you swallow your words. Crash. Sheng Chuan was originally shouting angrily, but in the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter clattered, causing Sheng Chuan's shouts to abruptly stop. Sheng Chuan's eyes were as big as copper bells. He stared at the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter, his lips trembling. Around him, the other onlookers were the same. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they stared at the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter in disbelief. Sheng Yao and Sheng Wushuang had the same expression on their faces. It's fake, it's definitely fake. Lu Ming, the soul sealed inside is definitely not the soul of a corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming, did you take the soul of a demonic beast or hunt an ordinary warrior, and seal their soul to cheat a reward? How dare you? Lu Ming, you've committed a heinous crime. You should be executed. At this moment, Sheng Chuan finally reacted. He pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. He directly pinned the crime of killing ordinary warriors on Lu Ming's head. Around them, the way the onlookers looked at Lu Ming changed. Some of them believed Sheng Chuan's words. After all, the pile of soul-sealing crystals Lu Ming took out was too much. There were at least 100 of them. How could Lu Ming kill more than 100 zombie guards? How was that possible? Idiot! Lu Ming said indifferently. The way he looked at Sheng Chuan was as if he was looking at an idiot. This made Sheng Chuan's chest swell with pain. He almost vomited blood. What did you say? What did you say? Sheng Chuan roared. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. He didn't even bother to look at him. He turned to the old man on the counter and said, "Senior, please check it for me so that I won't be wronged." All right. The old man on the counter picked up the soul-sealing jade tokens and checked them one by one. At the scene, everyone's eyes turned to look at the old man. Especially Sheng Chuan, who was hoping that the old man would say that Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals were fake. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The old man checked the tokens one by one in a serious manner. Gradually, the old man's face was filled with astonishment. The more he checked, the greater the astonishment on his face. It took the old man half an hour to finish checking all of Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals. Everyone stared at the old man, waiting for his answer. A total of 110 of them, all sealed with the souls of the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. That's right. The old man said. Gasp. The crowd burst into an uproar after hearing the old man's words. All sealed with the souls of the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. How is that possible? What is this Lu Ming's cultivation? It's unbelievable that he could kill so many zombie guards. I heard that this Lu Ming came from the east. When he entered the city, he had a conflict with Sheng Jiang of the Sheng clan. I heard that his cultivation is second-layer martial emperor realm. Second-layer martial emperor realm? Are you kidding me? For a second-layer martial king to be able to kill so many zombie guards and seal so many zombie guard souls? How could he kill so many zombie guards unless his luck was heaven-defying, and all the zombie guards he encountered along the way were first-layer martial king? And they were all alone, otherwise, how could he kill so many zombie guards? The crowd burst into discussions in disbelief. Even Sheng Chuan stared with his eyes wide open, filled with astonishment. 110 soul-sealing crystals, all sealed with the souls of the zombie guards. Even if they were all first-layer martial emperor realm cultivators, the reward would still be more than what he had received. At this moment, the old man on the counter announced again. A total of 110 crystals, all sealed with the souls of the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. 55 of them are from the first-layer martial emperor realm, 30 from the second-layer martial emperor realm, 19 from the third-layer martial emperor realm, 10 from the fourth-layer martial emperor realm, 3 from the fifth-layer martial emperor realm, and 2 from the sixth-layer martial emperor realm. In total, the reward is 880,000 spiritual crystals. The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was the first time someone had received so many rewards since the mission was announced. Silence. The place fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their eyes and mouths wide open. 880,000 spiritual crystals? There were even 10 4th-layer Martial Emperor Realm crystals, 3 5th-layer Martial Emperor Realm crystals, and 2 6th-layer Martial Emperor Realm crystals. How was this possible? They thought they were dreaming. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Sheng Chuan was completely stunned. His body kept trembling as he mumbled to himself. He could not believe what he was seeing. Impossible? I've been working in the mission hall for 300 years, and I've never made a mistake. Are you doubting me? The old man on the counter stared at him. The old man's words awakened the crowd. Oh my God, what did I just see? 880,000 spiritual crystals. That's terrifying. 15 of the lesser Martial Emperor Realm crystals. How did he do it? The 4th-layer Martial Emperor Realm crystal Sheng Chuan got as trash compared to it. The crowd burst into an uproar as they discussed among themselves. Chapter 536. Sheng Chuan's face reddened as he felt extremely ashamed. He could not wait to dig a hole and hide himself. He had only sealed the soul of a 4th-level Martial King zombie guard, but he was already so proud of himself. Compared to Lu Ming, there was a world of difference. There was no way to compare them at all. There was no way to know how many levels they were inferior. Earlier on, Lu Ming was right when he said that he was a disgrace. How is this possible? How is it possible for this kid to be able to seal a 5th-layer and 6th-layer Martial Emperor Realm zombie guard? Sheng Chuan was utterly confused. How dare you, Lu Ming? What punishment do you deserve? At that instant, Sheng Yao suddenly uttered a roar, causing the entire place to tremble. The crowd immediately gathered their attention onto Sheng Yao's figure. Their eyes filled with doubts. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he glanced at Sheng Yao and calmly said, "What crime have I committed?" "What crime? You might be able to fool the others, but can you fool me? Lu Ming, with your cultivation, how could you kill 4th-layer, 5th-layer and 6th-layer Martial Emperor Realm zombie guards? How is that possible? If you have the ability, tell me, how did you kill him?" Sheng Yao said in a cold tone. "Hee, I don't think I need to explain how I did it to you. Besides, I don't think the Tion Divine Guards are required to tell me how they completed their missions," Lu Ming calmly said. "Haha, still trying to deny it. Lu Ming, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to kill so many zombie guards. There's only one possibility, which is that these soul-sealing crystals belong to someone else, another Tion Divine Guard. You've used some despicable method to kill the other Tion Divine Guards and steal their soul-sealing crystals. How dare you say you're not guilty of such a serious crime? You deserve to die." Sheng Yao snapped. The crowd was startled as they fell into deep thoughts. They agreed with Sheng Yao's words, as this was the only possibility that could explain how Lu Ming had obtained so many soul-sealing crystals. "Lu Ming, how dare you commit such a heinous crime? You deserve to die." Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Chuan shouted. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he asked coldly, "Where's the evidence?" "Evidence? There's no need for evidence. This is the truth. Damn it." Sheng Yao shouted. "Ha ha ha ha." Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Sheng Yao, is this how you become an elder of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Everything is just your wild speculation. And you want to convict me of a great crime? What a joke. Based on what you've said, you can convict anyone you don't like in the future? Laughable, extremely laughable. Alright then, I'll say that you bullied the Tion Divine Guards outside the Sheng clan, bullied the weak, and snatched ordinary women. Sheng Yao, how should you be punished?" Lu Ming's voice reverberated throughout the arena, his imposing manner imposing. "Audacious little bastard, you dare to slander me and slander me!" Sheng Yao roared. "Haha, what slander? That's the truth. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your guilt." Lu Ming sneered. "You're courting death, little bastard. I'll cripple you now." A terrifying aura erupted from Sheng Yao's body. His eyes were fierce, as if he was about to devour someone. "Sheng Yao, apart from the Sheng clan, are you going to kill the other Tion Divine Guards if they don't listen to you? Does the Sheng clan want to get rid of the other Tion Divine Guards and dominate the Tianxian region? Are you looking down on Martial Emperor De? Lu Ming circulated his true origin, and was ready to escape. However, he was shouting and accusing Xingyao. "Little bastard, you dare to slander me?" Xingyao roared, but he did not make a move. Tianxian City was not like the Eastern Branch Palace. In the Eastern Branch Palace, even if he killed Lu Ming, it would be fine. However, in Tianxian City, there was not only the Sheng clan, but also the Mu clan. The Sheng clan and the Mu clan seemed to be on good terms, but they were competitors in secret. Sheng Yao had quite a number of enemies. Not to mention the Mu family, even within the Sheng family, Sheng Yao had enemies. If he did something out of line and was caught by his enemies, then his days would not be easy. Therefore, if he were to take action against Lu Ming in public without any concrete evidence, he was afraid that his opponent would really have something on him and use it to attack him. For a moment his face turned red, but he did not make a move. He was hesitant. "Damn it, this little bastard. I'll find a chance to kill him." Sheng Yao roared in his heart. "Lu Ming, how dare you be so rude to Elder Sheng Yao? Kneel down and admit your mistake." At this moment, Sheng Chuan jumped out and shouted. "Ha!" Lu Ming only responded with a sneer. Sheng Chuan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Lu Ming, I think Elder Sheng Yao has a point. Did you secretly kill the other Empyrean Divine Guards and steal their soul-sealing crystals? How about this? I'll challenge you now. If you can defeat me, I'll admit your strength and prove that you have the ability to obtain those soul-sealing crystals." Sheng Chuan shouted. His eyes kept rolling as he thought of a vicious idea. Xing Yao's eyes lit up. He looked at Sheng Chuan with admiration. He wondered if he had lost his mind from anger, or if this kid was smart. In this way, if Lu Ming still did not accept the challenge, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. They could then use this as a reason to investigate Lu Ming. If Lu Ming accepted the challenge and lost to Sheng Chuan, needless to say, the accusation would be confirmed. As for Lu Ming defeating Sheng Chuan, was it possible? Lu Ming had just arrived in Tianxian City, and was only a second-layer martial king. How could he be a match for Sheng Chuan in such a short time? Sheng Chuan had already reached mid-fifth layer martial king. This was a vicious move. Sheng Chuan was overjoyed after seeing Xing Yao's admiring gaze. He secretly praised himself for being smart enough to come up with such a plan. If he could settle this matter today, Sheng Yao would surely put him in an important position in the future. "Are you really going to challenge me?" Lu Ming wore a strange expression as he glanced at Sheng Chuan with an indifferent smile. "Nonsense, don't you have ears? Come on, do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't, hee, then your strength is questionable." Sheng Chuan let out a hollow laugh. "Oh, if that's the case, I'll accept your challenge." Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly as he said. As soon as these words were spoken, another round of intense discussion broke out in the audience. Lu Ming accepted the challenge. He accepted Sheng Chuan's challenge. How unwise. What do you mean unwise? It's impossible for him to back down now. How is he going to explain himself by taking out so many soul-sealing crystals? That's right. He can only blame himself for being too high-profile just now. He didn't know how to endure. If he had endured just now, at most he would have lost a little face. Then he would have secretly turned in the mission later, and nothing would have happened. If it were me, I would definitely have done that. That's right, I agree. He accepted the challenge? Sheng Chuan's eyes flickered with joy. Lu Ming accepted his challenge. Great. Hee. Xing Yao let out a hollow laugh. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape this time around. Sheng Wushuang's eyes flickered with a vicious look. Come, let's battle on the Divine Guard battle platform. Chapter 537. What's the hurry? I haven't received my reward yet. Lu Ming said indifferently and looked at the old man on the counter. The old man took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. There are 880,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals here. You can count them. There's no need to count them. Lu Ming smiled. The storage ring flashed and all the supreme-grade spiritual crystals were transferred to Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming then returned the storage ring to the old man. Hee, now that you've received your reward, won't you have to spit it out later? Sheng Chuan sneered. Is that so? Don't cry later. Lu Ming curled his lips. Lu Ming then stepped forward and walked towards the Divine Guard battle platform. There was a divine guard battle platform in all the branches of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Let's go and take a look. The people in the mission hall swarmed towards the divine guard battle platform. There were about 500 to 600 people. Some of them had even used voice transmission talismans to ask their friends and family to go to the divine guard battle platform. 500 to 600 people walking on the street naturally caused a commotion. Many people were curious and asked around. After hearing the whole story, they followed the crowd to the divine guard battle platform. The number of people increased rapidly and soon, there were a few thousand people. Lu Ming walked to the front of the crowd. When he arrived at the divine guard battle platform, he was stunned because the divine guard battle platform was already surrounded by people. It seemed like some people had received the news and rushed to the divine guard battle platform. There are so many young experts from the Sheng family here. Isn't that so? It's no wonder. Not many people dare to offend the Sheng family. It's normal for the geniuses of the Sheng family to come and take a look. I hope that Lu Ming can withstand a few more moves and not die so quickly. Otherwise, I would have come all the way here for nothing. That's right. Whispers could be heard all around. The smile on Lu Ming's face deepened. Whoosh! Arriving at the edge of the battle stage, Sheng Chuan leaped over 100 meters with a single step and leaped onto the stage. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, come up quickly." Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked up the stairs of the Divine Guard battle platform step by step. Arriving at the Divine Guard battle platform, Huang Xiaolong and Sheng Chuan stood opposite each other. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't think that you would actually dare to accept my challenge. I really don't know where you got your guts from. 3 moves, I will defeat you in 3 moves." Sheng Chuan smiled disdainfully. 3 moves? Sheng Chuan, you have the nerve to say that. If it were me, I would have defeated him in 2 moves. No, 1 move is enough. 1 move is enough to beat him into a pig's head. Believe it or not, Sheng Chuan, it would be too embarrassing if you really defeated him in 3 moves. Sheng Chuan, this brat is too arrogant. I heard that he has repeatedly challenged the authority of the Sheng family. Today, you must cripple him and let him know the consequences of offending the Sheng family. That's right, cripple him. At the edge of the battle stage, some of the Sheng family's young geniuses shouted. Their voices were filled with indifference and arrogance, as if Lu Ming was a pitiful bug that could be crushed at will. The smile on Sheng Chuan's face deepened. He looked at Lu Ming with contempt and said, "Lu Ming, did you hear that? This is the consequence of offending the Sheng family." Consequence? Just relying on your Sheng family's glib tongue? Lu Ming smiled faintly. You'll be crying later. Sheng Chuan's eyes turned cold. How about this? A direct battle is too boring. Let's make a bet. What do you think? Lu Ming suddenly said. He still remembered that he had made a fortune from the previous battle with Xue Chao. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Bet. What do you want to bet? Sheng Chuan's eyes lit up. Let's bet 20 profound crystals. If I lose, I'll give you 20 earth profound crystals. If you lose, you'll give me 20 wind profound crystals. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. Earth element profound crystal? You have them? Sheng Chuan's eyes lit up. He had comprehended the earth concept. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, 20 earth profound crystals appeared in the air, emitting a strong earth concept. These earth profound crystals were obtained from the Scaled Demon tribe in the Scaled Demon plane with Han Man and the others. Lu Ming also had a mid-grade earth profound crystal. Later, when Han Man and the others were killed by Lu Ming, those profound crystals naturally fell into Lu Ming's pocket. They're really earth profound crystals. Sheng Chuan's eyes emitted a blazing light. Where's your wind profound crystal? Take it out. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Sheng Chuan snorted coldly. I'm afraid that you'll go back on your word, Lu Ming said. Sheng Chuan gritted his teeth. But where could he find so many wind profound crystals? Sheng Chuan, I have a few wind profound crystals. I'll lend them to you first. I have a few too. The young men of the sacred family standing next to him spoke up, taking out several Upanishad crystals of wind class. Sheng Chuan was overjoyed. He took them one by one and said loudly, Brothers, I'll borrow these profound crystals first. I'll return them to you later. From his tone, it was as if he could win. And hurry up and cripple that kid. I still need to go back and cultivate, the other Sheng family youths said. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Sheng Chuan took the profound crystals and returned to the opposite side of Lu Ming, saying, 20 profound crystals. Not one less. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Right now, what he desired the most was wind profound crystals. However, 20 profound crystals are a bit too little. Lu Ming looked at the Sheng family youths, and his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Boom. At this moment, Sheng Chuan put away the wind profound crystals, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, the aura of a mid-fifth level martial king. Lu Ming lose, Sheng Chuan shouted. Boom. He punched out and a huge mountain appeared in the sky. It was a few hundred feet tall, and pressed down on Lu Ming. The aura was extremely majestic. Compared to this huge mountain, Lu Ming's body seemed extremely small. Is this first-level lesser success Earth concept? So powerful. Many low-level kings and even martial artists below the king realm were amazed. Break. Lu Ming let out a long howl. A ray of spear gleam shot up into the sky and collided with the mountain. Boom. The spear light and the mountain collided. After a while there was a loud explosion. The mountain exploded and the spear light disappeared. Bang. Bang. Sheng Chuan and Lu Ming both took 7 or 8 steps back. The difference was that there was a strange smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. On the other hand, Sheng Chuan's expression changed drastically. Damn it. Sheng Chuan roared. He was humiliated that he was forced back by Lu Ming. It's a tie. It's a tie. Lu Ming can withstand Sheng Chuan's attack. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. No wonder he dares to fight with Sheng Chuan. Chapter 538. Sheng Yao and Sheng Wushuang were also dumbfounded. This little bastard is too terrifying. How long has it been? He's already grown to this level. Damn it, damn it. Sheng Yao roared in his heart. Sheng Wushuang's eyes almost popped out as a look of horror flashed across his eyes. Sheng Chuan didn't use his full strength just now. Lu Ming can't possibly be his opponent. Sheng Yao took a deep breath and said coldly. Many people nodded when they heard this. Sheng Chuan was probably just testing the waters earlier. As for Lu Ming, he had most likely exerted his full strength. Lu Ming, I only used 50% of my strength just now. Now take this. Thousand Mountain Heavenly Fist. Sheng Chuan roared as his bloodline erupted. There was no doubt that it was the 6th level king bloodline. At the same time he continuously punched out with both fists. Boom. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled as the vast fist shadows turned into tall mountains. The mountain peaks were stacked upon one another, as if there really were 1,000 of them. Suppress him. Sheng Chuan roared as the mountains in the sky crashed down on Lu Ming. It's a pity that I haven't cultivated it to perfection. How much strength should I use? 1 floor or half a floor? Lu Ming was a little conflicted. He had a plan in mind. He wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He was afraid that he would scare the big fish away if he showed too much strength. Forget it. I'll use 10% of my strength first. Buzz. Lu Ming held the long spear and blasted it out. Break for me, break for me. Lu Ming deliberately shouted at the top of his lungs. He had only used 10% of his strength, but he pretended that he had used 12% of his strength. The veins on his face bulged as he roared with all his strength. Boom. Lu Ming destroyed a mountain peak that came crashing down. However, the second mountain peak came crashing down. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, and the mountain peak continued to collapse. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see how many mountains you can destroy. Sheng Chuan laughed and punched out continuously. The mountains in the sky continued to press down. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. The spear light soared into the sky and became 1,000 meters long, constantly destroying the mountains. Boom. Boom. Between heaven and earth, rumbling sounds rang out unceasingly. Fortunately, the Divine Guard battle platform was wide enough for them to fight. Soon, dozens of moves had passed. Lu Ming had smashed dozens of mountains in succession, and then rushed towards the holy river. Bang. Bang. Every time Lu Ming stepped on the fighting ring, there would be a roaring sound. Sizzle. Lightning flashed in Lu Ming's hand as a powerful force of lightning burst out. Lesser Completion King. Lu Ming, that little bastard, has actually reached the Lesser Completion King realm. His battle strength is so strong that he can actually fight against Sheng Chuan. He can't be left alive. This little bastard can't be left alive. Sheng Yao roared in his heart. He clearly sensed that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early 4th layer Martial Emperor realm. This shocked him greatly. Thunderbolt. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming roared. With a thrust of his spear, the sky was filled with lightning, and the mountains were destroyed one after another. This move was not a martial technique at all. It was Lu Ming's roar. If he used a martial technique like the 3 skills of the Dragon God, he was afraid that Sheng Chuan would be killed instantly. Therefore, he could only use a random move and call out a loud name. Damn it, it's not easy to pretend to be weak. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. However, Sheng Chuan was so shocked that he gasped. He shouted and covered his body with black stones to block the lightning attack. Sizzle! As the lightning swept over, the stones continued to collapse. How could this be? Sheng Chuan is actually at a disadvantage? Nest, that kid is actually so strong. Is Sheng Chuan going to lose? There was another round of intense discussion all around. Damn it, damn it. Sheng Chuan roared again and again, trying his best to fight against Lu Ming. However, Sheng Chuan was already at a disadvantage, and he was slowly being suppressed by Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Sheng Chuan was hit by Lu Ming's spear. He screamed and his body flew far away. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed up and stepped on Sheng Chuan's face, pressing him firmly on the fighting ring. Ah! Ah! Sheng Chuan struggled madly and roared, trying to break free. However, with Lu Ming stepping on his face, he couldn't break free at all. He was about to go crazy. It's over. Sheng Chuan knew that he was finished. His face was stepped on by Lu Ming in public. From now on, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Sheng family. His future was also ruined. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Sheng Chuan roared madly. Slap. Lu Ming's response was a slap. The slap directly on Sheng Chuan's face stopped Sheng Chuan's scream abruptly. He was dumbfounded. How dare you, little bastard? How dare you slap the face of the Sheng family's hero? You're courting death. Move your stinky foot away now. I want you to die without a burial place. The surrounding Sheng family's youths roared. As for Sheng Yao, he was so angry that his eyes were burning. What are you shouting for? A bunch of bastards. This is the Divine Guard battle ring. It's good that I didn't kill him. What's wrong with stepping on his foot? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and hollered loudly, looking arrogant and haughty. This made the surrounding Sheng family's youths so angry that they almost vomited blood. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. A Sheng family's youth roared. Lu Ming ignored them and looked at Sheng Chuan again. Now you've lost. Hand over the 20-wind attribute esoteric crystals. Little bastard, you still want esoteric crystals? Dream on. Sheng Chuan roared. Are you trying to cheat? Hand it over quickly. Lu Ming shouted. I'm not going to hand it over. What can you do about it? You still want esoteric crystals? Dream on. Sheng Chuan laughed. Lu Ming pointed at Sheng Chuan and gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Sheng Chuan laughed heartily. But in the next moment he couldn't laugh anymore. Lu Ming bent down slowly and took off the storage ring on Sheng Chuan's finger. You. What are you doing? Give me back my storage ring. Sheng Chuan screamed. Give it back to you? I'm just using my winnings as a bet. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Give it back to me. 20 esoteric crystals. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Sheng Chuan yelled. This storage ring was his entire fortune. It's too late now. Lu Ming's finger glowed as he kept Sheng Chuan's storage ring. You cheated. You cheated. Sheng Chuan shouted. I cheated? Weren't you the one who cheated first? All right, trash. Get down. Lu Ming got up and gave a kick. Sheng Chuan screamed miserably. Like a broken sack, he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He slid across a distance of 7 to 8 miles and fell off the Divine Guard battle platform. His screams resounded throughout the place. Little bastard, how dare you? You're courting death. Hand over your storage ring and kneel down to admit your mistake. I'll spare your life. Chapter 539. After all, Sheng Chuan was also a genius of the Sheng family. Now that he had been beaten up so badly, they felt humiliated. Sheng Yao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He really wanted to rush up and slap Lu Ming to death. However, this was the Divine Guard battle platform. As an elder, he did not dare to make a move. There were some rules that even the Sheng family did not dare to break. The Sheng family was the overlord of the Tianxian domain, but they were like ants in front of the entire Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. A bunch of bastards. What are you arguing about? Lu Ming looked at the young men of the Sheng family and scolded them. His attitude was as arrogant as it could get. Damn it! The young men of the Sheng family were so angry that their eyes turned red. As the young men of the Sheng family, they were usually high and mighty. In the Tianxian domain, they were the overlords. Even if they went to some high-tier empires, the old ancestors and emperors of those empires would have to be respectful in front of them. Since when did anyone dare to scold them? Who dared to call them bastards in front of so many people? They were about to lose control of their killing intent. I can't take it anymore. Little bastard, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? A young man of the Sheng family roared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately looked at the young man and said, You want to challenge me? Do you have wind elemental profound crystals? If not, don't bother me. Lu Ming waved his hand impatiently. Wind elemental profound crystals? I'll borrow them. The young man gritted his teeth and borrowed from the people around him. Many people had to give face to the young men of the Sheng family. Soon, he had borrowed 20 wind elemental profound crystals. Now 20 wind elemental profound crystals are here. Do you dare to accept my challenge? The young man shouted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became wider. He said, Oh, all right then, I agree to fight you. His words caused an uproar. Lu Ming actually accepted Sheng Fei's challenge? Haha, he's finished. He probably doesn't know Sheng Fei's cultivation level. Sheng Fei has already reached the early 6th layer of the Martial King realm. Sheng Chuan is nothing in front of Sheng Fei. That's right. Lu Ming's battle prowess is only slightly higher than Sheng Chuan's. He's dead for sure. He'll have to spit out everything he just took. Ha ha ha. Sheng Fei was overjoyed when he heard Lu Ming's reply. In a flicker, he flew towards the Divine Guard battle platform. Even within the restricted airspace of Tianxian City, it still appeared very graceful. Sheng Fei stepped onto the battle platform and quickly appeared in front of Lu Ming, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Haha, Lu Ming, you shouldn't have accepted my challenge. It's too late for regrets now. Sheng Fei laughed. Just now, Sheng Chuan was just as arrogant. In the end, didn't he cry for his parents? Lu Ming curled his lips. Below the battle stage, Sheng Chuan, who was healing himself, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who cried for their parents? He was just roaring, not crying for his parents. Lu Ming was just talking nonsense. If his words were spread, he would be even more embarrassed. Don't compare that trash Sheng Chuan with me. Sheng Fei sneered. In my eyes, you're all trash. Lu Ming said indifferently. Below the battle stage, Sheng Chuan was already trembling. He roared in his heart. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't involve me. I'm already miserable enough. You're courting death. Sheng Fei roared, his killing intent incomparably cold. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Early stage 6th Martial King realm. At the same time, a powerful wind essence filled the air. It was as if a strong wind was blowing between heaven and earth. The aura was several times stronger than Sheng Chuan's. Sheng Fei has comprehended the wind essence. His attacks are as fast as lightning, and his attacks are like a storm. He's invincible. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, I reckon he won't be able to withstand 10 moves. 10 moves? It'll be good if he can withstand 3 moves. I reckon Lu Ming is regretting it now. He probably didn't expect Sheng Fei to be so powerful. Around them, many people were discussing and expressing their opinions. Clang. A slender long sword appeared in Sheng Fei's hand. Go to hell. Sheng Fei moved his body and started to attack. Whoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, Countless sword qi burst out from Sheng Fei's hand, enveloping the whole area and sweeping toward Lu Ming. That was too fast. Lu Ming is doomed, many people thought. But in the next moment, Lu Ming moved. His body kept flickering, shuttling back and forth in the sky full of sword qi, trying his best to avoid it. Although it was very dangerous, Lu Ming avoided it one by one. Many people were dumbfounded. Nest, I know. Lu Ming has also comprehended the wind essence so he can avoid it. No way. I saw that his thunder essence has already reached lower level 1. Could it be that he has also comprehended the wind essence and condensed essence runes? That's terrifying. Lu Ming emitted the wind essence and sensed the changes in the wind around him. Although his wind essence was not as profound as Sheng Fei's, it was enough to avoid the sword qi. Humph, then I'll defeat you with my strength. Sheng Fei shouted coldly, and the sword qi in the sky disappeared instantly. Whoosh! The sword qi in the sky seemed to condense into one, turning into a sparkling blue sword qi. It instantly pierced through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. He wanted to crush Lu Ming with his powerful cultivation of LV6 Martial King Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he stabbed out with his spear. Clang! The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Suddenly, sword qi and spear radiance burst out in all directions. Sheng Fei's body trembled and his expression changed drastically. Bang 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 bang, he took a dozen steps back. Of course, Lu Ming also took a dozen steps back symbolically. In the eyes of outsiders, they were evenly matched. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually blocked Sheng Fei's attack. How was that possible? What was going on? Wasn't Lu Ming only slightly stronger than Sheng Chuan just now? How could he block Sheng Fei's attack now? Hiding his strength. Lu Ming definitely hid his strength just now. Someone yelled. Everyone came to a realization. That was right. That was the only possibility. Lu Ming had actually hidden his strength. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to lure Sheng Fei down to earn ultimacy crystals? Some quick-witted people had already thought of this point, and they could not help but be dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too bold to use such a method to earn ultimacy crystals from the Sheng family's heroes. Among the crowd, Sheng Yao and Sheng Wushuang were the most shocked. Because a few months ago, Lu Ming was far from being this strong in the Eastern Branch Palace. How long had it been since then? He was simply a monster. Sheng Wushuang, in particular, was almost scared to death. When Lu Ming first joined the Empyrean Divine Guards, he was not even a half-step king. At that time, he could completely crush Lu Ming with his strength. But now? He was not even worthy of carrying Lu Ming's shoes. How could this be? How could this be? Chapter 540. Is this all you've got? It's nothing much? Lu Ming looked at Sheng Fei and smiled faintly. Die. Sheng Fei roared. He suppressed the shock in his heart and charged at Lu Ming. Holding a long spear, Lu Ming dashed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with Sheng Fei. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched, and the battle was extremely intense. Then, just like the battle with Sheng Chuan, Lu Ming slowly gained the upper hand after dozens of moves. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming defeated Sheng Fei with much difficulty, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Ming won again. You've lost. Hand over the ultimacy crystals. Lu Ming looked at Sheng Fei indifferently. Sheng Fei roared in his heart. He really didn't want to hand them over. But when he thought of Sheng Chuan's fate, he shuddered and could only grit his teeth and hand over 20 ultimacy crystals. Lu Ming put them away happily and didn't forget to mutter. What Sheng family's heroes? They're all trash. Of course, he didn't lower his voice and spread it far and wide. Immediately, the Sheng family's people burst into an uproar. This bastard is too arrogant. Die, I want him dead. Damn it, someone kill him. Some of the Sheng family's young heroes roared in anger. Even some of the older generation's people were so angry that their eyes turned red. But for a moment, no one came out to challenge Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strange. When he fought with Sheng Chuan, he seemed to be only slightly stronger than Sheng Chuan. But later on, when he fought with Sheng Fei, his combat strength increased rapidly and became slightly stronger than Sheng Fei. They couldn't tell if Lu Ming was still hiding his strength. Now Lu Ming was simply unfathomable in their hearts. It turns out that the so-called Sheng family's heroes are just cowards. Lu Ming sneered. Bastard, what did you say? Say it again. The Sheng family's heroes were enraged. Isn't that so? If you don't want to challenge me, then fine, I'll challenge you now. Lu Ming pointed his long spear in the direction of the Sheng family's youths. His battle intent soared to the skies as he shouted. Now I challenge all of you. All of you, come at me together. Come at me together. These short words were like a storm that engulfed the entire place. The battle platform was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually taken the initiative to issue a challenge, and had even challenged all of the Sacred Clan's heroes present. Crazy, he was crazy. There were at least 100 young geniuses from the Saint family present. There were also more than 20 kings at or above the initial stage. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all of the Sheng family's youths by himself. This was an insult, a naked insult. He was looking down on the many heroes of the Saint clan. Damn it, this brat deserves to die. Arrogant and ignorant. I'm going to kill him. The heroes of the Saint family roared furiously. What? Do you only know how to shout? Are you afraid to go on stage? Lu Ming continued to point his long spear at the youths, provoking them. His eyes revealed a trace of madness. The reason why Lu Ming repeatedly provoked the Sheng family today was to establish his power. That's right, establish his power. Ever since he came to Tianxian City, he had been provoked by the Sheng family. Wherever he went, there would be people from the Sheng family provoking him. Lu Ming was annoyed. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. He would establish his power and display his powerful battle strength to intimidate the Sheng family. This way, the Sheng family would calm down for a period of time. Lu Ming took advantage of this time to increase his cultivation. This was Lu Ming's goal. Since they were already mortal enemies, he wasn't afraid of offending them. Since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. Brothers, let's go and teach him a lesson. A hero of the Sheng family roared and rushed toward the Divine Guard battle platform. In a few breaths, he had covered 10 miles and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He didn't hide his aura at all. Late-stage 6th level martial king. He was much stronger than Sheng Fei. Go. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. One by one, the youths of the Saint family rushed onto the fighting ring and surrounded Lu Ming. 19. A total of 19 people. All of them were above the 4th level of the martial king realm. And all of them were low-level martial kings. As for those below the level of king realm, there was no need for them to come up, because they wouldn't pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. And the two of us. With 2 long howls, 2 more youths from the crowd rushed onto the battle stage. One was wearing a red robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. The 2 of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the fighting stage. The aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. The peak of the 6th layer of the martial king realm. It's Saint Chong and Saint Wolf. Someone exclaimed. Supposedly, the 2 of them entered into closed-door cultivation a few months ago with the intention of charging into the sovereign realm. I never expected that they'd come out of closed-door cultivation now. It seems that he hasn't succeeded yet. He's still a small perfection king. However, he's only a step away from great perfection king. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. On the battle stage, the other elites of the Saint clan were also overjoyed when they saw the 2 of them. I didn't expect that someone would look down on the Saint clan while I was in closed-door cultivation for a few months. Haha, he deserves to die. The blue-robed youth Xing Chong said coldly. His eyes were like huge waves as he opened and closed them. That's good too. Today is a good time to show our might. Don't let others think that there's no one left in the Saint clan. Saint Wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light like a wild beast. A total of 21 people surrounded Lu Ming. Their auras merged and were extremely terrifying. Are you all here yet? If so, let's fight. I'm too lazy to bet with you. Lu Ming said indifferently. His face was calm, as if he didn't feel any pressure being surrounded by so many people. Pretending to be relaxed. I'd like to see how strong you are. Attack. Sheng Chong said coldly. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the battle stage went berserk. 21 auras soared into the sky. 21 attacks merged and crushed toward Lu Ming. Yes, crushed. Lu Ming couldn't dodge, and could only take it head-on. He's dead. Lu Ming is dead. Under this move, anyone below Great Perfection King will die. Who can he blame for his own death? Does he really think that he can be arrogant after defeating Sheng Fei and Sheng Chuan? Even if he has the strength of a peak 6th level martial king, he's still going to die. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming exploded. The second bloodline merged with his body and circulated his true yuan to the extreme. At the same time, the three wills merged and exploded. An unimaginable spear light soared into the sky. This spear light seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth and everything. Boom. The joint attack of the 21 elites of the Saint clan collapsed under this spear light. Whoosh. Moon seizing. Lu Ming shouted. His long hair fluttered as the spear in his hand became 1,000 meters long and swept out. A full moon appeared on the battle stage. Chapter 541. Bang. Bang. The elites of the Sheng family were sent flying backward like sandbags. With Lu Ming as the center, the heroes from the sacred family were thrown backward. They slid along the fighting ring at high speed. They only came to a stop after sliding for a few miles. Blood kept spurting out of their mouths. They were all martial artists of LV4 Martial King realm. They were vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. The martial artists of LV5 Martial King realm were also thrown back, but they didn't fall to the ground. They were still able to stand firm, but blood was spilling out of their mouths. Only the martial artists of LV6 Martial King realm were able to block the attack head-on, but they also took dozens of steps back. Even Sheng Chong and Sheng Lang took 7 or 8 steps back. The encirclement of the heroes of the Sheng family was instantly shattered by Lu Ming's attack. Boom. Boom. Below the fighting ring, countless people couldn't control their emotions when they saw this scene. Their auras surged out violently, and their eyes were wide open as they roared. 3 wills of heaven and earth. Lu Ming has comprehended 3 wills of heaven and earth. 3 wills of heaven and earth were condensed into wills runes, and 2 of them were cultivated to the level 1 lower success. How did he do it? Impossible. Cultivating multiple wills will create resistance between each other. How did he do it? How could this be? He's too powerful. The Sheng family is no match for him. They were all defeated in one move. He didn't use his full strength just now. Otherwise he would have killed Sheng Chuan and Sheng Fei in one move. It turns out that he's not arrogant. He has the strength to do so. I understand now. He didn't get those soul-sealing jade tokens by plotting against others. He got them by himself, by killing the zombie guards. He has the strength to do so. Many people around shouted. They couldn't control their emotions and didn't even care if their words would offend the Sheng family. It was too shocking. How could this be? Sheng Yao's old eyes almost popped out at this moment. His aura spread out uncontrollably. Many people around him stepped back in shock. But he didn't feel it at all. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, full of disbelief. 3 kinds of concepts of heaven and earth, all of them, have been cultivated into concept runes, and 2 of them have reached level 1 lower tier. Why? Sheng Wushuang seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming as he muttered under his breath. He simply could not accept all of this. In the past, he had even mocked Lu Ming for cultivating multiple intents at the same time, and that he would never achieve anything. But now he had only cultivated 1 concept, and had yet to condense a concept rune. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated 3 concepts and all of them had condensed concept runes. 2 of them had even reached level 1 lesser success. Compared to Lu Ming, he was simply trash. No, he couldn't even be compared to trash. He was just dung. At this moment, his heart of martial arts collapsed. The aura on his body fluctuated unsteadily, and his eyes became lifeless. During this period of time, Lu Ming had dealt him a series of blows. Now, just a moment ago, this blow had finally reached its peak, shattering his heart of martial arts. Once his heart of martial arts was destroyed, it would be difficult for him to progress in martial arts. In other words, Sheng Wushuang would never be able to break through to Martial King realm. It was ridiculous. Back then, he had said that Lu Ming would never be able to break through to Martial King realm. But now the same thing had happened to him. What a piece of trash. Sheng Yao shouted coldly when he saw Sheng Wushuang's condition. In the fighting ring, Sheng Chong, Sheng Lang, and the others were also shocked. One move. Lu Ming had only used one move, but the power contained in that move was too terrifying. It was far beyond the peak of LV6 Martial King realm. You want to cripple me with such strength? Lu Ming held his long spear, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His aura was wild. Lu Ming, your strength is indeed not bad. How about this? Let's call this a draw. Sheng Chong shouted as he looked at Lu Ming. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. The Sheng family was completely defeated in this battle. But if it ended in a draw, the Sheng family's reputation would be better. Everyone looked at Sheng Chong with disdain. It was obvious that Sheng Chong was afraid. A draw? Haha. Do you think you're qualified to fight me to a draw? Lu Ming laughed and walked toward Sheng Chong, Sheng Lang, and the others with his long spear in hand. Lu Ming, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Sheng Chong roared and couldn't help but step back. Nonsense. Either admit defeat or fight. Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming, that's enough. Sheng Yao shouted coldly. Old man, is it your turn to speak on the Divine Guard battle ring? Lu Ming reprimanded him without turning his head. You. Sheng Yao was a peak king and an elder of Emperor Sky Divine Palace. He had never been scolded by a junior before. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming didn't stop and walked toward Sheng Chong and the others. Damn it. Let's attack together. Sheng Chong roared. He knew that this battle couldn't be avoided. They could only fight. If they didn't even dare to fight and admitted defeat, they wouldn't have become a laughingstock and would have been punished by the Sheng family. Kill. Kill. Sheng Chong, Sheng Lang, and the others roared and unleashed their full strength. A green divine bird flew above Sheng Chong's head. The intent of wind spread out and a gale swept out. Above Sheng Lang's head was a giant wolf. The giant wolf's body was covered in flames and the intent of fire filled the sky. There were also some 6th and 5th stage Martial King experts. There were 10 of them in total. Kill. 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 10 attacks flew toward Lu Ming from different angles. 10,000 dragons kill. Lu Ming thrust out his spear and dozens of 3-colored true dragons flew out and pounced toward the 10 Sheng family heroes. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward Sheng Chong and Sheng Lang. Shua. A huge spear radiance, thicker than a water tank, blasted toward the 2 heroes. The 2 heroes were shocked and used their strongest moves to block it, but it was useless. They were hit by the huge spear radiance and their bodies shook violently. They flew backward and spat out blood. They flew for several miles before they staggered and steadied themselves. Below the fighting ring, countless people looked at Lu Ming in shock. At this moment, Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He was invincible. A peerless genius. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Maybe in 3 to 5 years, Lu Ming will be on the list of top 1,000 talents. I think so too. As long as Lu Ming keeps up this momentum, he will be on the list of top 1,000 talents in 3 to 5 years at most. In that case, our Tianxian domain will have 2 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Below the fighting ring, people whispered. Both of you, admit defeat. Lu Ming stared at Sheng Chong and Sheng Lang. You want us to admit defeat? Impossible. Lu Ming, unless you can knock us out of the fighting ring, we won't admit defeat. Sheng Lang shouted. Since you have some backbone, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 542. Everyone stared at the fighting ring. They felt that the battle was about to come to an end. Just then, a cold voice came from afar. Lu Ming, how dare you? As soon as the voice fell, a divine light shot from afar. The divine light was too fast. It crossed the void in an instant and shot towards Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that the divine light contained terrifying power and killing intent. His body instantly tensed up, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. This was an instinctive reaction. He felt a fatal threat from this divine light. Without any hesitation, he retreated. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline activated and devouring power filled the area. The true essence in his body circulated to the extreme. The 3 wills of heaven and earth merged and surged towards the long spear. True Dragon Strike. He thrust out the spear and a huge tricolor true dragon flew out, and collided with the divine light. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The divine light pierced through the tricolor true dragon, and the three wheels of heaven and earth on it collapsed. Whoosh! The divine light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Extreme Dao Strike. At the critical moment, Lu Ming stopped retreating. He became one with the spear and turned into a spear radiance that pierced forward. Boom! The tip of the spear accurately pierced the divine light. In an instant, Lu Ming felt a terrifying power surging towards him along the long spear. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a big hammer. His body slid back along the fighting ring. He slid back for a few miles before coming to a stop. He felt his blood boil, and his arm holding the spear tremble slightly. Crack! At this moment, the tip of the demon banishing spear let out a cracking sound, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Then more and more cracks appeared. Finally, with a bang, the tip of the demon banishing spear exploded into pieces and scattered all over the ground. After withstanding Lu Ming's powerful force and the bombardment of the divine light, the demon-suppressing spear finally could not take it anymore and exploded. However, the divine light was successfully blocked by Lu Ming. Who is it? Lu Ming looked in the direction of the divine light. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, everyone looked in that direction. A slender figure wearing a 7-starred robe with his hands clasped behind his back walked through the air step by step. Everyone's hearts shook violently. Within profound Heaven City, there was a forbidden zone. Ordinary kings simply couldn't walk in the air. Only peak kings could barely walk in the air. This person was very young, about 24 or 25 years old. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He was extremely handsome. Starlight filled the air around him, making him look like a god that had descended into the world. Holy star, it's a holy star! Someone roared. It's over. Lu Ming is finished. I didn't expect that even the sacred star would be attracted here. This time Lu Ming is really finished. Heavens! Sheng Xing's cultivation seems to have improved. He can actually walk in the air. Could it be that he has already broken through to the Peak King realm? Many people were shocked. Such a young Peak King was simply too shocking and incredible. No, Sheng Xing hasn't broken through to the Peak King realm. He should still be at the peak of the 9th level Martial King realm. However, his strength is too strong. He's no weaker than a peak king, so he can walk in the air. A white-haired old man explained. Sheng Yao was not the only elder present. There were other elders present as well. This white-haired old man was one of them. Oh, I see. That's also amazing. The others sighed. How old was Sheng Xing? He was only 25 years old, but he had already reached the peak of the 9th level Martial King realm. Didn't this mean that he had a chance to open his spiritual sea and become a Sea of Soul realm expert before the age of 30? Countless gazes were fixed on the youth in the air. Sheng Xing. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Sheng Xing ever since he came to profound Heaven City. Lu Ming had heard this name many times. Sheng Xing was the #1 genius in Tianqian domain, and a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness. He was the idol of countless young geniuses in Tianqian domain. The other so-called geniuses in Tianqian domain were like candlelight in front of Sheng Xing. They couldn't be compared at all. Sheng Xing walked in the air and arrived above the Divine Guard battle platform. He looked down at Lu Ming. Stars seemed to twinkle in his eyes. Young Master Xing Chun, Sheng Chong, Sheng Lang, and the others hurriedly bowed when they saw Lu Ming. They looked nervous as if they were very afraid of Sheng Xing. Sheng Xing was the chosen successor of the Sheng family. In the future, he would definitely be at the helm of the Sheng family. It could be said that their fates were under his control. They were naturally afraid of Sheng Xing. Sheng Xing glanced at them indifferently and said expressionlessly, "All of you, leave and heal yourselves." Yes, yes. Sheng Chong and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. They supported each other and left the battle platform. Then Sheng Xing looked at Lu Ming again. "So you're Lu Ming? You've got guts to injure so many people of my Sheng family." Sheng Xing said indifferently. No one could tell what emotion he was feeling from his voice. Divine Guard battle platform. "It's just a fair battle," Lu Ming said. "Haha." Sheng Xing chuckled and said, "You're not bad. I just happen to be lacking a coachman. You'll report to work as a coachman for 3 years. If you perform well, you'll naturally be promoted. Shengxing stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with a commanding tone as if this matter had already been decided. Around them, many people revealed looks of surprise. They never thought that Shengxing would let Lu Ming go so easily. He even asked Lu Ming to be his coachman. In many people's eyes, being a coachman for the Saint Star was a supreme honor. This was a position that belonged to the Saint Star's trusted aides. Their status would rise along with the tide, and a casual word from them would cause many emperors of great countries to tremble in fear. Moreover, Shengxing might even be guided by Shengxing. How honorable was that? In many people's eyes, Shengxing was not punishing Shengxing, but rewarding him. It seems that Lu Ming's talent has been valued by Shengxing. Someone exclaimed, "Damn it." Sheng Wushuang gritted his teeth. He was jealous of Lu Ming. If this opportunity fell on him, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Now this opportunity fell on Lu Ming. Do you think Lu Ming will agree? Someone asked in a low voice. Nonsense, of course he'll agree. Who is Shengxing? He's a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although Lu Ming's talent is very high, I think he's still far from Shengxing. It's good enough that he can become Shengxing's coachman. Yes, if he doesn't agree, Shengxing will definitely not let him go. In such a situation, he'll definitely agree. Yes, it's not shameful to be Shengxing's coachman. Many people were speculating curiously. Chapter 543. Shengxing, right? Lu Ming stared at Shengxing with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, the scene quieted down. Everyone looked at Lu Ming, waiting to see how he would respond. Shengxing, I think you're not bad. My courtyard is lacking a gatekeeper. Pack up and quickly report to me. A clear voice came from Lu Ming's mouth, but it swept through the crowd like a storm. Everyone was stunned. After a long while, a shocking uproar broke out. Lu Ming refused. Not only did he refuse, but he also asked Shengxing to guard his door. Heavens, he's got guts. This is adding fuel to the fire. It's fine if he refused, but he actually asked Shengxing to guard his door. Is he qualified? Excited discussions broke out all around. Lu Ming, how dare you speak to my Sheng clan's young master like that? You're courting death. Young Master Xingchen wants you to be his groom because he thinks highly of you. Many people want to know, but you actually dare to speak to him like that. You're simply arrogant, ignorant and stubborn. Sheng Yao scolded loudly from the side. As for Sheng Wushuang, he simply wanted to laugh to death. Just now he was really afraid that Lu Ming would agree. You refused? Shengxing's face was still calm. No expression could be seen as he asked indifferently. Nonsense. If others are willing to be your dog, that's their business. But why would I, Lu Ming, do that? In this world, no one can make me his groom, including you, Shengxing. Lu Ming said loudly. As soon as he said that, it caused a wave of curses. What an ignorant and arrogant son of a bitch. Who does he think he is? He thinks he's number one with a bit of talent. What a joke. He's comparing himself to the sacred star. Who does he think he is? What qualifications does he have to be compared to young Master Xingchen? At this moment, Shengxing's face finally turned cold. With a wave of his hand, as if there was a huge magical power, the crowd immediately quieted down. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, I'll cripple you. A cold voice came from Saint Star's mouth. Boom. In the next moment, the starlight on the sacred star burned like a flame, illuminating the entire sky. This is the concept of stars. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the world, other than the 9 common concepts of wind, fire and thunder, there were many other special concepts. However, these special concepts were often extremely difficult to comprehend, but they were often extremely powerful. The concept of stars was such a special concept. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the starlight condensed into dozens of long swords that pierced through the air, piercing towards Lu Ming's vitals. Wherever the stars passed, terrifying and shocking sonic booms could be heard. Don't take it head on. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The sacred star was too powerful. It wasn't something he could fight against. Retreat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took a step forward and retreated at a frightening speed. You want to escape in front of me? Saint Star shouted as the starlight on his body became even more dazzling. At the same time, starlight sprinkled down from the sky above Lu Ming's head and condensed into a giant hand that pressed down on Lu Ming. This giant hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air above Lu Ming's head. There was no way to avoid it. Block! Lu Ming growled as he activated 2 bloodlines. A lower LV5 long spear appeared in his hand. His true essence circulated crazily as 3 concepts burst out. He stabbed the spear at the star hand. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Ming's body fell from the sky like a meteorite and heavily smashed into the edge of the fighting ring, coughing up blood. Pung! The lower LV5 long spear in Lu Ming's hand was shattered. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. It's just a meaningless struggle. Saint Star looked indifferent as he stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Lu Ming condescendingly as if he was an emperor who ruled over everything. Saint Star, why are you pretending? Do you really think you're a peerless genius who can look down on everything? You're only ranked 998th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are many people stronger than you. Why are you so arrogant? Also, how old are you? You're 5 years older than me. What's there to be proud of? If I cultivate for another 5 years, I can suppress you with 1 finger. Lu Ming hollered. He stood upright and stared at the sacred star with bright eyes. Many people's eyes lit up at his words. Indeed, how old was Lu Ming now? It would be an exaggeration to say that he could suppress Saint Star with 1 finger when he was at Saint Star's age. However, it was not impossible for him to reach Saint Star's current level. Everyone had seen Lu Ming's combat strength and talent. Some people felt that Lu Ming had the potential to be ranked on the list of top 1,000 talents. You're feeling pretty good about yourself. On the path of martial arts, you'll be stronger every step you take. You'll never be a match for me. Are you trying to provoke me into letting you go? Haha, I'm not interested in that. So I'll just cripple you first, said Shengxing coldly. Starlight surged around him as he was about to unleash the next wave of attacks. It seems that I can only use the Thunder Cauldron. With my current cultivation, I can definitely kill Saint Star with 1 blow if I use the Thunder Cauldron. However, I won't be able to fight back. There's no other way now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed viciously. He immediately focused his mind and communicated with the Thunder Cauldron. Lu Ming's glabella flickered with a faint light and traces of lightning power. He could control the Thunder Cauldron to launch a fatal blow at any time. Stop. Just then a soft shout was heard. Caw. Then a bird's cry was heard. Everyone saw that in the sky, a large green condor was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. There were 2 figures standing on the eagle's back. Mu Shuyuan and senior sister Mulan's. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 2 people on the eagle's back were Mulan's and Mu Shuyuan. That's Miss Mulan's. What's Miss Mulan's doing here? Many people were curious. Saint Star's eyes flickered slightly. The starlight on his body also calmed down and he stopped attacking. Caw. The eagle cried. The next moment, the eagle appeared above the Divine Guard battle platform. Mulan's and Mu Shuyuan jumped down from the eagle's back and appeared on the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming, are you alright? Mulan's immediately walked toward Lu Ming with concern in her eyes. It's just a small injury. I'm fine. Senior sister Mulan's, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Lu Ming smiled. He hadn't seen Mulan's for more than a year. Mulan's had become more mature and charming. Her curves were even more stunning. One look at her, and one would have an irresistible impulse. Countless pairs of fiery eyes stared at Mulan from all directions. It's been a long time indeed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to reach this stage. You didn't disappoint me. Mulan's revealed a faint smile. Lunner, move aside. This kid has injured many of my Saint family's elites. Let me cripple this kid first. Chapter 544. As soon as Mulan's arrived, she was talking and laughing with Lu Ming as if there was no one around. This made his killing intent sore. Sacred Star, let him go. Let go of Lu Ming. Only then did Mulan turn around and look at the sacred star. Loner, what did you say? Sacred Star's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sacred Star, I'm here today. Don't even think about hurting a single hair of his. Mulan said. Mulan's. Sacred Star's eyes were filled with killing intent like a storm. Mulan was his fiancée in the Sacred Star Palace. Yet she was protecting another man in front of everyone. How could he still have any face left? At this moment, Sacred Star's killing intent towards Lu Ming did not decrease. Instead, it increased. I only wanted to cripple him, but now he must die. Sacred Star's cold and emotionless voice came out from his mouth. How dare you? Mulan stood in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, the spectators looked at each other. Some of them were smart enough to figure out what was going on. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. Mulans, do you think you can stop me? Get out of my way. Sacred Star waved his hand and starlight burst out. It was like ribbons of light that wrapped around Mulans and Mushu Yuan. Boom. Boom. Mulans and Mushu Yuan unleashed their powerful auras. After not seeing each other for a while, Mulans had reached the Martial King realm, and Mushu Yuan's cultivation had reached the peak of LV6 Martial King realm. However, it was all in vain. Under the starlight of Sacred Star, they could not resist at all. The starlight wrapped around them and pulled them to Sacred Star's side. Senior Mulans. Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming. Mulans also shouted. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you now. Die. The Saint Star was filled with cold killing intent. Before this, he still felt that Lu Ming's talent was not bad, and wanted to recruit him for his own use. But now he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Ming. Boom. Cold killing intent and a powerful aura erupted from Shengxing's body. Shengxing clenched his fist, and a starry battle sword appeared in his hand. It's still not certain who will live and who will die on the Sacred Star. Lu Ming's gaze was also incomparably cold as he stared at the Sacred Star. Wisps of lightning swam between his eyebrows. With just you. Shengxing sneered disdainfully. He took a step forward, and the Divine Guard battle platform rumbled. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly, and the ruthlessness in them intensified. He knew that even if he could use the lightning cauldron to kill Shengxingchen, he wouldn't be able to survive. The other members of the sacred clan wouldn't let him off, and the secret of the lightning cauldron would be exposed. But now he had no other choice. Stop. Shengxing. I promise you that as long as you let Lu Ming go, I will marry you in a year. Mulans shouted at this moment. The Sacred Star's figure came to a halt. He then turned around and looked at Mulans. It seems like this kid is really important in your heart. You don't have to worry about this. I promise to marry you in a year as long as you let Lu Ming go. If you kill him, I would rather die than marry you. Mulans said. Senior Sister Mulans, you can't. Lu Ming shouted. However, Mulan ignored Lu Ming and continued to stare at the Sacred Star. Alright, I promise you. But not in a year's time, but in half a year's time. You and I will get married in half a year's time, and I will let this kid go. Shengxing said coldly. Half a year? Mulans gritted her teeth, glanced at Lu Ming and said, Alright, I promise you. Seeing Mulans agree, Shengxing waved his hand, and the light of the stars around Mulans and Mushu Yuan dissipated. The two of them regained their freedom. As soon as the two of them regained their freedom, they walked towards Lu Ming. Senior Sister Mulans, why did you agree to his request? He may not be able to kill me. Lu Ming said, full of unwillingness. Mulan smiled slightly, thinking that Lu Ming was saying it out of anger. She didn't care and said, Lu Ming, we are engaged after all. Perhaps this is fate. I always want to escape, but in the end I can't escape. A long sigh sounded softly. Kiki, Lu Ming clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He knew that Mulans was doing this because of him. Otherwise, with Mulan's character, she would never agree to it. Lu Ming, since Loner has pleaded for you today, I will spare your life. Shengxing said coldly. Immediately after, he revealed a contemptuous look and continued. Lu Ming, a person like you, who can only hide behind a woman, is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. After saying that, he smiled contemptuously and turned around to leave. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice sounded. Shengxing, since this is the case, do you dare to accept my challenge? Hua. Lu Ming's voice was like a storm, sweeping across the entire place. Many people were dumbfounded. What? What did I just hear? Lu Ming wants to challenge Shengxing? He has guts, he's courting death. Arrogant and conceited. This is arrogant and conceited. The entire place burst into an uproar. In Tianxian domain, no one from the younger generation dared to challenge Shengxing for a few years. You want to challenge me? Shengxing turned around and asked. Even he was a little surprised. That's right, Shengxing. Half a year later, you and I will fight. Do you dare? Lu Ming said loudly. Half a year later? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Shengxing's mouth. He glanced at Mulan and said, could it be that you think you can catch up to me in half a year? Fight with me? You don't have to worry about this. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, no, you don't have to do this for me. Mulan said anxiously. She knew that the reason why Lu Ming chose to challenge Shengxing in half a year must have something to do with her. However, with Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to be Shengxing's opponent in half a year's time. Lu Ming could fight those above his level, so could Shengxing. If Lu Ming could improve, so could Shengxing. It was almost impossible to catch up to the Saint Star in just half a year. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Lu Ming. She was very confident in Lu Ming. She believed that Lu Ming would be able to catch up with Shengxing in a few years. However, half a year was too short. Lu Ming waved his hand and interrupted Mulan's. Senior Sister Mulan's, this battle is imperative. Even if it's not for you, I will still pay for today's humiliation. Lu Ming's voice was firm and unquestionable. Shengxing, say it. Do you dare? Lu Ming looked at Shengxing intently. All right, I promise you. I will let you know what despair is in half a year's time. You will never be able to catch up with me. Shengxing's voice was full of confidence. The scene was in an uproar. Shengxing actually agreed to Lu Ming's challenge. The two would fight in half a year's time. Moreover, this battle would be very interesting. If Shengxing was defeated, his wedding with Mulan's would definitely be affected or even cancelled. If Lu Ming was defeated, Shengxing could use the momentum of victory to marry Mulan's. Chapter 545. Do you think Lu Ming has any hope in half a year? How is that possible? The sacred star will probably become a peak king in half a year. How can Lu Ming have any hope? There's no hope at all. I think so too, but I'm still looking forward to it. Me too. We can't miss it in half a year. Around them, everyone was discussing excitedly. The sacred star didn't say anything else. He turned around and left, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This Lu Ming. He has escaped a calamity again. Sheng Wushuang clenched his teeth. So what if he escaped? He's still going to die in half a year. We'll just let him live for another half a year. Xing Yao snorted. But Sheng Wushuang still had some worry in his eyes. Lu Ming was just too monstrous. Every time he saw Lu Ming's cultivation would increase explosively. Sheng Wushuang was already a little afraid. He was afraid that the next time they met, Lu Ming would have reached an unknown level. Even if Lu Ming has some talent, do you really think he can catch up to the sacred star young lord in half a year? There's no chance at all. Xing Yao said. Not bad, not bad. Sheng Wushuang kept comforting himself, but he was still very nervous inside. After that, the crowd slowly dispersed. However, the news of Lu Ming challenging the sacred star in half a year's time, as well as the news of Sheng Wushuang marrying Mulan in half a year's time, spread like wildfire. It caused an earthquake. On the Divine Guard battle platform, Lu Ming, you shouldn't have challenged the sacred star young lord. Mulan's looked at Lu Ming with some blame. However, she didn't know why, but she was a little happy. She knew that Lu Ming had challenged Sheng Wushuang mostly because of her. Senior Sister Mulan's, don't you have so little confidence in me? Don't worry, in half a year, I'll definitely beat Sheng Wushuang until he's half paralyzed and can't marry you. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're still so confident. Mulan rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, revealing a smile at the corners of her lips. Hey, Senior Sister Mulan's, why don't you want to marry the sacred star young lord? Although this guy has an arrogant expression that makes people unhappy, to be honest, he still has some ability and looks good. Wait. Don't tell me you don't want to marry him because you like me? Lu Ming smiled at Mulan's. Like you? Stop dreaming. Mulan pouted coquettishly. Her face was a little red, and she looked incomparably charming. Then she sighed and said, who would want their fate to be determined by someone else since they were young? Besides, it's hard to say when it comes to feelings. Although Sheng Xingchen is a genius, he doesn't have any feelings for him. Lu Ming had a spurious smile. Cough cough. At this time Mu Shuyuan coughed a few times and said, shouldn't we leave this place now? And yes, let's go. Mulan's face was red as she said hurriedly. Lu Ming's gaze and smile were too much for her to handle. Immediately after, Mulan gestured for the giant eagle in the sky to leave on its own. She, Lu Ming, and Mu Shuyuan walked down from the fighting ring and walked toward a street. Lu Ming, where are you staying now? Mulan's asked. I'm staying in a house in the city. Lu Ming said. Oh, how about this? You can move to the 4th district. You can cultivate faster in the 4th district. I'll arrange a courtyard for you. Mulan said. Mulan's father was the palace master of the Tianxian branch. He had the authority to arrange a courtyard in the 4th district. Then, the three of them walked toward the 4th district. The 4th district was blocked by a city wall. There were experts guarding the city gate. Ordinary people were not allowed to trespass, or they would be killed without mercy. However, Lu Ming had Mulan's and Mu Shuyuan to lead the way. Naturally, he entered the 4th district without any obstacles. What a strong spiritual chi of heaven and earth! What a strong realm of heaven and earth! As soon as they entered the 4th district, Lu Ming exclaimed repeatedly. He realized that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense, as if it was about to materialize. The realm of heaven and earth was even stronger than the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the east. It was hard for one's cultivation not to improve if they stayed here for a long time. No wonder the younger generation of the Sheng family had so many experts and martial king experts. In such an environment, even a pig would be able to cultivate to a decent level. Mulan's and Mu Shuyuan led Lu Ming to the depths of the 4th district. Soon they arrived in front of a courtyard. Miss Mulan's. At the entrance of the courtyard, an old man bowed to Mulan's. Well, Elder Qian, Lu Ming will stay in this courtyard from now on. Mulan's pointed at Lu Ming. Elder Qian looked at Lu Ming with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He then nodded and said, yes. Lu Ming, let's go in and take a look at the environment. Mulan smiled. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them walked into the courtyard. In terms of size, this courtyard was not as big as the East Sky Courtyard in the east. This was normal. This was the 4th district of Tianxian City. Its value was terrifyingly high. The area was naturally not big. However, the layout was very elegant. It was very suitable for cultivation, comprehension of realm, and martial techniques. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The three of them walked around and returned to the courtyard. Lu Ming, this token is for you. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the 4th district. Mulan's took out a purple token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and kept it. Senior Sister Mulan's, I wonder if there are any inscription masters in Tianxian City. I would like to ask an inscription master to refine a spear for me. Lu Ming asked. Previously, the tip of the demon vanquishing spear was already broken. As for ordinary level 5 inferior grade long spears, Lu Ming had 2 of them. They were obtained from others. However, level 5 inferior grade spears were not of much use. Of course there are inscription masters in Tianxian City. Moreover, there are more than one. What grade spirit spear do you want to refine? Mulan's asked. It's best if it's grade 6. Lu Ming said. Grade 6. Mulan's and Mu Shuyuan were both shocked. Grade 6 spirit weapon was a spirit weapon specially used by Sea of Soul Realm experts. Its power was extremely frightening. However, the materials required were also terrifyingly expensive. Lu Ming actually wanted to refine a grade 6 spear? Lu Ming nodded. His cultivation progress was very fast. Moreover, his zhenyuan was too abundant. It was 10 times more than ordinary people. Moreover, the martial techniques he cultivated were extremely tyrannical. The requirements for spirit weapons were extremely high. Ordinary spirit weapons simply could not bear his explosive power. The demon-vanquishing spear's material was already very good. However, it still could not bear it. Only a grade 6 spirit weapon would be enough for Lu Ming to use for a period of time. Lu Ming, the price of refining a grade 6 spirit weapon is terrifyingly high. I don't have that many spirit crystals on me. Chapter 546. Senior Sister Mullins, you don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it. Lu Ming smiled. He had nearly 9 million spirit crystals on him. He believed that it was enough to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. Mu Shiyuan and Mullins were extremely astonished. Lu Ming could even afford a grade 6 spirit weapon? It seemed like they'd still underestimated Lu Ming. Alright then. There's a grade 6 inscription master in Profound Sky City, and he's a good friend of my father. However, he's not free these 2 days. How about this? I'll come look for you in 3 days and take you to see that inscription master. Mullins said. Alright. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that there would really be a grade 6 inscription master in Profound Sky City. Grade 6 inscription masters were extremely rare. Their status was extremely high and respected. And they were even more respected than ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Sea of Soul Realm experts were extremely rare in the entire Profound Sky region. Every single one of them was a figure that could dominate Profound Sky region. The 3 realms of spiritual God were respectively Sea of Soul Realm, Spiritual Embryo Realm, and Spiritual God Realm. Every realm was incomparably profound. At the same time, the power they grasped was incomparably terrifying. It simply had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. It was absolutely not something that Martial King Realm experts could compare to. After the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm was the Martial Monarch Realm. The peak of the Spiritual God Realm was also called Supremacy. Supremacy 9 Suns was the peak of the Spiritual God Realm, and was only a step away from the Martial Emperor Realm. Of course, that realm was extremely far away from Lu Ming. Now wasn't the time to think about this. Next, Lu Ming chatted with Mullins and Mu Shiyuan for a while. Lu Ming, heal your injuries first. Mullins instructed with some concern. Then, she left with Mu Shiyuan. After Mullins and Mu Shiyuan left, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his qi to heal his injuries. Previously, Lu Ming had taken 2 of the Sacred Star's attacks head-on, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. He also knew that the Sacred Star hadn't used much strength in those 2 moves. Otherwise, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand them. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. He believed that he would be completely healed in less than a day. Half a year. If we want to catch up to the Sacred Star in half a year, we need more resources. The most important thing is the will of the heavens and earth. As long as the will of the heavens and earth increases, as long as I have supreme great spiritual crystals, my cultivation will continue to increase. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming now had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, and comprehended the concept of heaven and earth extremely quickly. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied. At this speed, there was no way they would be able to catch up to the Sacred Star in half a year. Profound crystals. If I have a large amount of profound crystals, and the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, I'll be able to comprehend the will of heaven and earth much faster. Only then will I be able to catch up to the Saint Star. Lu Ming pondered. To be honest, Lu Ming was also under a lot of pressure. The main thing was that the time was too short, only half a year. Half a year later, I must defeat the Sacred Star. If I can't defeat the Sacred Star, how can I fight against Martial Emperor De in the future? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his gaze firm. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, and placed it beside him. Then he took out a Fire Profound Crystal. He planned to improve his will of fire first. Now Lu Ming's will of fire had reached the early stage of level 1 lesser success, which was only slightly weaker than the will of thunder. However, Lu Ming had 320 fire attribute profundity crystals in his hands. He could comprehend the fire concept the fastest. Crack. Lu Ming exerted his strength, and crushed the fire attribute profound meaning crystal. Threads of concept permeated the surroundings of Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes, and started to comprehend the will of fire. Originally, the will of heaven and earth in this area was a little stronger than in the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, and the profound crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the will of fire had reached a terrifying speed. His comprehension of the will of fire had increased crazily. Crack. Crack. Lu Ming crushed another piece of fire attribute profound meaning crystal after he had used it up. One after another. After a day, Lu Ming had consumed 20 fire profound crystals. Lu Ming's will of fire had a breakthrough, reaching the middle stage of level 1 lesser success, catching up with the will of thunder. Fast, too fast. 1 day's time was equivalent to a year's time for others, or even longer. At this time, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. Continue. Lu Ming continued to take out fire profound crystals and crush them, continuing to comprehend the will of fire. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day time limit with Mulan's had arrived. In less than 3 days, Lu Ming had consumed a total of 60 fire attribute profundity crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the will of fire had reached the peak of the middle stage of level 1 lesser success, almost reaching the late stage of level 1 lesser success. The comprehension of the will of fire was more difficult as one progressed. As long as his will of fire reached the late stage of level 1 lesser success, Lu Ming's cultivation could be improved again, reaching the 5th level of Martial King realm. If the will of fire did not improve, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation. On this day, Mulan's arrived at Lu Ming's courtyard on time. Lu Ming, let's go. I'll take you to see the inscription master, Mulan said. Okay. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was looking forward to it. Mulan's led Lu Ming into the depths of the city. There were very few pedestrians on the streets of the 4th area. Presumably, if he wasn't training outside, he was working hard in closed-door cultivation. Lu Ming followed Mulan's, turning left and right, and came to a shabby stone house. Is this the residence of the inscription master? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, this inscription master has a strange temper, but he is good friends with my father. He should agree to help you, right? Mulan said. However, from her tone, she didn't sound very confident. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. The two walked into the stone house. There was a small courtyard inside, but there were all kinds of scrap metal piled up in the courtyard like garbage. Uncle Huang, Uncle Huang. Mulan's called out in a low voice. Who is it? You're disturbing my dream again. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded in the courtyard. Lu Ming was shocked. The voice seemed to be ringing in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around, but he did not see a shadow. Lu Ming sensed carefully, but there was no aura at all. Uncle Huang, it's me, Mulan's. I have something to ask you for help today. Mulan said softly, looking around with her beautiful eyes. So it's little Lan. Okay, I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want from me? The old voice sounded again. Uncle Huang, I want to ask you to help me refine a level 6 spiritual weapon spear. Mulan said. Level 6 spiritual weapon spear? This little girl really dares to ask. You want to refine it for this young man, right? Well, have you brought the spiritual crystals? Have you brought the materials? The old voice sounded. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists in the air and said, I have the spiritual crystals, but I don't have the materials to refine a level 6 spiritual weapon. You don't have the materials to refine a level 6 spiritual weapon? Well, I'll exchange them with spiritual crystals. I'll pay the materials for you. A total of 5 million spiritual crystals. The old voice sounded. 5 million spiritual crystals? Mulan's widened her eyes in shock. Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals is too expensive. On the market, a LV6 spiritual weapon is only a few 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Chapter 547. Indeed, a level 6 spirit weapon was many times more expensive than a level 5 spirit weapon used by kings. But to say that one needed 5 million spirit crystals was a bit frightening. It was completely exorbitant. Clang. Clang. This old man's hair and beard were a mess. It was unknown how long it had been since he last cleaned it, as it was covered in dirt. Lu Ming was stunned. This old man had actually been sleeping in the pile of scrap. This was the level 6 inscription master? Little girl, don't compare those pieces of scrap metal with the spiritual weapons that I have personally refined. Moreover, Those LV6 spiritual weapons that are worth hundreds of thousands of pieces of supreme-grade spiritual crystals are all lower LV6 or middle LV6. What's the use of them? Those that I have refined are definitely at the peak of LV6. Do you understand? The moment the old man appeared, he ran in front of Mullins and yelled, "Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme spiritual crystals is too expensive." Mullins said, 5 million spirit crystals was something that even peak kings might not be able to take out. Not to mention them. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts would feel the pinch. If you don't have spirit crystals, then forget it. I don't do business that loses money. The old man waved his hand. As long as the spirit weapon's quality is good, spirit crystals are not a problem. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Ah. Mullins looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Could Lu Ming even take out 5 million spirit crystals? The old man also looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. If you have spirit crystals, then it's easy. Tell me, what requirements do you have for the spirit weapon long spear? The old man asked. Every martial artist had different requirements for their spirit weapons according to the martial techniques they cultivated. Some people liked nimble ones, while others liked heavy ones. Hardness. First, whether it's the spear shaft or the spear tip, it needs to be absolutely tough and able to withstand an intense explosion. Also, the spear shaft needs to be tough, and flexible. Lastly, the heavier the better. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before replying. Little fellow, you sure have a lot of requests. The old man grinned and went into deep thought. After a long while, the old man said, there are very few people who use spears. I don't have many materials that are suitable for making spears. And I do have a piece of steel that is not bad. It is suitable for making the spear tip, but what about the spear shaft? We do have ordinary materials, but we don't have anything that meets your requirements. The old man frowned and muttered. Little guy, think about it. Since you use a spear, you should have collected some materials. Think about it. Do you have any suitable materials to refine a spear? If you do, I will charge less spirit crystals. The old man said. Myself. Lu Ming was also racking his brains, but he really didn't have any suitable ones. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a move of his hand, a broken spear appeared. This broken spear only had half of it. The other half of the spear was missing. It was the broken spear that was shot out from the heavenly gate. This broken spear didn't have any spirituality, but its material was indeed very tough. Lu Ming didn't know what material it was made of. Maybe it could be useful. Senior, look at this broken spear. Whoosh! Before Lu Ming could finish his words, a figure flashed and the broken spear in his hand disappeared, and appeared in the old man's hand. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The old man's cultivation was unfathomable. He didn't even see how the old man made his move. He saw the old man staring at the broken spear. His originally turbid eyes were now as bright as 2 light bulbs, blazing with passion. The old man gently stroked the spear shaft with both hands. As the old man's palms moved, strange runes appeared on the spear shaft. This is a refining method from the ancient era. There are inscriptions from the ancient era in it. It's a priceless treasure, ha ha. The old man suddenly laughed hysterically. Lu Ming and Mullins looked at each other. It was just a broken spear. What value did it have? Why did the old man say it was a priceless treasure? Little guy, where did you get this broken spear from? The old man asked. I got it by accident in an ancient battlefield. Lu Ming lied. Yes, this broken spear has a long history. Although it has lost its spirituality and only half of it is left, it's a waste in your hands. But in my hands, it's a priceless treasure. The old man laughed. Seeing Lu Ming and Mullins's puzzled faces, the old man explained. The remnant inscriptions on this spear are ancient inscriptions that have been lost for a long time. They are extremely useful to me. After I study them, I might be able to reach a higher level in the art of refining. Just this point alone makes this a priceless treasure. Little guy, give this spear to me. I'll do my best to refine a spear for you. I won't take a single cent. How about it? The old man looked at Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. Anyway, this spear was useless in his hands. If he gave it to the old man, he could save 5 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was willing to give it up. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the elder was very happy. He smiled and said, "Young lad, I won't let you suffer a loss. This half of the long spear contains a rare and strange metal called the infinite black gold. If you use this metal to forge the spirit weapon, it will have infinite potential. In the future, as long as you continue to condense and smelt other metals into it, this spirit weapon will be able to evolve and upgrade continuously." What? It can continue to evolve and upgrade? Lu Ming and Mulins were dumbfounded and shocked. There was actually such a magical metal. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing and burning with passion. That's right. In ancient times, there was quite a bit of infinite black gold. But now there is less and less infinite black gold. It is a great fortune for you to be able to obtain some. Wait for me to study the inscriptions on it, then I will smelt this infinite black gold into your spirit weapon long spear. The old man said. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. Ha ha ha, there's no need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. However, with such a good material, the other materials can't be lacking. Otherwise it would be a waste. Now the key is the material of the spear shaft. The old man frowned. After a while, the old man's eyes lit up. I got it. For the spear shaft, it's most suitable to use 1,000 refined blood gold. 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. 1,000 refined blood gold is an extremely precious metal. It has to be refined 1,000 times, and every time, it has to be added with the blood of demonic beasts. Only after 1,000 times can it be refined. However, I don't have any 1,000 refined blood gold, so I'll need you to make a trip. The old man said. Where can I get this 1,000 refined blood gold? Chapter 548. In the Tianxian region, only the weapon forging sect in the north has it. Coincidentally, I once helped the weapon forging sect's sect master. As long as you go to the weapon forging sect and say that I asked you to go, the weapon forging sect's sect master will definitely give you a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold. The old man explained. Oh, so it's in the weapon forging sect? Mulins nodded. All right, I'll make a trip there now. Lu Ming nodded. Little guy, take this pagoda. It's my keepsake. My name is Huang Pagoda. You can call me Elder Huang in the future. The old man took out a fist-sized pagoda and threw it to Lu Ming. Yes, Elder Huang. After Lu Ming put it away, his gaze flickered and he said, Elder Huang, I still have something that I need your help with. What is it? Speak. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help. Elder Huang smiled. He was in a good mood after obtaining the broken spear. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply adorable. A longsword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was an ordinary longsword, a rank 2 spiritual weapon. It was the heavenly star sword that his father had left for him. Lu Yuntian had said that the heavenly star sword contained the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. However, there were inscriptions on the heavenly star sword. If one forcefully broke the heavenly star sword, the secret would vanish. First, one had to decipher the inscriptions to open the heavenly star sword. In the past, Lu Ming had never found an inscriber to open the heavenly star sword because he felt that his cultivation was too weak. The martial emperor's treasure was left behind by the martial emperor. Without cultivation, even if the martial emperor's treasure was placed in front of him, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. With his previous cultivation, if he really entered the martial emperor's treasure, even the slightest danger would be enough to take his life. Lu Ming's mind was clear. He wouldn't go looking for the martial emperor's treasure as soon as he heard about it. But now he had an idea. Even if he didn't go there now, he would first take a look at the martial emperor's treasure's secret and its general location. Elder Huang, there's something hidden in the sword. However, the sword is protected by inscriptions. I would like to ask Elder Huang to break the inscriptions. Lu Ming said. Oh, that's easy. Elder Huang took the heavenly star sword and looked at it. This is only a low-level inscription. It's easy. Immediately after, old Huang's palms glowed. Inscriptions appeared on his palms, and he swiped them across the celestial star sword. The inscriptions on the celestial star sword appeared one after another, and then collapsed. All right, the inscription has been broken. Take it. Elder Huang returned the heavenly star sword to Lu Ming. As for what was hidden in the heavenly star sword, Elder Huang had no interest in knowing. When Lu Ming received the heavenly star sword, he sighed inwardly. The methods of a 6th-rank inscription master were truly profound. Elder Huang, this junior would like to purchase a level 5 spear. Do you have it? Lu Ming didn't have any spears that were of great use at the moment. Before he could refine a level 6 spear, he could only purchase a level 5 spear for now. I do have a few level 5 spears. A dark purple spear appeared in Elder Huang's hand. This Thunder Wind spear can be considered the best among level 5 spiritual weapons. Take it. Consider it a gift from me. Elder Huang tossed the spear to Lu Ming. Thunder Wind spear. Lu Ming caught it and shook it slightly. Buzz. The spear shook and the space trembled slightly. Not bad. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This Thunder Wind spear was much better than the demon suppressing spear. It was enough for now. Lu Ming put it away and expressed his gratitude to Elder Huang. Go. Bring back the 1,000 refined blood gold as soon as possible. I'll help you forge a spear as soon as possible. Old Huang waved his hand and said. His eyes were once again fixed on the broken spear. Lu Ming and Mulins left Elder Huang's stone house. Lu Ming, the weapon forging sect, is extremely far from the Profound Heaven City. It's in the north of the Profound Heaven region. I heard that the battle between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace is the most intense there. You have to be careful. Mulins warned. She was a little worried. Senior Sister Mulins, don't worry. I'm only going to get the 1,000 refined blood gold. I won't participate in the battle. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. Oh, then when do you plan to set off? Mulins asked. Half a month later. Lu Ming replied. Since Elder Huang had to comprehend the inscriptions on the broken spear, he wouldn't be able to refine the infinite black gold so quickly. Lu Ming had the Thunder Wind spear to use now, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lu Ming planned to cultivate in the Profound Heaven City for a period of time, and refine the remaining fire profound crystals, before heading to the weapon forging sect. And that's good too. Mulins nodded. The two chatted as they walked. After a while, Mulins bid farewell to Lu Ming and returned. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard alone. The first thing he did was to take out the heavenly star sword. Powerful true yuan poured into the surface of the heavenly star sword. Lu Ming sensed that the center of the heavenly star sword was indeed hollow. Clang! His true yuan shook violently. Now that Lu Ming's true yuan was so powerful, the heavenly star sword couldn't withstand it at all. It cracked and shattered into pieces with a bang. Something was revealed from the heavenly star sword. This is. Seeing the thing inside the heavenly star sword, Lu Ming's pupils shrank in shock. The thing inside the heavenly star sword was actually a small jade sword. It was the size of a finger and was sparkling and translucent. More importantly, Lu Ming had seen this kind of jade sword before. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, Xian Yinqing had obtained a jade sword in the Dongyi tribe's ruins. It was exactly the same as the one before him. At that time, Lu Ming had said that he wanted to use a king's storage ring to exchange for it, but Xian Yinqing had refused. The jade sword that Xian Yinqing had obtained was exactly the same as the one before him. Just what was the relationship between the two jade swords? Could it be that the jade sword that Xian Yinqing had obtained was also related to the martial monarch's treasure? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. How do I use this jade sword? Lu Ming fiddled with it for a while. Then he carefully poured his true yuan into the jade sword. Buzz. The jade sword trembled slightly. Then inscriptions appeared on the surface of the sword. The inscriptions glowed, and a picture appeared in the air. To be more precise, it was a map with densely packed routes marked on it. There was also a line of words beside the map. Lu Ming came to a realization after reading it. This was indeed a map, and this jade sword was the key to the martial monarch's treasure. Most importantly, there were a total of 9 keys to the martial monarch's treasure. The martial monarch's treasure could only be opened when all 9 keys were gathered. 9 keys. Lu Ming let out a wry smile. It seems like Xian Yinqing's jade sword is most likely the key to the martial monarch's treasure. But where are the other keys? Have they fallen into someone else's hands? How can I gather them? Lu Ming kept thinking. He had no idea how long it would take to reach the martial monarch's treasure. Forget it, with my current cultivation, it would be very dangerous to enter the martial monarch's treasure. I should wait and see. Cultivation is the most important thing now. Having this thought, Lu Ming carefully put away the jade sword and adjusted his state of mind. He then began to cultivate diligently. He continued to comprehend the fire intent with the fire esoteric crystal. Chapter 549. Half a month later, Lu Ming had refined all the remaining fire profound crystals. Lu Ming's fire essence had reached the peak of level 1 lesser success. The next step would be level 1 greater success. Level 1 lesser success of fire essence. Does that mean I can reach the peak of LV6 Martial King Realm now? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If his cultivation reached the peak of LV6 Martial King Realm, Lu Ming was confident that he could fight a King Realm expert. Even a King Realm expert of LV7 Martial King Realm would be no match for him. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately took out a large amount of supreme spiritual crystals. He planned to improve his cultivation first before going to the forging sect. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 50,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and devoured all the energy of the crystals. Then he began to refine them like crazy. However, after an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. His eyes were full of confusion. What's going on? Why is 90% of the energy in the crystals gone? Why can't I absorb it? Why is my cultivation increasing so slowly? Lu Ming frowned. When he was cultivating, he found that most of the energy from the crystals could not be absorbed by him and turned into genuine qi. Instead, it flowed out of his body and dissipated. Most of the 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals were wasted. Lu Ming had never encountered such a situation before. Essence Wind Essence. When I was cultivating, the fire and thunder essences were too strong, and the wind essence was too weak. A huge gap was formed, which led to the loss of energy. Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind and finally came to this conclusion. But before, my thunder essence was the best, and the other 2 essences had not condensed any essence runes. Why didn't this happen? What's going on? Is it because the other 2 essences had not condensed any essence runes, so it was fine? But once they all condensed essence runes, this would happen? Yes, it must be so. Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of cultivating so many concepts were finally beginning to show. When all the intents condensed into intent runes, all the intents had to be roughly balanced in order to increase one's cultivation. If many intents lost their balance, it would be very difficult to increase one's cultivation. Now the concept of fire was much stronger than the concept of wind. It had exceeded a level. It was no wonder that others said that cultivating several states at the same time would become increasingly difficult. This didn't just mean that there would be a huge resistance when condensing concept runes. That was only one of the reasons. But when multiple intents were condensed into intent runes, an even greater drawback appeared. He had to cultivate many different intents at the same time, and maintain a balance in order to increase his cultivation. If you gave up on all the other intents and only cultivated one type of intent after condensing all the intent runes, then even if you cultivated that intent to a high level, it would be very difficult for your cultivation to increase. If someone wanted to raise a concept first, then raise their cultivation, and then turn around to raise other concepts, it would not work. This was equivalent to stepping onto a path of no return. Once he stepped onto it, he would have to walk to the end. However, a person's energy was extremely limited. Their lifespan was also limited. One had to maintain multiple intents at the same time in order to increase one's cultivation. This speed was too slow. There were such people in history who cultivated multiple intents at the same time. But in the end, because they had to comprehend every single intent, their cultivation speed was extremely slow. In the end, their lifespan was exhausted and they turned into dust. Some people were even peerless geniuses. If they cultivated only one intent, their achievements would be limitless. But in the end, their ambitions were too great and they died on this path. There were too few people who could complete this path. They were all rare geniuses. If I had known, I wouldn't have cultivated the concept of fire to such a high level. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. However, Lu Ming wasn't too worried. He had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Even if he cultivated 3 intents at the same time, his speed would still be faster than others. Moreover, as long as the Enlightenment Ancient Tree grew in the future, his speed of comprehending the concept of heaven and earth would definitely be faster. Forget it. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the concept of wind. I originally wanted to put it aside, but it looks like I can't. I'd better go to the forging sect first. I'll cultivate on the way. Lu Ming muttered. Immediately after, Lu Ming stood up and left the courtyard. Not long after, Lu Ming left the profound heaven city. He soared into the sky and flew towards the north. The forging sect was located in the northern part of the profound heaven region. It was located at the intersection of the central and northern parts of the profound heaven region. It was extremely far away from the profound heaven region. Currently, the Heavenly Corpse sect had already occupied the northern part of the profound heaven region. The vast territory was completely under the Heavenly Corpse sect's control. Currently, the territory of the Forging sect was at the front line of the war between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was extremely chaotic there. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. Not long after he left the profound heaven region, he rushed into a large mountain and captured a half-step king-level swift gale eagle. He sat cross-legged on the swift gale eagle and flew towards the forging sect. The swift gale eagle's speed was extremely fast. A half-step king-level swift gale eagle's speed wasn't inferior to some martial king-level cultivators. Moreover, its endurance was extremely good. Lu Ming could use the swift gale eagle to travel while cultivating and comprehending the concept of wind. Lu Ming took out the Tao comprehending ancient tree and placed it beside him. Then he took out a profound wind crystal. He had a total of 40 profound wind crystals on him, all of which he had won from the Sheng clan in a bet. Crushing the profound wind crystal, Lu Ming started to comprehend the concept of wind. Just like this, Lu Ming traveled while cultivating. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a month's time, he had already refined all 40 profound wind crystals. As for the concept of wind, he had also made a breakthrough. He was only a step away from the initial success of the first stage. At this time, Lu Ming had also arrived at the territory near the Forging sect. This territory was in the middle of the war between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Forging sect was also a subsidiary power of the Heavenly Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Naturally, they would stand on the Heavenly Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's side against the Heavenly Corpse sect. Go! Lu Ming patted the swift gale eagle that he had been riding for a month. Then his figure moved and he flew forward alone. At this point, the swift gale eagle was already useless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming hadn't flown for long when the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 2 huge coffins stopped in front of Lu Ming. They were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hee hee, my luck is pretty good today. I just came out for a walk and I met a little brat. His cultivation seems to be pretty good. I can take him back and refine him into a new corpse. A dry laugh came from the coffin. Today's one should be mine. The next one should be yours. An unpleasant voice came out from the other coffin. All right, I'll let you have him. Let's end this quickly. After dealing with this little brat, we'll go elsewhere and see if there's any prey. The voice from the previous coffin sounded out again. The prey you're talking about, is it me? Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face. Nonsense, if it's not you then who is it? Little brat, don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape from the 2 of us. Chapter 550. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and formed a long spear with his true essence. The long spear quickly grew to 1,000 meters long and whipped toward the 2 coffins. Its power was extremely shocking. Ah no, it's a king of lower success. How is this possible? 2 panicked cries came from the coffins. At the same time, the coffins flew backward, trying to escape. But how could they escape? Boom! The huge spear light directly hit the 2 coffins. The coffins exploded and 6 figures appeared. 2 old zombie guards and 4 refined corpses. The 2 zombie guards were 3rd layer Martial King Realm, and the 4 refined corpses were also 3rd layer Martial King Realm. However, under Lu Ming's spear light, they could not withstand a single blow. The spear light shrouded and suppressed them. The two zombie guards screamed, and were torn apart along with the 4 refined corpses. His true essence rolled up and put away the 2 storage rings. Then Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. After a few hundred miles, a series of explosions came from the front. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming frowned and pondered for a while. Then he walked toward the direction of the sound. 10 miles away, 2 parties were fighting. One party was obviously from the Heavenly Corpse sect. The other party had a total of 6 people. One of them was a young woman in her 20s. She was as beautiful as a flower. There were 2 other young men, and the remaining 3 were middle-aged men. But now, the 6 of them were completely at a disadvantage, and were surrounded by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect had 8 zombie guards and 17 refined corpses. Their strength was far above the 6 people. Lu Ming quietly appeared not far away. He hid in a remote place and looked forward. The strongest zombie guards are 2 mid-4th layer Martial King Realm. Lu Ming could tell the cultivation level of everyone present at one glance. On the Heavenly Corpse sect's side, there were 2 4th layer Martial King Realm kings controlling 4 refined corpses. The other corpse guards were either 3rd layer Martial Emperor Realm, or 2nd layer Martial Emperor Realm. As for the group of 6, there was only one middle-aged man with a cultivation of the peak 4th layer Martial Emperor Realm. The other 2 middle-aged men were only at the 3rd layer Martial Emperor Realm. As for the 2 young men and the young woman, they were all 2nd layer Martial Emperor Realm cultivators. They were relying on the middle-aged man with a cultivation of the peak 4th layer Martial Emperor Realm to barely resist the attacks from all directions. However, he would not be able to hold on for long on his own. Kaka, that little girl is not bad. She's so soft and tender. I'll catch her and play with her. Then I'll refine her into a refined corpse and bring her along with me every day. That would be a great joy in life, Kaka. A shriveled old zombie guard let out an ear-piercing laugh. He was one of the 2 mid-4th level Martial King zombie guards. Old ghost, don't even think about it. I'd rather die than submit. The young woman cried out with a pale face. You would rather die than submit? If you die, I can refine you into a refined corpse, hee. The old zombie guard let out a weird laugh. The young woman's face turned even paler. She then clenched her teeth, and lines of inscriptions appeared on her jade-like palms. With a wave of her hands, 3 battle swords danced around her body, before slashing at the old zombie guard. However, they were easily blocked by a refined corpse. What a strange way of attacking. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with curiosity. He realized that the attacking methods of the 6 people were very unique. Just like the young woman, inscriptions appeared on their palms as they controlled several mystical weapons at the same time to attack their opponents. Furthermore, the power that each spirit weapon could unleash was extremely powerful. The martial artists that Lu Ming had seen before usually used a mystical weapon in order to unleash the strongest power of their martial skills. For example, Lu Ming was able to unleash the strongest power of his spear art with a long spear. As for those who used a battle sword, they were able to unleash the strongest power of their sword art. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing someone controlling several mystical weapons at the same time. However, although the method of controlling the mystical weapons was mysterious, the difference in strength was too great. They were no match for the 6 people. Not long after, 2 middle-aged 3rd layer Martial King Realm men were injured and vomited blood. Big brother, take the young lady and break out of the encirclement. We'll hold them off here. One of the men yelled at the peak 4th layer Martial King Realm man. That's right, nothing can happen to the young lady. The other man also yelled. No, we'll leave together. The young woman yelled. You want to leave? How is that possible? Today none of you will leave. The old zombie guard sneered. Big brother, quick, take the young lady and break out of here to find reinforcements. One of the men continued to yell. All right. The 4th layer Martial King Realm man clenched his teeth and madly charged in one direction, while yelling, Young lady, follow me, break out. Trying to break out? In your dreams, deal with that guy with all your strength. The old zombie guard sneered as he controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the man without fear of death. At the same time, the other 4th layer Martial King Realm zombie guard also controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the man. The man controlled 4 sabers at the same time and slashed wildly, but it was useless as they were all blocked. Damn it. He let out a furious roar, his voice filled with despair. Kaka, don't even think about escaping. Little beauty, serve this old man obediently. If you serve this old man well, this old man might be merciful and not refine you into a refined corpse. The old zombie guard sneered. Old bastard, go to hell. The young woman was in despair as she clenched her teeth and attacked the old zombie guard. However, she was easily blocked by a third-layer Martial King Realm refined corpse. The zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect did not seem to be in a hurry to kill them. It teased the young woman and the others like a cat playing with a mouse. Oh, I see. Lu Ming glanced to the east and west as a cold grin appeared on his face. He discovered that there were auras hiding in the east and west. Although the auras were very weak, Lu Ming could still sense them. The auras were all from the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. They're trying to attract the young woman's reinforcements and catch them all in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. However, the strongest aura among them is only at the 5th-layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming let out a cold grin as he no longer concealed himself, and walked out in large strides. Who's there? As soon as Lu Ming walked out, the zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect noticed Lu Ming and yelled, "Of course it's the one who's here to kill you." Lu Ming sneered. Hee hee, little bastard, you're alone? You're courting death. The old zombie guard let out a strange laugh. At this moment, the young woman and the others also looked at Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming was alone and was so young, they were immediately disappointed. Young hero, leave quickly, don't worry about us. The young woman yelled. Lu Ming was alone. If they did not leave, they would also be killed. Beauty, it's okay. I'll leave after I kill these monsters of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming smiled brightly at the young woman.